Chapter 2196, Spatial Sight. 2. In this regard, you do have quite good luck. The president chuckled. Wang Tung grinned. He felt like the president was unusually happy. His smile was exceptionally bright. Let's go. Since you've obtained the legacy, it's time to leave, the president said. Before Wang Tung could react, he felt a sudden blur, and in an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Almost instantly, he found himself standing on solid ground. The scene before him was none other than the square of the Grand Universe Hall. Wang Tung's eyes showed surprise. The true god's methods were truly incredible. This teleportation speed was even faster than his. Wang Tung, although we haven't taken you as a disciple, if you encounter any problems in your cultivation or troubles you can't solve, you can come to us. The president's voice echoed in Wang Tung's ears, but there was no sign of the president himself. Wang Tung looked around. The president and the two God stage beings had quietly left without him noticing. The president's voice dissipated gradually, and Wang Tung, with a slight joy in his heart, bowed toward the sky. To receive such a promise from the president indicated that his master held quite a bit of weight. Wang Tung didn't know that he helped the president to win the bet against the other two God stage beings. That was why he was elated and offered him help. Of course, one of the reasons was because they had high hopes for Wang Tung. As a member of the Stellar Academies, they naturally hoped that Wang Tung could go even further. Without lingering any further, Wang Tung left the Grand Universe Hall Square. The place was now empty. Everyone had left, and the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony had long concluded. It was somewhat nostalgic. Among the strong individuals of the Stellar Academies, he was the only one who hadn't taken a master, and instead, he found a master from an unknown origin. After leaving the square, Wang Tung took out his universe-level spacecraft and flew toward the residence area for Cosmos Stage students. In no time, the spaceship returned to Wang Tung's estate. Stepping out of the spaceship, he descended from the sky. Back in the estate, Chao Jiao, upon learning the news, emerged from the cultivation chamber. Has the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony ended? She had been alone in the estate, unable to leave, but she could access some information through the internal network. Hence, she knew about the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. It's over. Wang Tung nodded. I saw many people discussing it on the internal network, saying that you don't have a master. Chao Jiao hesitated for a moment and asked, who said one don't have a master? Wang Tung was surprised. I don't know where it came from at first. Later, a guy named Yuan Mu came out to confirm it, and many people from your Constellation Society also confirmed it, Chao Jiao said. Wang Tung's expression was strange. He asked Roundball to open the internal network and check some of the information. He couldn't help but find it amusing. It turned out that these people thought he didn't have a master. He even saw quite a few sarcastic comments. It seemed that many people were very pleased about the fact that he didn't have a master. Unfortunately for them, they were destined for disappointment. Wang Tung couldn't help but stroke his chin, a wicked curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of clarifying the situation. He would let these people continue to misunderstand. Observing his expression, Chao Jiao instantly knew that Wang Tung definitely had a master, and the master he chose wasn't ordinary. Those people were in for an unpleasant surprise. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit, Wang Tung remarked, looking at Chao Jiao. Yeah, Chao Jiao nodded. The Stellar Academies had an abundance of forces, making it very conducive to cultivation. Even though she couldn't leave the estate, practicing here was much easier than outside. Well done. Keep up the good work. Wang Tung praised, then headed toward the house. A hint of joy involuntarily appeared in Chao Jiao's eyes, even though she didn't realize it. Pleased by Wang Tung's praise, a trace of excitement unknowingly fluttered in her heart. I'm exhausted. Come and serve me for a bath, Wang Tung said. Chao Jiao's pretty face immediately stiffened. Skip 5,000 words here when Wang Tung walked out of the bathroom. He felt refreshed, and much of the fatigue that had clung to his body had dissipated. The Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony was an exhausting experience for him. Climbing 2 mountains consecutively, both physically and mentally, imposed a significant burden. Even during the ascent of the second mountain, his spirit had nearly reached the point of collapse. After that, he was brought to the Grand Universe Hall to choose his legacy. To get more attributes, he searched for all kinds of legacy without stopping. He almost died from exhaustion. Fortunately, the harvest this time was extremely abundant. His hard work had not been in vain. Entering the cultivation room, Wang Tung sat cross-legged, prepared to take stock of this fruitful journey. First and foremost, he had gained a master. This master seemed to be a superpowerhouse, but the extent of their strength remained unclear to him. Wang Tung took out the token his master gave him and scrutinized it. The patterns on it were extremely peculiar, but he couldn't discern their meaning. Helplessly, he put away. Too bad one can't speak to him anymore, Wang Tung said dejectedly. He then stroked his chin and continued. But it's still good. With the president and the others, even if it's not as close as having a personal master, occasionally getting their help should be fine. I need to strike a balance and not be too presumptuous. Sigh, after all, they're not my masters. Wang Tung sighed uncontrollably. Afterward, he stopped dwelling on it and turned his attention to himself. Compared to external forces, his own strength was the most crucial. Redirecting his thoughts, he glanced at the attributes board, and a slight smile formed at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2197, Spatial Sight. 3. The three origins of universe his master gave him pushed him to the limit of the cosmos stage. This was an unimaginable benefit. Without his master's assistance, he would have to think of a way to reach his limit when he broke through in the future. Doing so would undoubtedly increase the difficulty significantly. The origin of universe was incredibly precious. It was refined from a destroyed universe in the cosmic uncharted. If it were not for his master, Wang Tung would probably find it very difficult to obtain such treasures. In addition, he acquired various legacies in the Grand Universe Hall, including nearly a complete set of Cosmos Stage star formula scriptures. Wang Tung closed his eyes, and the scriptures immediately appeared in his mind for comparison. He found that these scriptures could indeed be integrated. However, this integration was different from his Chaos Constellation scripture. It wasn't a complete fusion. Instead, it seemed to form a kind of cycle. Also, this set of scripture seems to have some deficiencies. Wang Tung opened his eyes, a glint of light shimmering in them. He mused to himself. Is it lacking a dark force scripture? Hence the discontinuity when reaching the light force scripture? Wang Tung's mastery of forces was too comprehensive, allowing him to notice the issue at a glance. Normal martial warriors might not notice this problem. Of course, for an ordinary martial warrior, the integration of this set of scriptures was unnecessary. At most, it could serve as a foundation for cultivating multiple forces simultaneously. However, this scripture provided many insights for Wang Tung and was quite helpful for him in creating the Heaven Stage Chaos Constellation scripture. If I can create the Star Dark formula, could it compensate for the shortcomings in this star formula scripture? Wang Tung pondered, unable to suppress a laugh. After all, he was not the predecessor who created this set of star formula scripture. It wasn't so easy to create a dark attribute scripture rooted in the same origin as this one, based on the foundations laid by his predecessors. This idea was somewhat wishful thinking. Shaking his head, Wang Tung shifted his gaze to the gains from the Space Legacy. Space God Stage Legacy. It was the last inheritance Wang Tung obtained, bringing him immense benefits beyond imagination. First, there was the rise in his space physique. After obtaining this inheritance, the power within greatly benefited his space physique, significantly advancing its capabilities. Space Physique 1200/500000, 5th rank, 5th rank. Wang Tung's space physique, initially at the 4th rank, had now ascended to the 5th rank. It rose by 1 rank. He felt that his perception of spatial power had become more sensitive, achieving a deeper resonance with spatial forces. Moreover, he found it easier to comprehend the laws of space. Wang Tung extended his hand, strands of spatial power emerging around his fingers. They swiftly spun, forming a small spatial vortex that distorted the surrounding space. A dark, spatial portal appeared. It feels quite effortless. Wang Teng smiled faintly. The prowess of the fifth-rank space physique was indeed remarkable. With his current mastery of spatial power, he might not even need to worry about the spatial restrictions imposed by universe-stage martial warriors. He could break through them. Next, he glanced at another attribute, and a surge of ecstasy welled up within him. Spatial sight, 1,000/10,000, real stage. This was an ability he acquired from the legacy, somewhat akin to space physique, representing another facet of his spatial talent. However, this talent manifested in his eyes. Spatial sight possessed various abilities, with the simplest being the power to unleash spatial attacks through the eyes. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, it could emit a powerful spatial light wave, demonstrating formidable destructive capabilities that few could withstand. This seemed to be an excellent way to sneak an attack on someone. Moreover, it had other capabilities, such as teleportation. By focusing attention on an object, it could initiate spatial transfers. The transferred objects were not limited to lifeless ones. In critical moments, this move could be used to create unexpected troubles for enemies. For example, during a battle, suddenly shifting an opponent's teammate into the line of their attacks would make others bear the damage. He felt a little excited just thinking about it. But why do you always think about these sneaky tactics? Wang Ting felt a bit speechless. Shaking his head, he thought about other potential uses. This move seemed like it could also be employed for rescue purposes. Yes, rescuing. When a companion faced danger, this technique could be used to shift them out of harm's way. Chapter 2198. My situation is special. What? Wang Teng nodded, feeling quite clever. He could use his abilities for both deceptive and altruistic purposes, pushing his capabilities to the extreme. At this moment, his hands felt a bit itchy. No, his eyes felt a bit itchy. He activated spatial sight, and a radiant silver light flashed. His irises transformed into a dazzling silver hue. With spatial power circulating within him, his gaze fell upon several objects in the corner of the cultivation room. Swoosh! Those objects instantly vanished from their original positions. Well, half of them disappeared. The other half remained in place. The separated interface was smooth and flat. Wang Teng's expression turned slightly awkward. It was his first time using it, and he hadn't quite mastered it. Fortunately, it wasn't a human undergoing the experiment. Otherwise, the person would be split into two. It was quite terrifying to imagine. It seemed like this innate ability needed more experimentation. Failing at a critical moment would be embarrassing. Well, he should find some enemies to test it out on at some point. Then he gathered ice force in his palm, forming an icy mirror, and checked his eyes. Oh my, how did I end up looking like this? Wang Teng was surprised as he observed his pupils. When he activated his real eye, at most his eyes gained a golden glow. However, with spatial sight, his entire pupils turned silver white, altering his entire aura. He carefully observed his eyes. The transformation was not just a simple shift to silver white, but resembled diamonds with a facet-like structure, incredibly dazzling and brilliant. It looked extraordinarily strange, unlike human pupils. TSK, my eyes are getting weirder and weirder. Wang Ting couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Besides the aforementioned two functions, the spatial sight had another magical ability, space opening. As the name suggested, he could open an independent space within the eyes, which could be used for storage and even concealing a person within it. It was an excellent method for escaping. However, when facing an extremely powerful opponent with a highly sensitive spatial perception, escaping might not be feasible. This ability was somewhat similar to the principles of Space Fragment and the small world of universe-stage martial warriors. The only difference was the location of the space. One was within the body, and the other was within the eyeballs. Opening a space within the eyeballs, even with the talent of spatial sight, was extremely risky. One small mistake, and the eyes could explode into goo. The size of the space opened by spatial sight is related to the space power. With my current 5th rank space physique, I should be able to open a relatively sizable space. Wang Teng muttered to himself. Fortunately, one obtained the legacy, greatly enhancing my mastery of spatial power. I should be able to open a space smoothly. He decided to give it a try, since having an additional open space would undoubtedly be beneficial. Wang Teng closed his eyes and reviewed the insights left by the true God Stage legacy regarding opening space. These were the experiences of that God Stage entity in opening space initially, saving him a lot of trouble and potential danger. After a moment, Wang Teng took a deep breath. He mobilized the spatial power within his body, slowly channeling it towards his eyes. The spatial power circulated within his eyes, allowing them to adapt to the presence of spatial power. He then gradually increased the concentration of spatial power within his eyes until they felt saturated. This preparation step took several hours. The eyes were delicate, and even though Wang Teng's eyes possessed various abilities, making them much stronger than an ordinary person's, they were still one of the most vulnerable parts of the body. Thus, he dare not take any risks. Once prepared, Wang Teng steeled himself and forcefully directed the spatial power within his eyes toward a specific point. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, accompanied by intense pain. Wang Teng's eyes involuntarily shed tears of blood. What the heck? Wang Teng couldn't help but curse. It was way more painful than he expected. The legacy didn't mention that. However, at this moment, he couldn't afford to dwell on the pain. He could only frantically mobilize spatial power and continue to charge towards that focal point. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed incessantly, and Wang Teng's eyes were undergoing brutal torment. The excruciating pain almost killed him. He tightly shut his eyes, and his eyelids trembled incessantly. Blood tears flowed, nearly flooding his cheeks. It was a tragic sight. Time passed slowly. The cultivation room turned silent. At some point, Wang Teng's eyes stopped shedding blood tears, and his eyelids ceased their trembling as if the intense pain had subsided. This is so painful. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, gritting his teeth. The silver-white irises even showed a hint of bloody red. But soon, a smile appeared on his face, followed by hearty laughter. Success! Wang Teng was in high spirits. The process went much smoother than he had imagined. Although he endured significant pain in the middle, the outcome was positive and no unexpected issues arose. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the original spot, reappearing in another spatial realm. What's this? Round ball materialized on the side, scrutinizing the surroundings in astonishment. Did you create a space with your spatial sight? That's right. Wang Teng nodded and sized up his surroundings. This newly created space was much smaller than his space fragment, almost only 1% of their size. Nevertheless, Wang Teng was very satisfied. Chapter 2199. My situation is special. 2. He had an extra space. What more could he ask for? Besides, this space fragment could continue growing, and it's not fixed in its current size. There was no need to worry about it being too small. Did you get this ability from the legacy? One round ball asked. It was present when Wang Teng received the legacy. However, RHE President and the 2 God Stage martial warriors were present, so it didn't dare to appear. Hence, it knew clearly that Wang Teng had obtained RHE Legacy. He didn't expect the God Stage Space Legacy to be so amazing, granting Wang Teng a unique innate ability. Well, yes, but it's also because one possessed the space physique. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to activate the spatial sight, Wang Teng explained. Roundball nodded, acknowledging RHE rarity of space talent. It was not something one could attain solely through a legacy. Wang Teng's ability to activate the spatial sight likely stemmed from his innate space talent. In this light, everything began to make sense. I didn't know that the spatial sight is so amazing. Roundball exclaimed, your talent is becoming increasingly formidable. There's no strongest, only stronger. One you'll realize that what one have now is just the beginning, Wang Teng remarked. You're something. Roundball rolled its eyes. Space physique was already considered one of the top talents in the universe. Anything stronger would seemingly transcend the cosmos. However, it didn't bother to argue. The more it contested, the more enthusiastic Wang Tung became. It wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. With this spatial ability, I won't need to rely on space fragments everywhere. Those fragments of my secret garden, not to be accessed by just anyone, Wang Tung explained. You've cultivated so many precious herbs in your space fragment. It would be a pity if they were accidentally destroyed, Roundball remarked. Indeed, Wang Tung nodded. He and Roundball then exited the space. Wang Tung was extremely satisfied with RHE-3 abilities of RHE Spatial Sight. The convenience of using them with just a glance was beyond comparison. Was there a talent or skill more convenient and user-friendly than this? In addition to the enhancements in space physique and spatial sight, Wang Tung gained numerous scriptures, battle techniques, and insights into the origins and domains from the God Stage Space Element Legacy. Wang Tung was surprised by the scripture. The God Slayer Sword Scripture. That's right. The scripture he received in the legacy was the God Slayer Sword Scripture he received when he climbed the stairs in the Great Qian Empire. This revelation led Wang Tung to entertain some speculations. Could there be some connection between the ancestor of the Great Qian Empire and the Stellar Academies? God Slayer Sword Scripture. First stance, slaying God 6,000/10,000. Foundation. God Slayer Sword Scripture. Second stance, Void Shatter 5,000/10,000. Foundation. The Godseer Sword Scripture consisted of a total of 9 forms, with Wang Tung having previously mastered the first form, slaying God. Now, within the legacy, he gained unexpected joy by comprehending the second form, Void Shatter. After all, if left to Wang Tung's own devices, it would require a considerable amount of time to gradually comprehend. As splendid as God's scriptures were, they weren't easily cultivated. Many geniuses, upon obtaining a God scripture, would spend a lifetime contemplating it, and even then, understanding it fully was not guaranteed. The name of the second form, Void Shatter, may not resonate as loudly as the first, but its power was not to be underestimated. With a single sword strike, the fabric of space shattered, leaving the opponent with nowhere to hide. If struck, the enemy, along with the space they occupied, would utterly disintegrate, a truly terrifying prospect. Wang Tung nodded. This technique was undoubtedly a killer move and the strongest among all the divine skills he currently possessed. Even the fourth sword of the 12 Swords of Tyrant and the third move of the God Slayer Sword Scripture might not be his match. With this move, Wang Tung now held an ace of overwhelming strength. Even without using his Endless Tornado, this technique alone could contend with many opponents far beyond Wang Tung's current capabilities. Next, Wang Tung looked at the space domain and the origin of space attributes. These two attributes increased tremendously. Space domain, 1200/5000, 5th rank. 600/2000, 2nd rank actualization phase. Origin of space, 6550/10,000, 1st rank. His space domain rose from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. It rose by a level, but its power was many times stronger. A 5th rank space domain was almost on par with a 6th rank or 7th rank 5-element domain. Wang Tung was pleasantly surprised that his space domain had reached the actualization phase too. What's more, it was at the 2nd rank. The comprehension of the actualization phase meant that Wang Tung had taken another step forward in the space domain, enhancing the potency he could unleash. The power of laws of origin also experienced a considerable boost. Initially hovering around a modest 1,000 to nearly 2,000 points, it now surpassed 6,500 points, inching closer to the pinnacle and not far from breaking through the 2nd rank. It was worth noting that the laws of the origin of space were more challenging to comprehend compared to other law forces. The significant improvement this time was a clear advantage gained from the legacy of the true God. Indeed, he had struck it big this time. Choosing a God Stage legacy was undoubtedly the correct decision. Wang Tung couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of his choice. Fortune favors the bold. This legacy came without any inherent danger. and if he couldn't dare to risk such an opportunity, then he might as well be squandering it. In the future, encountering situations with immense peril but accompanied by tremendous opportunities, would he not be even more cautious? The benefits of a God-stage legacy were apparent. In the end, RHE last acquisition that left Wang Tung quite satisfied was the attribute of the spiritual hollow mountain. In Wang Tung's eyes, this attribute was not inferior to an ordinary God-stage legacy. Wang Tung mastered the art of constructing the spiritual hollow mountain, making it an excellent choice whether for forging weapons or employing it directly as a spiritual assault. Regardless of the chosen application, the construction of the spiritual hollow mountain was no simple task. However, when Wang Tung ascended the spiritual hollow mountain, he had already collected all RHE runes on its surface. He now possessed complete knowledge of all the runes associated with the spiritual hollow mountain. With his proficiency in handling it, he could easily construct it with a bit of time. This was not an insurmountable task. Speaking of which, if one used the spiritual hollow mountain RO forged weapons, it doesn't necessarily have to be shaped like a mountain, right? Wang Tung stroked his chin, silently contemplating. The outward appearance shouldn't have too much influence. As a blacksmith with his own thoughts, Wang Tung believed that aesthetics were merely superficial. Previously, he had transformed the thunder seal into the lightning slap. Who knows? Maybe this time he could turn the spiritual hollow mountain into the spiritual hollow slap. However, for now, it was just a passing thought. The materials needed to forge the spiritual hollow mountain were highly specialized, requiring various attributes to meet specific criteria. A simple lightning attribute wouldn't suffice. When Wang Tung forged the lightning slap, aside from the main material, the dark weight luminary gold, he also used various lightning attributed materials. The materials required for the spiritual hollow mountain were even more complex and unexpected. Wang Tung planned to visit the Academy's mountain forging section later to see if he could exchange the necessary materials. Apart from these significant gains, there isn't much else to mention, just some scattered scriptures, battle techniques, and domains. There was no need to dwell on those. Wang Tung let out a faint sigh, feeling quite content. Wang Tung, Yu Chi Xiao, and the others are looking for you. At that moment, Round Ball's voice came through. Looking for me? Wang Tung paused for a moment, then smiled. Seems like it's about the disciple matter. Probably. Everyone is quite concerned about you, Round Ball remarked. Let them in. They'll be waiting for them in the living room, Wang Tung said as he walked out of the cultivation room. All right. Round Ball opened the gate through the estate's intelligence system, allowing Yu Chi Xiao and the others to enter. When Wang Tung came to the living room, Yu Chi Xiao, Yu Yunxian, Borit, and the other talent who joined later, including Wu Yin, Tai Beisha, Bai Chuan Lu, and many others came too. Please sit. Wang Tung smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. He then asked, Have all of you found a master? We've all found masters. What about you? Yu Chi Xiao furrowed her brow. As the president of the Constellation Society, whether or not Wang Tung had found a master was of great significance. My situation is a bit special. Don't worry about me, Wang Tung replied with a casual smile. Really? Yu Chi Xiao asked. Wu Yin, Tai Beisha, and the others looked at him in surprise. A special situation? How special was it? Chapter 2200. A terrifying number of materials. The Academy Arbitration Association Assessment. One, of course, Wang Tung said, feeling a bit amused as Yu Chi Xiao still seemed somewhat skeptical. Why didn't any strong individuals from our academy take you as their disciple? Borit couldn't help but ask. It's hard to say, Wang Tung replied. Does it have something to do with your disappearance at the top of the spiritual hollow mountain? Wu Yin suddenly spoke up. Didn't expect you to be quite clever. Wang Tung glanced at him, chuckling. Wu Yin was speechless. What do you mean by didn't expect? Did you think I was stupid? Others were also curious. Did his disappearance at the top of the spiritual hollow mountain have something to do with it? After you disappeared at the top of the spiritual hollow mountain, where did you go? Yu Chi Xiao couldn't help but ask. It's not something one can disclose. Wang Tong adopted a mysterious expression, shaking his head. Everyone was speechless, but there was nothing they could do. If Wang Tong didn't want to say, they couldn't press him further. It seems we worried for nothing. You must have had some other fortuitous encounter. Yu Qiqiao looked at Wang Tong, her eyes flickering. Wang Tong smiled. Do we need to spread this news? Many people outside have heard that you don't have a master, and some are getting restless, Yu Qiqiao said. No need to spread it. Let be like this. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and replied. All right. Yu Qiqiao nodded. She naturally followed Wang Tong's decision on this matter. With the assurance that everything was fine on Wang Tong's end, the atmosphere relaxed, and the group began to engage in casual conversation. Wang Tong learned about their disciple situations from the others. These talents had chosen excellent mentors. Wu Yin, Tai Beisha, Bai Chuan Lu, and Borat all had eternal stage rulers as their masters, and the caliber of their mentors was top-notch. Yu Qiqiao, Wade, and the others had acknowledged eternal stage martial warriors as their masters, so they could receive good guidance too. Yuan Mu has an eternal stage ruler as his master. Wang Tong was surprised. He found it unexpected that with Yuan Mu's talent, there wasn't a true god willing to take him as a disciple. Yes, Yu Qiqiao nodded and explained, several eternal stage rulers were vying to take him as their disciple, but no true god stepped forward. In the end, Yuan Mu could only choose one eternal stage ruler as his master. You should have seen his dissatisfied look at that time. Wei grinned. Oh, how dissatisfied was he? Wang Ting laughed. He practically had it written on his face. But if he doesn't relent, those eternal stage rulers might not be willing to take him as a disciple in the end, Wade said. With his pride, he probably never thought about taking an eternal stage ruler as his master. Too bad things didn't go as he wished, Wang Ting commented. It's probably because of his poor performance in the end. The true gods want not only talent, but also a good character. Yuan Mu is too proud. Yi Yinxian spoke up. Yeah, when true gods take disciples, having talent alone isn't enough. The character also needs to be exceptional. Yuan Mu is too arrogant, Wu Yin nodded and added, but this way, we don't have to fear him. We also have eternal stage rulers as our masters. Who knows who will have the last laugh in the end? As the conversation came to an end, Wu Yin couldn't help but cast a glance at Wang Tong. This guy remained an enigma. Wu Yin couldn't discern what opportunities he had truly gained in the end. For some reason, having an eternal stage ruler as his master didn't give Wu Yin any sense of superiority. Before long, everyone departed. They had their cultivation plans and couldn't afford to waste time. Wu Yin remained obedient. After losing to Wu Yin on the spiritual Hollow Mountain, he joined the Constellation Society willingly, without any complaints or resentment. However, when Wang Tong heard that Wan Dong and the others did not join the Constellation Society, he sneered. It seemed these people were still not being honest. Nevertheless, Wang Tong wasn't in a hurry to deal with them. In the future, they would naturally realize the meaning of regret. Wang Tong was extremely confident in the demon lotus poison he had planted. Unless an eternal stage powerhouse intervened, it was impossible to completely eradicate it. Instead of returning to the cultivation room, Wang Ting contemplated for a moment and then took out his spacecraft. He headed for the Smithery Volcano. The Smithery Volcano was the volcano used by the Academy's blacksmiths for refining. It was not far from the Alchemy Volcano. You could say that they were within the same region. The spaceship quickly arrived at the Smithery Volcano, and Wang Tong walked out from the spacecraft, descending towards the destination. The Smithery Volcano was designed similarly to the Alchemy Volcano. Halfway up the mountain, there was a grand hall responsible for handling various affairs. The usage rights for the volcanoes were divided based on the blacksmith's level, numbered from 1 to 9. The first 3 volcanoes were designated for blacksmiths below the master level, while the 4th to 6th were available for grandmaster blacksmiths. Considering Wang Tong's current blacksmithing proficiency, which had essentially reached the later stages of the grandmaster level, he directly descended to the 6th Smithery Volcano. He then headed towards the administrative grand hall halfway up the mountain. Many people recognized Wang Tong. After the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, he became quite famous. Almost everywhere he went, people recognized him. His reputation was not inferior to those long-established geniuses within the academy. Upon seeing Wang Tung, many were surprised, wondering why he had come to the Smithery volcano. Was he here to have weapons forged? It wasn't impossible. Many warriors sought skilled blacksmiths here to craft custom weapons. Before he entered the Grand Hall, a burly young man, accompanied by several others, walked out. Upon spotting Wang Tung, he momentarily froze, and then his eyes lit up. Junior brother Wang Tung. Who are you? Wang Tung looked at the muscular young man in front of him and asked curiously. Chapter 22:01 A terrifying number of materials. The Academy Arbitration Association Assessment. 2. This is senior brother Wu Shan, a 6th-level Grandmaster Blacksmith. He's a genius from our Smithery volcano. Before the burly young man could speak, someone behind him preemptively introduced. 6th-level Grandmaster. Wang Tung looked at the burly young man in astonishment. Despite appearing relatively young, he was a 6th-level Grandmaster Blacksmith. It's Senior Wu Shan, that genius blacksmith. I heard he reached 6th Grandmaster level only a few years after entering the Grandmaster level. Last time, one of our senior sisters on the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking specifically asked for senior brother Wu Shan's help in forging a weapon. He ended up crafting a Grandmaster 7th level battle sword and attracted a lightning calamity. The spectacle was truly magnificent. I know about this. At first, that senior sister only wanted a 6th rank Grandmaster level battle sword. In the end, senior brother Wu Shan managed to forge a 7th rank Grandmaster level 1. The senior sister was almost moved to tears. That's right, moved to tears. Senior brother Wu Shan's talent in blacksmithing is truly remarkable. The discussions around him heightened Wang Tung's astonishment. The burly young man before him was indeed a genius capable of forging weapons of superior quality, a truly rare find. Senior Wu Shan, why are you looking for me? Wang Tung asked. If you're here for weapon forging, I can take care of it for you, Wu Shan said with a smile. He was present during the grand disciple acceptance ceremony. A talent like Wang Tung was an excellent candidate for him to pull over. Hearing that Wu Shan was willingly offering to forge a weapon for Wang Tung, envy filled the hearts of the onlookers. Even if they were willing to pay a significant price, they might not be able to enlist Wu Shan's services. Geniuses like him usually only served other exceptional talents or powerful individuals. Wang Tung found it a bit amusing. Someone was unexpectedly offering to forge a weapon for him. This was a complete misunderstanding. What's the matter, junior brother? Is there anything inconvenient for you? Wu Shan inquired. It's not that. I'm here today, not for forging. I just want to see if they have some specific materials I need, Wang Tung explained. No worries about that. We have all sorts of materials here at the Smithery volcano. Follow me, Wu Shan said with a hearty laugh. He assumed that Wang Tung wasn't familiar with the Smithery volcano's resources and the abundance of precious metals available for purchase with sufficient points. Wang Tung didn't doubt Wang Tung's spending capacity, so he led him into the administrative grand hall. Wang Tung shook his head and smiled, following the overly enthusiastic senior into the grand hall and approaching the counter. Hey, Rugina, I brought a big client for you. Wu Shan lounged on the counter, addressing the curvaceous woman behind it. Wu Shan, get as far away from me as you can. I don't have time to entertain you, the voluptuous woman retorted, rolling her eyes without a trace of friendliness. Wu Shan scratched his head and said, this time I'm not joking. This is Wang Tung. You should know him. He's here to exchange materials. He stepped aside, revealing Wang Tung behind him. These physique cultivators had incredibly robust bodies, making Wang Tung seem quite petite in comparison. Just now, his figure had been entirely obscured by the towering individuals in front of him, making it impossible for those ahead to see him. Junior Wang Tung. Rugina's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Tung's figure behind her. She recognized him and finally believed Wu Shan's words. This time, he seemed to have brought someone reliable. Hello, senior sister. I'd like to see if you have these materials. Wang Tung handed her a list. Seeing the dense list of materials, Ragaina was momentarily stunned. Her crimson lips slightly parted. This seemed like an excessive amount. Even Wu Shun, standing nearby, looked stunned. What kind of weapon required such an extensive array of materials? Junior Wang Tung, are you planning to forge numerous kinds of weapons? He inquired. No, just one. Wang Tung replied. One weapon requires this many materials. Wu Shun widened his eyes, wearing an expression that clearly said, Are you kidding me? Having studied smithery for many years, he had never seen a weapon requiring such an extensive array of materials. It contradicted the basic principles of forging. Ragaina, equally bewildered, stared with astonishment. Although this was indeed a significant customer, the list was just too extensive. The densely packed materials listed above made her unsure if she could find everything. Please help me find them. If some are unavailable, just let me know. Wang Ting nodded at Ragaina. Oh, okay. Ragaina regained her composure, looking at him oddly. She stammered a bit. What kind of weapon are you trying to forge? Can you at least give me a hint? Wu Shun couldn't believe there was a weapon in the universe that required this many materials. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. It's a secret. Wang Tung chuckled. All right. Wu Shun shrugged, resigned. I was considering helping you forge it, but judging by the quantity of materials, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. No worries. I just want to take a look at the materials for now. This weapon won't be forged anytime soon, Wang Tung said. Seeing his serious expression, Wu Shun started to believe him, but curiosity burned even more intensely in his heart. What kind of weapon required such an abundance of materials? Chapter 2202, A Terrifying Number of Materials. The Academy Arbitration Association Assessment. 3. Wang Tung, your required materials have been checked, and we only have about half of them available here, Ragaina, looking a bit shocked, reported from behind the counter. Such a situation had never occurred before. The smithery volcano couldn't provide all the necessary materials, and nearly half were unavailable. Only half. Wang Tung frowned, sighing inwardly. He asked, How many points do I need to exchange for these materials? It will require 39 million points, Ragaina replied. All right, I'll exchange them, Wang Tung said without much hesitation. Just like that, Ragaina stared at him, amazed. That was more than 1 million points. Even universe-stage martial warriors wouldn't be so wealthy. Otherwise, should I leave empty-handed after coming all this way? Wang Tung said casually. Hurry up. All right. Ragaina nodded hurriedly. However, she hesitated for a moment. What if Wang Tung didn't have enough points? After all, gathering so many materials was no joking matter. Wang Tung noticed her hesitation and asked with a smile, Do you want to verify if I have enough points? No need. I believe you wouldn't bluff me. Ragaina shook her head immediately. She didn't want to offend him by questioning his points. Ragaina, you underestimated Wang Tung. He set a record on the freshman leaderboard, and the academy directly rewarded him with 1 million points. He can afford these 29 million points, Wu Shun said, smiling. Ragaina suddenly realized, her eyes sparkling. She nodded and quickly turned to help Wang Tung with the exchange procedure. She mustn't let go of this big client. Other staff around were almost turning red with envy. They couldn't believe such a good opportunity wasn't theirs. Shortly after, a staff member hurriedly arrived and handed a space equipment to Ragaina. Ragaina nodded and quickly walked over to Wang Tung. She said, Wang Tung, all the materials you need are in here. Please check if you need to count them. Sure. Wang Tung nodded, letting Round Ball help with the inventory while he followed Ragaina to pay the points. A total of 39 million points were swiped away. Wang Tung felt a bit reluctant. After purchasing these materials, he was left with only 34 million points. Points were indeed not easy to come by. Are you feeling heartache for spending all the points? Wu Shun teased upon seeing Wang Tung's expression. A bit, Wang Tung admitted with a sigh. But your generosity is impressive. Spending 39 million points for less than half the materials. and there's probably even more needed for the remaining half. I see some main materials are still missing, Wu Shun remarked. Wang Teng winced. Senior, didn't you say everything is available here? Wu Shun's expression froze. He felt that he was slapped in the face. He hadn't expected Wang Teng's required materials to be so specialized. They were not common forging materials. The rest of the materials may be available, and if Junior Wang Teng needs them, we can exchange contact information. I will notify you as soon as there's any news, Ragaina suggested, eagerly looking at Wang Teng. A good customer like him should be developed into a long-term client, especially considering his exceptional talent. Wang Teng agreed and exchanged contact information with Ragaina. After finishing the transaction, he left. Come back anytime, and if you need anything, just let me know, Wu Shun said. Thanks, Senior. Wang Teng smiled faintly. Despite the senior's excessive enthusiasm, he seemed like a decent person. The two of them exchanged contacts. After exchanging contact information, Wang Teng and Wu Shun parted ways. As Wang Teng was about to board the spacecraft to leave, Roundball opened a message. Wang Teng, the Academy Arbitration Committee, sent a message. Academy Arbitration Association. Wang Teng was briefly surprised, and as he quickly read the message, a somewhat ambiguous smile appeared on his face. Did they notify me to participate in the Associate Council Member Promotion Assessment? Do they not know that I have already rejected this Associate Council Member position? Or are they assuming I'll go? Chapter 2203. President, you have to help me. 1. Are you going? Roundball asked curiously. It knew Wang Teng's temperament, and he was not someone to be bullied. The Academy Arbitration Association's actions clearly indicated they did not take his wishes seriously. The meaning was clear. Based on the Academy's request, they granted him the status of an associate council member, whether he liked it or not. This attitude revealed the somewhat overbearing nature of the Academy Arbitration Association. Perhaps over the years, no one had dared to challenge their authority, leading them to assume it was their rightful position. Unfortunately, Wang Teng was not one to cooperate with others or play along. Well, unless the person was his friend. If his friends wanted to show off their power, he didn't mind cooperating with them. If he cooperated now, they would cooperate with him later. However, for unfriendly individuals, the rule was simple. They should stay as far away from him as possible. For Wang Teng, joining the Academy Arbitration Association was an option, not a necessity. After thinking about it, he made a decision. Sure, why not? Wang Teng's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Joining the Academy Arbitration Association is necessary. I'm interested in the Stellar Arbitration Council. Joining the Academy Arbitration Association is a prerequisite for entering the Stellar Arbitration Council. I want to deal with the Parker's family, and to do that, I must become a formidable force in the universe. Though that's the case, last time, didn't you say you didn't want to go? Why the change of heart? Roundball asked curiously. Look at this message. They notified me to participate in the Associate Council Member Promotion Assessment. It seems they have two purposes, Wang Teng replied with a smile. What's the purpose? Roundball frowned. Isn't it just to make you participate in the assessment? Look at your simple mind. Aren't you an intelligent life form? Wang Teng said disdainfully. Roundball felt a bit speechless. This guy criticized it at every turn. It had dignity too. What's more, as an intelligent life form, it was more useful in the virtual world. Understanding the complexities of the human mind was not its strong suit. There was simply no basis for comparison. After casually teasing Roundball, Wang Teng explained, if my guess is correct, one purpose is to attract me and make me willingly accept the status of an associate council member. The other purpose is to show authority and let me know that becoming a counselor is not that easy. Yeah, why did I forget about that? Except for you, the other associate council members should be martial warriors above the heaven stage. The difficulty of this assessment is not low, and they must think you can't pass it. Roundball suddenly realized and exclaimed, That's right. They assume I won't pass this assessment, Wang Teng said with a glint in his eyes. He chuckled and continued, So, one can't let them have their way. However, one won't participate in the assessment. Instead, they'll go directly to demand the position of counselor. I want this counselor position. How do you plan to do it? Roundball looked at him with curiosity, wondering what his confident plan was. Help me contact the president, Wang Tung said without elaborating. The president and others had left their contact information before, allowing Wang Tung to reach out to them at any time. Roundball was puzzled about what Wang Tung was going to do. With a dubious expression, it contacted the president. Soon, the screen lit up, and the figure of the president emerged. At the moment, he was in a field full of peculiar spirit flowers and plants. The president held a small piece of soil in his hand and casually scattered it across the field. He had a smile on his face, humming an ancient tune. It was obvious that he was dealing with the five-colored soil he won from the God Stage Fire Element Martial Warrior. His mood was excellent. Seeing Wang Tung, he became even more amiable. What a good kid. While handling his affairs, he asked with a smile, "Little one, what brings you to me so quickly?" "President, you have to help me out," Wang Tung shouted as soon as he saw the president. Roundball was a bit stunned. He had just shown a confident demeanor, but now he could look so distressed. He changed his expression so quickly. The president looked at him, feeling a bit puzzled at this moment. He asked in surprise, "What happened?" "President, someone bullied me," Wang Tung said. "Who can bully you?" The president asked, a bit incredulous. He knew this guy's strength very well. Ordinary people couldn't bully him at all. Moreover, looking at his appearance now, there was no sign of being bullied. "The Academy Arbitration Association." Wang Tung replied. "What's going on? Tell me." The president seemed to think of something. He furrowed his brows as he asked. "The Academy Arbitration Association has gone too far." Wang Tung exaggerated the situation, pitifully telling the story. "President, you must be aware of the difficulty of the assessment. I'm just a freshman, a mere Cosmo Stage warrior. How could one possibly pass? Aren't they just bullying people?" The president's frown deepened. The Academy Arbitration Association did seem to have gone too far. It was no wonder this kid came to him to complain. But then, his expression became a bit strange. "A freshman? A mere Cosmo Stage martial warrior? How many Cosmo Stage warriors are as monstrous as you? If this little guy really participates in the assessment, he might pass it. President, I've made contributions to our stellar academy. I've worked hard. Even if one don't have merits, one have my hardships. One absolutely won't endure this humiliation." Wang Tung sneaked a glance at the president as he continued to plead. Chapter 2204 President, you have to help me. All right. I know about this, and I'll make sure you get justice, the president said, smiling and shaking his head. He was certain that this little guy was completely pretending, but being genuinely aggrieved was also true. Wang Tung's contributions to the academy were enough to warrant a counselor position. This was just the Academy Arbitration Association, not the Stellar Arbitration Council. If it were the latter, everything would be different. Now, with Wang Tung being suppressed like this, it was evident that there was something fishy within the Academy Arbitration Association. "Really?" Wang Tung's eyes lit up, immediately asking, "Why will I deceive you?" "Just wait for the message," the president said. "Haha, President, you're indeed wise and powerful, able to distinguish what's right and wrong." Wang Tung grinned. "All right, that's enough. You little rascal." The president chuckled, waving his hand, and the holographic screen disappeared. "Done." Wang Tung comfortably sat in the spacecraft's seat, crossing his legs. Roundball was stunned, not yet recovering from the series of actions Wang Tung had just taken. This was too shameless. Wang Tung's shamelessness once again refreshed its understanding. How could he cry to others without any pressure? Where's his dignity? Why, do you think this method is not good? Wang Tung glanced at it and asked. "Well, it's fine," Roundball said. "Then it's settled," Wang Tung smiled. "Now, I just need to wait for the message." Wang Tung returned to his estate on the spacecraft and immediately entered the cultivation chamber to resume his training. Meanwhile, news about the Arbitration Association's assessment for associate council members spread among the martial warriors. The Arbitration Association had always been a particularly special entity within the Academy, drawing attention with every move it made. What's more, this was regarding the promotion of associate council members. The birth of each counselor would result in a power shift, signifying the emergence of a new influential group. It also implies a change in authority, leading to many martial warriors voluntarily attaching themselves to counselors. This was because becoming a senator within the Arbitration Association opened the gateway to the Stellar Arbitration Council. It was an opportunity to join this prestigious organization. Simultaneously, the list of candidates eligible for the counselor promotion assessment was revealed, and many were astonished by one particular name. Wang Tung, a name that surprised many, appeared on the list. People found it inconceivable because, after all, he was still a freshman. How could he become an associate council member? The promotion of the associate council member has started. Wang Tung's name is among them. After some time, Yu Chi-Chiao and the others heard the news and wanted to contact Wang Tung. They knew half a year ago that the Academy Arbitration Association had granted Wang Tung the status of an associate council member. In other words, as long as he acknowledged this identity, he would be qualified to participate in the associate council member's promotion assessment. But back then, Wang Tung refused. He didn't even go to report. Now would he go? People like Yu Chi-Chiao still hoped that Wang Tung would go because once he became a counselor, those who followed him would also receive significant benefits. Even if it was just acknowledging the identity of an associate council member, it was fine. After all, they were fighting for the future, not the present. The main members of the Constellation Society gathered to discuss this matter. Wang Tung is an associate council member of the Academy Arbitration Association. Bai Chuan Lu, Tai Bei Sha, and the others looked at Yu Chi-Chiao in astonishment. Although many insiders knew that Wang Tung had received the notice of appointment as an associate council member from the Academy Arbitration Association 6 months ago, those were people with connections within the Academy Arbitration Association. Bai Chuan Lu, Tai Bei Sha, and others didn't know about it, so they were still unaware of this matter. Yes, Yu Chi-Chiao nodded. Many people knew about this, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, since it involved Wang Tung, she guessed that it wasn't that simple, which was why she contacted everyone to discuss it together. Why did he refuse? Tai Beisha wondered. Yu Chi-Chiao briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. If it were me, even if I experienced some unfair treatment, I'm afraid I would accept it. After all, this is the status of an associate council member. Although it may not be possible to be promoted now, once I reach the heaven stage, there is a good chance of becoming a counselor. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Wang Tung is different from us. Reynolds shook his head. People are different, and it's exasperating, Bai Chuan Lu said indifferently. Shall we ask him directly? Yu Chi-Chiao asked. It's better to ask him directly. Others can't decide for him in this matter. Yu Yun-Xian spoke up. You're right. Yu Chi-Chiao sighed. She turned on her wristwatch and contacted Wang Tung. The communication was promptly established, and Wang Tung appeared on the screen, smiling. Is it about the Arbitration Association? It seems you already know, Yu Chi-Chiao said. I obtained the message a long time ago. You don't need to worry about this. I've already resolved it, and there will be news soon. It's already resolved. Yu Chi-Chiao and the others were stunned. They were still worrying about it, and Wang Tung had already solved it. This was quite fast. Yes, there should be results in a few days, Wang Tung said. How did you resolve it? Yu Chi-Chiao asked. Cough, confidential. Confidential. Wang Tung cleared his throat and said, Why are you being so secretive? Yu Chi-Chiao was speechless. Then she asked, Can you still join the Arbitration Association? Yes. Wang Tung nodded. And not just an associate council member. Yu Chi-Chiao and the others instantly showed surprise on their faces. If he wasn't an associate council member, he couldn't be an ordinary arbitration association member. There was only one possibility. Counselor. They widened their gaze in disbelief. Will he become a counselor? As everyone knew, becoming a counselor in the Academy Arbitration Association was extremely difficult. It required multiple selections and assessments, with a significant number of candidates failing to pass. Otherwise, the Academy Arbitration Association wouldn't have used this to block Wang Tung's promotion. Now, Wang Tung casually told them that he was about to enter the Academy Arbitration Association, and there was a high possibility of becoming a counselor. Who could believe that? You're going to become a counselor? Wu Yin asked. You should understand in a few days. Wang Tung didn't directly answer. Wu Yin and the others gritted their teeth. Why are you leaving someone hanging? Couldn't he satisfy their curiosity? Wang Tung didn't say much more. He exchanged a few words with them and then ended the communication, leaving Yu Qiqiao and the others bewildered. They smiled bitterly. This guy's infuriating, Yu Qiqiao stated helplessly. Speaking of it, if the boss becomes a counselor in the Academy Arbitration Association, we can do whatever we want in the academy. Wade suddenly sniggered. Come on, even if he becomes a counselor, there will be many constraints, and even more people will be watching him. There's no room for the slightest mistake. Yu Qiqiao retorted with an eye roll. I was just talking. Wade scratched his head awkwardly. But it's indeed a good thing. Yu Qiqiao smiled again and said, if he can become a counselor, we can get a lot of conveniences. How did he manage to become a counselor so quickly? Wu Yin questioned somewhat enviously. Who knows? Yu Qiqiao shrugged. Don't envy him. There's only one Wang Tung in the 7 stellar academies for so many years. You can't envy that. Reynolds patted him on the shoulder and laughed. I'm not envious, Wu Yin stated with a slight pout, but it was evident that he was not sincere. Everyone teased him. In fact, when it came to envy, they were not exempt. Wang Tung actually made it to the assessment list. Feng Qingjian's expression changed slightly when he heard this news. The reason he dared to act recklessly against Wang Tung initially was because he believed that Wang Tung had been blacklisted by the Academy Arbitration Association and wasn't favored by the 7 judges. But now, seeing Wang Tung appear on the assessment list again, it meant that Wang Tung's associate council member was unchangeable. Even the 7 judges had to admit that Wang Tung was an associate council member. He couldn't accept this. Back then, he didn't enter the Academy Arbitration Association because he didn't like relying on others, and he eventually founded the Qingyan Society. Wang Tung founded the Constellation Society himself and made it prominent. Now, he was about to join the Academy Arbitration Association and become an associate council member. The comparison made him, who was at the peak of the universe stage, a little jealous of Wang Tung. Chapter 2205. What do you want to do to Counselor Wang Tung? 1. In the vast cosmos, with billions of trillions of stars. Here, the existence of any peculiar celestial body was possible. Even eternal stage martial warriors might not know about it. In the vast expanse of the universe, in a remote corner, a silver-white star quietly floats in the void. There are no other stars around, only endless cosmic dust drifting. This planet hovers alone, radiating light like a lone ranger in the universe. There was no sign of life on this planet, only some peculiar metals emitting a silver-white glow. The radiance comes from these exotic metals. If a powerful being were present, they would notice that these peculiar metals emit a special fluctuation as if it were a very unique energy. What no one knew was that within the stellar core of this planet, a figure with silver-white, long hair sits quietly in a cross-legged position, absorbing the peculiar energy from the planet. This person emitted a faint fluorescence, making his facial features indiscernible. Upon closer observation, one would notice several acupoints on his body emitting dazzling light, and it was through these acupoints that the peculiar energy entered his body. At a certain moment, the person slowly opened his eyes. The indifferent gaze resembled 2 celestial bodies, making it impossible for others to look directly at him. He lowered his head to look at the wristwatch in his hand, where a message was displayed. Boom! After reading the message, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him, causing the dense energy in the stellar core to ripple. The entire planet trembled as if it was on the verge of collapse. After a moment, he sent out a message. His expression remained unchanged as he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to external matters. It was as if nothing could disturb his cultivation. The planet, situated in the depths of the cosmic void, returned to a silent state as though the previous disturbance had never occurred. 3 days later, Wang Tung, who was cultivating in the estate, opened his eyes and looked at the wristwatch in his hand. Round Ball's figure appeared beside him, shocked. Wang Tung, the Academy Arbitration Association has officially appointed you as a counselor. As expected of the president, even the Academy Arbitration Association has to yield. Wang Tung smiled. That's for sure. No matter how powerful the Academy Arbitration Association is, it can't compare to the president, Roundball said. However, you're the only one who can get the president to speak up for you personally. Oomph. Wang Tung snorted lightly. It's just that the Academy Arbitration Association doesn't know what's good for them. With my contributions, they should understand how to handle it without the president's intervention. It seems that someone doesn't want you to enter the core of the Academy Arbitration Association so quickly, Roundball nodded, saying, Whoever it is, it's just futile, Wang Tung said with a cold smile. The Academy Arbitration Association asked you to go over for the handover procedures, Roundball said. Fine, since I'm already a counselor. You'll reluctantly go take a look. Wang Tung stood up, stretched lazily, and said casually, Look at how proud you are. Even a universe-stage martial warrior would run over obediently if he knew that he had become a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. Yet you're acting so indifferent, Roundball said with a speechless expression. It's not being indifferent, but I simply don't value this counselor status much. It's just a stepping stone, Wang Tung said calmly. Roundball didn't know what to say. Was there anything more pretentious than this? One actor, Wang Tung arrived outside the estate, retrieved his spacecraft, and headed straight to the Academy Arbitration Association. The Academy Arbitration Association. For many students, this place represented the authority of the younger generation, and it was also a place that many aspired to. Members of the Academy Arbitration Association with the emblem badge on their chests walked in and out of the central building, carrying a faint sense of arrogance. Their gaze toward ordinary students carried a lofty demeanor. At this moment, a menacing black spacecraft swiftly approached from a distance and finally hovered above the Academy Arbitration Association building. Who is this? How dare they hover their spacecraft over the Academy Arbitration Association? Doesn't this person know that only members of the Academy Arbitration Association, ranked counselor and above, can directly fly a spacecraft into this place? He's done for. The Academy Arbitration Association won't easily let anyone challenge its authority. The people below were astounded when they saw the spacecraft in the sky. Then, many of them started gloating. Under everyone's gaze, the cabin door of the spacecraft opened and a figure walked out. Wang Tung. That looks like Wang Tung. It's him. If it's him, there shouldn't be any problem. He's finished. The Academy Arbitration Association won't let off anyone who dares to challenge its authority, even if he's an associate council member. Watch, he's definitely in for trouble. Just an associate council member, not even a full counselor. No associate council member has ever dared to be so audacious. Moreover, didn't he refuse to become an associate council member of the Academy Arbitration Association? Refuse? Who could reject the position of an associate council member in the Academy Arbitration Association? Wang Tung is already extremely lucky to be able to become an associate council member as a new student. How can he give up? Many people recognized Wang Tung's identity, and their expressions varied, accompanied by numerous discussions. 3 days ago, upon learning that Wang Tung had the status of an associate council member in the Academy Arbitration Association, many felt envy and jealousy. Chapter 2206. What do you want to do to Counselor Wang Tung? 2. So, when many people saw him appear and even violate the authority of the Academy Arbitration Association, there was a touch of mockery. They all halted their departure and prepared to watch the excitement. Wang Tung was too famous. For new students, he might have become a benchmark, an admired figure, but for the senior students, it was a different story. Many senior students harbored a kind of hostility toward this excessively outstanding freshman. especially after he became an associate council member of the Arbitration Association. This touched upon the interests of the senior students. All the seniors were once freshmen. Like other freshmen, they had been suppressed and yielded to the tyranny of the senior students. However, Wang Tung took an unconventional path, climbing directly to the top of these senior students. Although Wang Tung did not intentionally do this, his actions had already subtly taken on this trend. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a cold shout echoed from within the Academy Arbitration Association. Several figures appeared abruptly in the sky, standing not far from Wang Tung. Wang Tung furrowed his brow and looked at the figures that had appeared before him. They were all heaven stage martial warriors, and the aura emanating from them was formidable. These were not ordinary heaven stage martial warriors. His gaze swept over them, eventually fixing on the leader, a young man with reddish-brown hair. Wang Tung squinted slightly. "So, you're the 86 senior. I wonder why you're blocking my way?" Wang Tung appeared somewhat enlightened and asked, "Any particular reason, senior?" Akam, hearing Wang Tung call him the 86 senior, instantly felt insulted. He felt speechless, and his face turned green. This bastard. The martial warriors behind him couldn't help but twitch their mouths, their gazes somewhat peculiar. They were well aware that Akam was ranked 86th on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. But what was with this 86 senior title? It turned what should have been an honor into something comical, thanks to Wang Tung's mockery. Wang Tung seemed to be quite sarcastic. "Wang Tung, do you even know where you are?" Akam said coldly. "It's the Academy Arbitration Association. How can one not know about it?" Wang Tung replied calmly. "Since you know this is the Academy Arbitration Association, why did you hover your spacecraft above the central building of the Academy Arbitration Association? Do you even respect the Academy Arbitration Association?" Akam questioned loudly. Wang Tung tilted his head, showing a hint of disdain as he looked at Akam. "So what? How dare you?" Akam was infuriated. A cold glint flashed past his eyes as he shouted coldly, "You're so disrespectful to the Arbitration Association. Why do you have to be the associate council member of the Arbitration Association?" With a swift motion of his hand, he ordered, "Take him down. I will ask the counselors to make the decision and cancel Wang Tung's associate council member status." As soon as his words fell, Akam was already reaching out to grab Wang Tung. Simultaneously, the others behind him vanished instantly from their original positions, rushing toward Wang Tung, sealing off his surroundings. As one of the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warriors, Akam's ability was naturally at the peak of the Heaven Stage. Normal Heaven Stage martial warriors couldn't be compared to him. His speed was unimaginably fast, and with a thunderous sound, he almost arrived instantaneously in front of Wang Tung. Fire force congregated on his hand as he clawed at Wang Tung's neck. Among all possible approaches, he chose the most humiliating one. He chose to directly subdue Wang Tung and suppress him. Moreover, it was all happening in front of so many people. He wanted to strip Wang Tung of all dignity. As the distance closed, a trace of disdain finally appeared on Akam's face. This Wang Tung was just a freshman. Even if he had exceptional talent, what qualifications did he have to contend with him? Today happened to be the day he would crush Wang Tung. Even heaven was helping him. Seeing this scene, some shook their heads, some reveled in the misfortune, while others were filled with sympathy. Had Wang Tung lost his mind? Otherwise, how could he make such a low-level mistake, allowing others to catch a handle? Phi would suffer a huge loss today. A figure flew out from the Academy Arbitration Association's building. His long silver-white hair was quite conspicuous. It was Yuan Mu. He came with Akam today to settle the matter of joining the Academy Arbitration Association. Based on his performance during the Grand Disciple Acceptance Ceremony, he had already qualified to join the Academy Arbitration Association as a member. However, he didn't expect to run into this situation. Akam was eager to subdue Wang Tung to give him a lesson, so he threw him aside. At this moment, Yuan Mu also followed them out. Seeing that Wang Tung was about to be subdued, a glint flashed in his eyes. His expression was indifferent. The dignity of the Academy Arbitration Association must not be violated. Although Akam was a bit excessive, this was a lesson that Wang Tung deserved, and there was no one else to blame. In the sky, a cold light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. He sneered. Two different types of divine flames erupted from his body. The green flame and the crimson flame congregated into dragon scales on his body. Intense heat radiated in all directions. At the same time, a rumbling sound of surging blood flowed from his body like thunder. A mysterious golden pattern appeared on his forehead. Boom! At the next moment, he raised his fist and punched Akam. The void exploded, collapsing directly. Terrifying black cracks spread out in all directions. Akam's pupils suddenly contracted as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, at such a close distance, he couldn't retract his attack. Moreover, he didn't believe that Wang Tung, a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, could contend with a powerhouse like him listed on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. In an instant, the two attacks collided. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed in the air, causing many people to show shock on their faces. At this moment, a figure was sent flying. Akam. It was Akam. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. How could Akam be the one sent flying? Yuan Mu's face also revealed a trace of astonishment and shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Akam's face was full of shock. His arm was trembling uncontrollably. It seemed like the bones in his hand were broken. How could Wang Tung's strength be so formidable? Impossible. How could the strength of a Cosmo Stage martial warrior threaten him? Akam couldn't believe the result. What right do you have to take me down? Wang Ting put down his fist casually and looked at Akam in the distance. Akam's face alternated between pale and red. What could be more humiliating than this? Previously, it was only verbal humiliation, but now Wang Tung used strength to humiliate him. He gave him the illusion that he was facing a top 10 powerhouse on the top Lu Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. Gasp! The people below finally reacted, and a buzz of discussion erupted. No one could have expected this outcome. A Heaven Stage powerhouse was sent flying by a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, and it seemed he had taken quite a beating. Could these two be cooperating to stage a dramatic scene to boost Wang Tung's reputation? Many people couldn't help but think so in their hearts. Capture him. Akam, now ignoring his dignity, immediately shouted to the several Heaven Stage martial warriors surrounding them. Originally, those Heaven Stage martial warriors only planned to block the surroundings and didn't intend to take action. They believed Akam alone would be enough to handle Wang Tung. However, the reality was different. Akam had been sent flying. This stunned them momentarily, but upon hearing Akam's voice, they snapped back to attention and rushed toward Wang Tung. Stop! At this moment, a commanding shout echoed from the interior of the Academy Arbitration Association Hall, and a figure burst out. The Heaven Stage martial warriors instinctively halted their movements and looked at the person. Counselor Wu Da. Akam's expression changed slightly. He heard that Counselor Wu Da seemed to hold Wang Tung in high regard and helped him quite a bit in the past. Counselor Wu Da, Wang Tung has violated the authority of the Academy Arbitration Association. Are you still going to protect him? Akam preemptively spoke out loudly. Counselor Wu Da looked at him indifferently and said with a faint smile, "Could you please repeat that? What do you want to do to Counselor Wang Tung? I didn't hear you clearly." Akam swallowed hard, looking utterly confused, and said, What are you talking about? Chapter 22:07 Akam's Struggle. Counselor Wang Tung. As Wu Da's words spread, not only was Akam stunned, but others also froze. They wore expressions of astonishment. The Heaven Stage martial warriors who initially intended to take action against Wang Tung were now caught in a dilemma. They couldn't proceed with their actions, nor could they retreat. Glancing between Akam and Wu Da, their gazes eventually settled on Wang Tung, displaying extreme awkwardness. They were profoundly shocked. What did Counselor Wu Da just call him? A counselor? Seriously? A freshman becoming a counselor? Could anything be more absurd? From a distance, Yuan Mu's eyes widened slightly, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Counselor. Wang Tung became a counselor. He just aimed to become an ordinary member of the Academy Arbitration Association, but Wang Tung had already become a counselor. The gap between them seemed to have widened unconsciously. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart pounded furiously, and he couldn't calm down. Counselor! After a moment of silence, a thunderous exclamation erupted from the crowd below. Their gazes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the young figure in the sky, their expressions full of shock. The sudden appearance of a freshly appointed counselor left everyone somewhat incredulous. Wang Tung was a little surprised. This senior brother Wuda was a counselor, and he came out to help him. Interesting. No, something's not right. Occam's expression changed slightly. His face darkened as he said, Wang Tung is just an associate council member who hasn't undergone the assessment. How could he become a counselor? You must be fooling me. Everyone was stunned. They were puzzled. Indeed, Wang Tung had not undergone the assessment. How could he become a counselor? Initially, they chose to believe it subconsciously because it came from Counselor Wu De's mouth. But now, prompted by Occam's words, they felt that something seemed amiss. If becoming a counselor was that easy, everyone would be a counselor by now. Wuda snorted uncontrollably. Counselor Wuda, why are you laughing? If you can't provide an explanation for this matter, even if you're a counselor, you might not be able to protect him, Occam said with a slightly darkened expression. I don't need to protect anyone. Wuda glanced at him and calmly said, the notice appointing Wang Tung as a counselor has already been issued, and any counselor is aware of it. You don't have the qualifications to know about it. Occam's face turned green. He didn't have the qualifications to know. He was looking down on him. However, he was unable to retort. He was just an associate council member, while Wuda was a genuine counselor. His status was much higher than his. At the same time, tumultuous waves surged within him. Did Wang Tung really become a counselor? The crowd below, upon hearing Wu De's words, once again turned their gaze towards Wang Tung, their expressions incredibly complex. They had no choice but to believe Wu De. He said that all the counselors knew about this matter. There was little room for doubt. Such lies were easily exposed. So, what Counselor Wu De said had to be true. Occam was still unwilling to believe. He immediately sent a message through his wristwatch. It seems you still don't believe it. Let me give you another chance to struggle. Wu De shook his head, crossed his arms, and looked at Occam mockingly, seemingly indifferent to his attempt to confirm the information. 86 Senior, don't be in a hurry. Take your time to confirm. One can wait. Wang Tung's lips curled into a faint sneer as he said calmly. Seeing their resolute expressions, Occam's sense of foreboding grew stronger. At this moment, he felt like he was pushed to the edge of a cliff with no room for retreat. Standing in place, he became increasingly restless. The gaze of those around him was like a weight, making him extremely uncomfortable. He no longer cared about what Wang Tung called him. If Wang Tung had become a counselor, his troubles would be significant. Yuan Mu's side. The truth was already certain. If Occam persisted, he would only bring humiliation upon himself. He looked at Wang Tung, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Why was this person so much more outstanding than him, despite both being freshmen? Was there such a monster in the world? Even his brother wouldn't be able to reach this stage at his age. No, this Wang Tung was just luckier. How could he compare to his brother? After some time, Occam received a message on his wristwatch. He hurriedly lowered his head to take a look, and his expression froze. 86 Senior, what's the result? Is it what you expect? Are you surprised? Wang Tung asked with a smile. Occam, surprised? At this moment, the information he received from a certain counselor undoubtedly came as a great shock, leaving him devoid of any chance to struggle. In an instant, he felt as if he had been plunged into an abyss. His entire body turned cold. Wu De's facial muscles twitched for a moment. He wanted to laugh, but had to forcefully hold back. Wang Tung was truly as cheeky as ever. Let's go. Occam feigned composure, coldly snorted, and turned around to lead his people away. Wang Tung's figure suddenly flashed, blocking Occam's path. He calmly said, Did I say you could leave? What do you want? Occam's eye corner twitched uncontrollably. He glared at Wang Tung warily. What do one want? Don't you find it ridiculous that you're asking me that? Wang Tung replied. Wu De stood on the side, watching this scene with a smile, showing no intention of intervening. After Wang Tung's identity was exposed, Occam and the others couldn't afford to provoke him anymore. If they dared to make a move again, it would only worsen their situation. This time, he stepped in to ease the tension between him and Wang Tung. Earlier, when he learned that Wang Tung had refused the identity of an associate council member and that the Constellation Society was attacked by the Qingyan Society, he didn't lend a helping hand. It had already strained their relationship. Now that he learned Wang Tung had become a counselor, no matter what, he had to mend their relationship. Wang Tung, Senior Occam, didn't know your identity before, leading to this misunderstanding. Why do you have to be so aggressive, clinging stubbornly to this matter? Yuan Mu walked over from a distance, coming to Occam's aid. Wu De, upon seeing Yuan Mu's silvery white long hair from afar, squinted. Isn't this the second one? Wang Tung looked at Yuan Mu, expressing surprise. Everyone he defeated seemed to be referred to as the second. Yuan Mu, the second one, Wood looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. It took guts to call that person's younger brother the second. Wang Tung was incredibly bold. Or was he unaware of Yuan Mu's identity? Considering the latter possibility, Wu De immediately sent a message through a voice transmission. Wang Tung, Yuan Mu's identity is not simple. He is the younger brother of a judge. Indeed, he's a judge's younger brother. Wang Tung's gaze flickered. He had suspected it before, and now he received confirmation from Wu De. However, so what if he was the younger brother of judge? He didn't even give the judges any face, let alone his brother. You were watching the show from the sidelines, and now, you want to intervene? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Mu and asked. Yuan Mu's expression changed slightly. Wang Ting clearly wasn't giving him any face. Didn't he know his identity? If it were someone else, even a counselor, they would probably show some respect if they knew his identity. If there's nothing else, please step aside. Unless, Wang Tung paused, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. He continued in a calm tone. You want to be my enemy? Yuan Mu's pupils contracted. This guy was threatening him. Wood, on the sidelines, was at a loss for words. Even after learning Yuan Mu's identity, Wang Tung still confronted him in such a manner, clearly showing no regard for Yuan Mu's elder brother. Wood couldn't help but feel speechless. How audacious was this guy? He dared to disregard even a judge. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't dare to offend a judge. Yuan Mu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Occam stepped forward, looking at Wang Tung with a cold smile. Indeed, I misunderstood first, but you didn't reveal your identity, so you can't blame others. If you want to use this to accuse me, then you should check if other counselors agree. At this moment, Occam felt a bit more confident. He suddenly realized that, even though Wang Tung had become a counselor, his status was quite awkward. Firstly, Wang Tung's strength wasn't enough to win everyone's respect. Secondly, from the communication with the counselor earlier, Occam learned that Wang Tung's appointment as a counselor wasn't well received. From the judges to other counselors, not many sincerely hoped for Wang Tung to join the Academy Arbitration Association. Of course, there might be some counselors who would support Wang Tung, like the current counselor Wu De. However, Occam was confident that the majority of counselors would stand against Wang Tung. After all, Wang Tung's existence was too unconventional. A freshman becoming a senator was an insult to all counselors. Those counselors had struggled through hardships, competing with numerous geniuses, and finally passed the assessment to become counselors. In contrast, Wang Tung went from an ordinary student to a regular member of the Arbitration Association, then to an associate council member, and finally became a counselor. It was too easy. His promotion path turned the efforts of other counselors into a joke. Senior Wu De, may I inquire about the Academy Arbitration Association's procedures when an associate council member inexplicably attacks a counselor? Wang Tung ignored Occam and turned to Wu De, posing the question. Well, Wu De couldn't help but furrow his brow. What Occam had thought of, he had naturally considered as well. Although Wang Tung had become a counselor, his situation didn't seem favorable. In such circumstances, persisting in confronting Occam was not a wise choice. However, when he saw the calm expression on Wang Tung's face, he realized that the latter had no intention of letting it go. Having known Wang Tung for a considerable time, Wuda understood that this junior was not someone who would remain silent after being mistreated. When Feng Qingyan of the Qingyan Society bullied him, Wang Tung had fiercely fought back. It was no different with Occam. Physically assaulting a counselor gives the counselor the right to subdue the aggressor and revoke their associate council member status. Wuda glanced at Occam, sighed inwardly, and responded, "Very well. I'm reassured by your words." Wang Tung smiled and nodded. Occam's pupils suddenly contracted. In the next moment, although a smile lingered on Wang Tung's face, and his gaze turned completely cold, he surged forward, heading straight for Occam. Boom! Chapter 22:08. Ruthless and Domineering. 1 boom. A terrifying fist imprint erupted from Wang Tung's fist. Flames coalesced and emanated scorching heat. Wu De was astonished, completely caught off guard by Wang Tung's swift and ruthless response. He decided to strike without any hesitation. Also, where did he get his confidence to attack a Heaven Stage martial warrior on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking? Occam, equally surprised, reacted swiftly retreating with a hint of a cold smile on his face. I did underestimate you in our previous encounter, but do you think your Cosmo Stage strength can contend with me? It's laughable. A crisp sound echoed as his arm produced a cracking noise, and the previously shattered arm bones instantly healed. He then slammed his palm forcefully towards Wang Tung's fist imprint. The crimson force flames condensed into a palm imprint, unmatched in power, emanating a peculiar fluctuation, the power of the domain. Oh, really? Wang Tung sneered coldly, unleashing the power of his physique into the fist imprint. Sixth realm power. It was an incredibly formidable force. Wang Tung's master hadn't explicitly told him the extent of the realm power's strength, but he could sense the terrifying nature of this power. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors might not be able to wield such a potent force. Furthermore, Wang Tung was currently using the power of his domain, the 6th rank flame domain. Without holding back, he directly merged it into the fist imprint, pushing his strength toward the 7th realm power. Boom! In the next instant, the collision of their attacks resonated with a dreadful, thunderous sound. The void trembled, revealing rifts in space, and the force imbued with scorching intent surged outwards, causing the expressions of many to subtly change. This temperature, Occam's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the temperature of Wang Tung's flaming fist imprint was unusually high. It wasn't ordinary fire. Divine flame. His gaze fell upon the 2 types of flames entwined around Wang Tung, quickly deducing what kind of flames they were. Only divine flames possessed such terrifying temperatures. Moreover, Wang Tung harbored 2 types of divine flames, which was simply inconceivable. Before he could think more, a formidable force swept over him, and his palm imprint instantly crumbled. Splat! Occam was shocked as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. How is this possible? How can your strength be so formidable? He halted his retreat, staring at Wang Tung in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. Number 86 on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking? Is that it? Wang Tung twisted his fist and looked at his opponent calmly. Wu De's face was filled with astonishment. How could Wang Tung's strength be so formidable? He saw Wang Tung and Occam's exchange of blows. Initially, he thought Occam was being careless, but now it seemed otherwise. Wang Tung's strength truly surpassed expectations. Come on, let's continue. Wang Tung shouted and charged forward once again. You are just a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. I don't believe that you can defeat me. Occam, infuriated and embarrassed, roared and charged at Wang Tung. Boom! 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 The 2 clashed in the sky, exchanging attacks that resonated with the power of their domains. Terrifying forces were unleashed. Sixth rank domain. Wu-Da looked up at Wang Teng in the sky, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. It was truly inconceivable for a Cosmo Stage martial warrior to possess a sixth rank domain. Yuan Yu's expression also changed. Wang Teng's strength had become even more formidable than when he fought him on the freshman leaderboard. What had he experienced after reaching the summit of the spiritual Hollow Mountain? Many speculated about the opportunities Wang Teng might have gained after reaching the summit of the spiritual Hollow Mountain. But no one could guess accurately. Yuan Mu asked his brother, but even his brother didn't know. At this moment, everyone was focused on the ongoing battle. They were all shocked, never expecting that a Cosmo Stage martial warrior like Wang Teng could directly confront Occam, who was listed on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. At the same time, they were curious. Could Wang Teng win Occam? If Wang Teng won, wouldn't he be able to directly replace Occam and become the 86th on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking? But the issue was, Wang Teng was only a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. A Cosmo Stage martial warrior entering the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking was akin to a husky infiltrating a pack of wolves. Boom! In the sky, the intensity of the battle escalated. Occam's realm had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Stage, so his force was unquestionably more profound than Wang Teng's. He sneered at Wang Teng, his gaze fixed on him. To take me down, your strength is still insufficient. Let's see how long you can last with your Cosmo Stage force. As his words fell, he appeared above Wang Teng, bringing down a palm with a terrifying flame imprint that seemed to blot out the sky and crush Wang Teng. This palm contained the power of an 8th rank domain. Occam's strength was indeed formidable. He mastered the 8th rank domain and could seamlessly integrate it into his combat techniques, unleashing terrifying power. At the same time, there was a trace of the power of origin. This was the power of the origin of flame, which had reached the 2nd rank. Boom! Explosions resounded in the sky. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw this scene. Even the Heaven Stage martial warriors didn't dare to say that they could withstand this attack. The strength of those listed on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking was truly formidable. Wang Teng was in danger. Wu De's gaze changed. He prepared to intervene. The members of the Academy Arbitration Association weren't all on the same side. Wu De and those associated with the judge weren't particularly harmonious, so helping Wang Teng was, in a way, helping himself. Chapter 22:09. Ruthless and Domineering. 2. The moment he learned that Wang Teng had become a counselor, he wanted to pull him over. After all, they had interacted before. No one was more suitable than him for this task. Moreover, since he had already taken action, there was no reason to be overly cautious. Otherwise, their relationship would be completely severed today. Wang Teng, you're about to lose. Yuan Mu's eyes gleamed with determination as he murmured to himself. For some reason, seeing this outcome, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was only logical for Wang Teng to lose. Winning would make him too much of an anomaly. The people below shook their heads when they saw this scene. Some sighed, while others sneered, thinking that Wang Teng was overestimating himself and would ultimately face defeat. He was too arrogant. As a counselor, having weak strength was a significant loss of face. Right after becoming a counselor, losing so disgracefully would undoubtedly become a joke, making it difficult for him to command respect in the future. Unaware of the opinions below, Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp as he looked up. This palm strike was indeed powerful. He was well aware that, even with the combination of all his attributes and force, there was still a gap when facing an 8th-level Heaven Stage martial warrior. Moreover, this individual was ranked among the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warriors, possessing strength that couldn't be underestimated. He remained utterly vigilant, fusing all the force within him into chaos force. Simultaneously, all the special flames, except for the dark flame, surged out from within him. They condensed on his surface, forming peculiar dragon scales. These flames were all covered by the emerald glazed flame and the soul of thousand beasts flame, making it challenging for outsiders to perceive. In an instant, Wang Tung's true dragon battle physique, fake, became stronger. A terrifying power flowed through his body. Seventh realm power. In a moment, Wang Tung's strength reached the seventh realm power. He received the fifth-rank solar dragon physique from Zhulong Shan, which allowed the true dragon battle physique, fake, to reach the fifth rank too. Its power increased tremendously. Otherwise, he might not have been able to achieve the seventh realm power. Wang Tung threw another punch, condensing all his force into a fist imprint. This time, it wasn't a flame fist imprint, but a complete version of the five-element fist: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The five-colored fist imprints merged. At the same time, the power of the five-element domain merged into the fist imprint and exploded instantly. With the augmentation of the domain power, the power of this punch approached the eighth realm power. Simultaneously, Wang Tung merged the power of origin of the five elements into his body. His power of origin had reached the second rank, not weaker than Occam's. Moreover, compared to Occam's monotype origin of power, all five of his origin forces had reached the second rank. As the power of laws of origin fused, the power of the fist imprint escalated steadily, reaching the ninth realm power directly. It continued to rise until it reached the mid-ninth realm power before finally halting. Wang Tung's eyes gleamed brightly as he delivered a fierce punch. Boom! The formidable power surged out with the fist imprint, impacting Occam's palm imprint directly, colliding with it head-on. A resounding roar echoed, and the force shockwaves rolled out in all directions. For a moment, it felt as if the entire world had frozen. The fist imprint and the palm imprint were locked in a stalemate, as if neither could overcome the other. The onlookers stared at this scene, holding their breath without blinking. At a certain moment, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out. Upon the palm imprint, cracks radiated, with the fist imprint as the epicenter, spreading in all directions like a spiderweb. Occam's face drastically changed. His eyes trembled intensely with disbelief. In the next moment, the palm imprint, under his astonished gaze, abruptly shattered with a thunderous explosion. The force surged backward, and the momentum of the fist imprint remained undiminished, brutally striking Occam's body as he had no time to retreat. Bang! As he was positioned above at that moment, the punch directly sent him flying upwards. Occam, as if struck by lightning, turned pale. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Wang Tung's punch had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Wang Tung won. Wuda was astonished. He was planning to intervene, but found himself lowering his outstretched hand. It seemed unnecessary now. Yuan Mu's expression stiffened, shaken by the fact that Wang Tung had won. How could his strength be so formidable? He knew Occam's strength very well. Even he would find it challenging to defeat him. But Wang Tung had somehow achieved it. This guy was just too extraordinary. At this moment, a stronger sense of frustration welled up within him. After the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, under the guidance of his teacher, he rebuilt his confidence and was ready to pursue Wang Tung again. He aimed to defeat him one day and reclaim his pride. However, before he could make a move, it seemed that Wang Tung had already moved even further away. How could he catch up now? This unexpected blow caught him off guard, leaving him deeply wounded. The onlookers below were equally shocked. Occam had been defeated by Wang Tung, which was truly unbelievable. I won't lose. Occam was filled with unwillingness. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking, losing to a Cosmo Stage martial warrior was a tremendous humiliation he couldn't bear. Today, he had become the greatest loser. Many witnessed this, and soon the news would spread, making him the laughingstock of the entire Stellar Academies. No, you lost. Wang Tung appeared at his side with a flicker and said calmly. Occam's pupils contracted. Is being on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking that remarkable? Wang Tung gazed at him, his eyes filled with indifference. A purple brick appeared in his hand. "What are you going to do?" Occam suddenly had a foreboding sense of danger. He wanted to break free from Wang Tung, but his bones were shattered and he couldn't move. His body continued flying backward uncontrollably. "You're so arrogant that I can't resist the urge to give you a taste of humility." Wang Tung grinned, and the lightning slap smashed down. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tung's movements were like a residual image. The lightning slap drew arcs in his hand before it landed on Occam's face, which was filled with horror. One after another, large bumps swelled up at a visible speed, almost covering his entire face and head. Swoop, boom, cracking sounds were heard. Occam's face was burnt. Soon, a blackened pig had appeared in front of everyone. The crowd widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. It was even more shocking than seeing Wang Tung defeat Occam. Was Wang Tung a devil? He must be. Occam, at least, was a powerhouse on the top 100 Heaven Stage martial warrior ranking. Being defeated was one thing, but suffering such inhuman torture was another. Wu De's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had seen Wang Tung use this brick to attack people before, but it was always against new students. He didn't expect that today, even a senior student like Occam would fall victim to this cruel treatment. He suddenly had a premonition that Wang Tung seemed to be extending his evil hand to the senior students. Danger! Yuan Mu felt a dull ache all over his body, as if recalling the experience of being brutally beaten by Wang Tung in the freshman leaderboard. Fortunately, at that time, Wang Tung hadn't used this brick. Otherwise, his handsome face might be in danger. This was simply inhumane. Boom! After a moment, Wang Tung swung the brick down, and Occam's body uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground, creating a deep pit upon impact. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes stared blankly at the half-dead Occam in the deep pit. Their mouths were slightly agape. They had completely lost the ability to speak. At this moment, they truly realized the extent of Wang Tung's methods. They suddenly discovered that this new counselor, despite having just taken office without any foundation, and perhaps ranking at the bottom in terms of strength among many counselors, was not someone to be trifled with. His ruthless and domineering methods were in no way inferior to those of well-established counselors. Occam thought he could easily manipulate Wang Tung, but the reality proved that he paid a heavy price for it. Occam violated the rules, assaulting a counselor. I, as a counselor, declare the revocation of his associate council member status. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Tung looked down at the subdued Occam, calmly announcing his decision. Chapter 22:10 Wind Ranger. Counselor Ernest. Wang Tung's calm voice spread slowly, capturing the attention of everyone around him. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the silence. Wang Tung was about to directly revoke Occam's associate council member status, a move considered exceptionally ruthless. With this decision, Occam not only lost face, but also faced the prospect of losing his associate council member status. It was a severe blow, leaving him in a humiliating position. Was it worth it to retaliate against Wang Tung at the cost of such heavy consequences? Sympathy began to well up among the onlookers. Yuan Mu's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Wang Tung with a hint of astonishment. Revoking Occam's associate council member status directly was a harsh move, leaving no room for compromise. Wu De, too, was taken aback by Wang Tung's decision. He thought Wang Tung intended to make Occam lose face, not to completely strip him of his associate council member status. Wasn't he afraid of offending those who supported Occam behind the scenes? In the past, Occam's associate council member status got snatched by Wang Tung. Half a year later, when the counselor promotion assessment was about to start, he miraculously regained his associate council member status. There must be someone supporting him. The Heaven Stage martial warriors who attacked Wang Tung with Occam were appalled. They stared at Wang Tung in disbelief. If Occam were revoked, they would be in a precarious situation. However, they couldn't act at this moment. Wang Tung's actions made them wary, and the presence of Counselor Wu deterred them from taking any reckless actions. They felt locked down, and attempting to make a move would surely prompt Counselor Wu to intervene. They wouldn't be able to break this situation alone. At this moment, Occam, struggling to rise from the ground, heard Wang Tung's words and sprayed out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. "Enough, you can leave." Wang Tung glanced at him and said calmly. "Wang Tung." Occam clenched his fist, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Wang Tung, struggling to utter Wang Tung's name through gritted teeth. "Why aren't you leaving? Is this not enough?" Wang Tung asked. "Wang Tung, this is too much. I don't even know that you're a counselor." Occam was furious and struggled to speak coherently. "Still want to argue? You knew my identity, yet, driven by personal grievances, you dared to attack me, belittling me for not having a solid foundation, trying to make me lose face. Do you have any respect for the Academy Arbitration Association?" Wang Tung shouted fiercely. "You!" Occam's eyes widened. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Wang Tung. "One didn't. You're spouting nonsense. Whether you did or not, you know it in your heart," Wang Tung sneered. Wu De's expression turned strange. Wang Tung was not someone easy to deal with. Not only did he have a thick skin, but he also had a dark heart. "Enough!" Just at that moment, a stern voice rang out. Wu De's expression shifted slightly, looking towards the void. A figure slowly emerged, walking through the air. It was a martial warrior with long blue hair, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old. His ears were slightly pointed, and he had a remarkably handsome face. A rhombus-shaped crystal was embedded at his forehead, seemingly fused with his flesh, giving off a mysterious aura. This person was none other than a wind element fairy, a wind ranger, Counselor Ernest. Now he finally understood who was helping Occam. The person before them was a counselor who sided with the judge and, at the same time, served as Occam's backer. Wind Ranger? Wang Tung squinted. He didn't expect to meet another Wind Ranger in the Stellar Academies. In the Great Qian Empire's number 29 defense planet, he met a Wind Ranger who was controlled by a dark apparition. However, that person clearly couldn't compare to the figure before them. The person standing before them was a universe-stage martial warrior. The faint aura emanating from him was beyond what a heaven-stage martial warrior could possess. Wind Rangers were considered a powerful race in the universe, and the strength of a Wind Ranger who had grown to the universe stage could be imagined. Counselor Ernest. Occam was elated. He looked at the Wind Ranger hopefully. The other heaven-stage martial warriors also showed pleased expressions. Excellent. Counselor Ernest had stepped in. Now, let's see how Wang Tung would handle this. Yuan Mu's eyes gleamed as he respectfully nodded toward Counselor Ernest. This counselor held a significant position in his brother's circle, and he had to maintain proper respect. In the universe, showing enough respect to powerful individuals was considered a basic courtesy. Counselor Ernest looked at Yuan Mu, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as he nodded slightly. Then, his gaze shifted to Wang Tung, and the smile faded away. He spoke in a calm tone. "Counselor Wang Tung, it's just a minor matter. Why make it such a big fuss? Give me some face, and let's consider this matter settled." "Counselor Ernest, right?" Wang Tung asked. "That's right." Ernest frowned slightly. Seated in a position of authority with formidable strength, Counselor Ernest commanded respect from everyone. Even the judge's brother, Yuan Mu, showed him great deference. However, the tone used by Wang Tung now left Ernest feeling an absence of respect. Although both were counselors, Ernest had never considered them equals. This Wang Tung was just a freshman, similar to Yuan Mu. While he was genuinely surprised that Wang Tung had defeated Occam, it wasn't enough to impress him. Engaging in a calm conversation with a Cosmo-stage martial warrior like Wang Tung was already Ernest's greatest act of mercy and patience. Do you think it's a small matter if a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association is insulted, Counselor Ernest? Wang Tung countered. Ernest's brow furrowed even more deeply. Undoubtedly, Wang Tung had turned the tables on him. If he answered yes, He would be placing the dignity of a counselor in a precarious position. If Counselor Ernest encounters such a situation, would you generously forgive others as well? Wang Tung grinned at him. Please answer honestly. So many people are watching. If someone inadvertently offends Counselor Ernest in the future, will you also forgive them? Ernest's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he stared at Wang Tung. Wuda couldn't help but find it amusing. He initially intended to assist Wang Tung, but now he realized that even Ernest was at a disadvantage in front of him. It was quite entertaining. Yuanmu looked at Wang Tung with surprise, secretly sneering. He couldn't believe Wang Tung dared to confront Counselor Ernest like this. He was courting death. Outrageous. Wang Tung, how dare you speak to Counselor Ernest like this? Akam, enduring intense pain, shouted. You heard it. This guy has no respect for me as a counselor, Wang Tung said, glancing at Ernest. He smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and then vanished from his original position. Ernest's face darkened, reaching out to grab Wang Tung. Wuda, however, intercepted him with a smile. Counselor Ernest, Akam showed disrespect to a counselor and should face punishment. Boom. The next moment, Wang Tung appeared directly above Akam, stomping down with tremendous force onto his head. The terrifying power erupted instantly. Akam never expected that Wang Tung would dare to act in front of Counselor Ernest. He looked at Wang Tung in disbelief. Splat! Without much time to think, a terrifying force surged into his body, causing him to scream in agony. He spat out a large amount of blood, and his entire body was forcefully pressed into the pit by Wang Tung. You rascal! His face turned pale, struggling to lift his head to gaze at Wang Tung. What qualifications do you have to speak to me like that? Wang Tung looked down at Akam with indifference. Wang Tung. Ernest's eyes glinted with coldness as he stared at Wang Tung, saying, You've gone too far. Akam is under my protection. You have no right to discipline him. He disrespected me, so I have the right to discipline him. Any objections, Counselor Ernest? Wang Tung looked at him fearlessly and spoke. This is the Academy Arbitration Association, not a place for your insolence, Ernest said coldly. Is it wrong for me to discipline someone who disrespected me? Wang Tung asked. Even if Akam is at fault, you shouldn't have beaten him like this. Is this how you conduct yourself? Ernest reprimanded him in a cold voice. My conduct is tit for tat. I treat friendly people with tea, and for those with hostility, am sorry, but there's only this pair of fists. Wang Tung sneered. Akam is under your protection, so you intend to shield him? Wang Tung asked. If Counselor Ernest has any objections to me, you can report to the Academy Arbitration Association and see if they can What a sharp-tongued Counselor Wang Tung. Ernest's face darkened to the extreme. Wang Tung had completely backed him into a corner, leaving him with no words. He coldly hummed. Today's events will be reported to the Academy Arbitration Association. They'll have all the counselors vote to revoke your counselor status. With your conduct, you're utterly unfit for the position of a counselor. Want to revoke my counselor status? Wang Tung laughed, tilting his head. Just you. Do you represent the entire Academy Arbitration Association? What did you say? Ernest's expression turned icy. No one had dared to speak to him like this before. Wang Tung's repeated mockery infuriated him to the extreme. A terrifying aura erupted from him, pressing down on Wang Tung. Ignoring his status as a counselor, Ernest was ranked in the top 20 of the top 100 universe-stage martial warriors, making him one of the most powerful universe-stage martial warriors. He could easily crush Wang Tung, a mere cosmos-stage martial warrior, with just one finger. Yuan Mu's expression changed instantly. Wang Tung was acting recklessly, pushing Ernest, a counselor, to such an extent. Wasn't he afraid of being suppressed on the spot? Although Wang Tung had already proven he could defeat Akam, challenging Ernest was a different story. The onlookers below were also stunned. Wang Tung was too audacious, daring to confront even Counselor Ernest. Wasn't he afraid? Wang Tung's gaze focused, showing no fear of Ernest's released pressure. In return, he emanated a terrifying aura. Lightning appeared in the void, displaying a mighty and unyielding presence. Simultaneously, an ancient and vast aura, as if traversing the endless ages, descended upon this world, leaving everyone in awe. Chapter 22:11, Multifaceted Game. The Apology from the Counselor. 1. The emergence of this imposing presence shook the onlookers. No one could have anticipated that Wang Tang's aura would rival Ernest's. The thunderous and mighty aura, along with the ancient and profound atmosphere, was usually only seen in the presence of eternal stage powerhouses. But now, it manifested around Wang Tang. He was a cosmos stage martial warrior. The difference between him and an eternal stage martial warrior was supposed to be insurmountable. How could he possess such an aura? Ernest's expression changed, puzzled by how Wang Tang could emanate such a strong aura. Even Ernest's imposing presence was being overshadowed. Yuan Mu observed this scene, his gaze rapidly flickering in disbelief. Back when Wang Tang single-handedly faced off against the top 10 geniuses in the freshman leaderboard, he displayed a similar aura. However, the fact that this aura could contend with a universe-stage powerhouse was beyond comprehension. Wu De, too, felt a sense of awe. Wang Tang continually shattered his preconceptions. As Ernest unleashed his aura, he prepared to take action. But he didn't anticipate that Wang Tang would react even faster, releasing an aura comparable to his. How did this guy cultivate? But soon, he quickly recovered and said in a deep voice, "Counselor Ernest, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" "He is provoking me," Ernest replied calmly. "Umph." Wang Tang sneered and said, "If Counselor Ernest thinks that being a freshman means I can be bullied, then feel free to come at me. I don't hold this counselor status in as high regard as you do. Just hope you can bear the consequences of your actions." Sometimes ignorance is truly laughable. With that, he shook his head and turned around, ready to leave. The so-called Academy Arbitration Association is so dirty. You disappoint me. I'd rather not be a counselor. His voice spread throughout the surroundings, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. Wang Tang was questioning the integrity of the Academy Arbitration Association. Ernest's expression also completely changed. His chest heaved violently, and he was filled with anger almost reaching volcanic eruption. His eyes radiated a cold light. An intense, killing intent was brewing. This bastard dared to call him ignorant, dared to call him laughable. He even dared to question the Academy Arbitration Association. If news of today's event spread, his reputation would likely be completely tarnished. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang, whom he thought he could easily manipulate, had pushed him to such an extent. The problem was that he had no way to deal with Wang Tang. Ernest's face turned pale. His gaze locked onto Wang Tang's retreating figure. He refused to believe that Wang Tang would give up his counselor status so easily. Wang Tang seemed to be deliberately leading him on, trying to force him to submit. This was just wishful thinking. He would never yield to a cosmos stage martial warrior, absolutely not. Step by step, Wang Tang moved toward his Devil Slayer spacecraft. He wasn't joking. He currently had no means to deal with Ernest, but these people were delusional if they thought they could humiliate him. He hadn't come here to be bullied. As for this score, he would settle it slowly in the future. Although he had indeed defeated a universe-stage martial warrior before, those were highly exceptional circumstances. Ernest was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among universe-stage beings, someone he couldn't contend with at the moment. Counselor Wu De observed the scene without intervening, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. How interesting. Wang Tang, even before officially joining the Academy Arbitration Association, managed to make old-timer counselors like Ernest suffer a setback, to the point where Ernest had no means to deal with him. This was the first time in history. "Ernest, what would you do?" Senator Wood was intrigued. Would he allow Wang Tang to leave freely, or would he admit to his mistakes? Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked in another direction. "Counselor Wang Tang, please wait." A voice rang out, and 3 figures appeared abruptly in front of Wang Tang, blocking his way. This is getting more and more interesting. Wu Des couldn't help but feel a slight excitement. Wang Tung had managed to attract the attention of so many counselors. It seemed that Wang Tung's entry into the Academy Arbitration Association had stirred the interest of many. If not, these individuals wouldn't have appeared simultaneously. If Wang Tung didn't cause such a commotion, they wouldn't appear here and would just continue watching the drama. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the group of individuals. He activated his real eye, allowing him to discern their strengths, which were no less than that of Ernest. The force glow around them was dazzling, indicating they were all at the universe stage. The simultaneous appearance of several universe stage martial warriors, especially in such circumstances, indicated that they were most likely counselors. They didn't show up earlier, but now they all appeared one by one. Oomph! Wang Tung snorted in his heart. Counselor Song Quan, Counselor Hong Lai, Counselor Antoine. Goodness, these are well-known counselors, and they have all appeared because of Wang Tung. Amazing! Wang Tung is indeed extraordinary, managing to attract so many counselors at once. I just wonder which side these counselors are on. The onlookers below were shocked to see 3 counselors appear simultaneously. They couldn't help but discuss the situation. What is it? Wang Tung's mood was not particularly good at the moment. He didn't treat them with much regard, and when he saw the 3 figures in front of him, he simply asked indifferently. Chapter 22:12 Multifaceted Game. The Apology from a Counselor. 2. Among the 3 individuals before him, 2 of them frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. They felt that Wang Tung had a huge temper. The one leading them was a seemingly genial young man who introduced himself, saying, "Counselor Wang Tung, my name is Song Quan. 1am, also a counselor within the Academy Arbitration Association." Wang Tung. Counselor Song Quan is neutral. He's not on the judge's side, Wu De said hurriedly using voice transmission. Counselor Song Quan. Wang Tung nodded at the other party. Since he was not affiliated with the judge, there was no need to direct his anger towards him. At this point, Wang Tung was gaining some understanding of the internal power struggles within the Academy Arbitration Association. Ernest was evidently on the judge's side, which was the most powerful faction within the Academy Arbitration Association of the 7th Stellar Academy. However, it was clear that they didn't particularly favor Wang Tung. The events of today led Wang Tung to consider many possibilities. Perhaps from the beginning, the 7th judge had wanted to suppress him by not allowing him to enter the core circle of the Arbitration Association so quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Wang Tung was not one to be easily suppressed. His decisive actions caught the judge off guard, making it impossible to prevent him from entering the core circle of the Academy Arbitration Association. One could only imagine the current frustration of the judge over this matter. Wang Tung couldn't help but think about this. Suddenly, he found it amusing. The idea of causing vexation to a judge gave him a peculiar sense of accomplishment. Counselor Wang Tung, the previous actions of Counselor Ernest were indeed inappropriate, but our Academy Arbitration Association is by no means as you imagine. Please do not misunderstand, Counselor Song Quan said, noticing the softened tone of Wang Tung. I also want to believe that the Academy Arbitration Association is just, but what one have witnessed today, even my personal experience, has left me somewhat disheartened. Wang Tung shook his head, expressing a sense of grievance and profound disappointment. Well, Counselor Song Quan was somewhat at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he looked behind him and said, Counselor Ernest, your handling of this matter was indeed not well considered. For the sake of the reputation of the Academy Arbitration Association, you should apologize to Counselor Wang Tung. Wang Tung was a bit surprised. Counselor Song Quan requested an apology from Ernest. This was intriguing. Apologize? Absolutely impossible. Ernest's expression turned grim. Counselor Song Quan, you've seen it. Counselor Ernest is simply trying to humiliate me, Wang Tung said. What do you think? Counselor Song Quan shook his head and looked at the other 2 counselors. Hong Lai and Antoine exchanged glances with each other. They were in a dilemma, but ultimately chose to compromise. Ernest, apologize. Don't make things difficult for the judge, Hong Lai said using voice transmission. Apologize to a Cosmo stage martial warrior? Have you all gone mad? Ernest's face darkened. It's not that we've gone mad, but if this matter continues to escalate, it will inevitably involve the president. Wang Tung's status as a counselor was personally requested by the president. Consider how the judge will ultimately handle this, Antoine said. What? The president? Ernest's expression changed drastically, looking at Wang Tung with disbelief. Otherwise, how do you think he went from an associate council member to a counselor? Hong Lai sighed. Ernest's expression kept changing. He was undergoing intense inner struggles. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, won't apologize. One won't make things difficult for the judge. At this point, the onlookers below were already having difficulty processing the situation. Those counselors actually made Counselor Ernest apologize to Wang Tung. Occam wore a shocked expression, feeling as if his heart had turned to ashes. If Counselor Ernest was forced to apologize, was there any hope left for him? How did this happen? Things shouldn't be like this. On what grounds did Wang Tung make a long-established, powerful counselor in the Academy Arbitration Association apologize? Countless doubts surged in Occam's mind. Yuan Mu stared blankly at everything, his fists unconsciously clenched. Wang Tung had caught him completely off guard. Why could he consistently achieve what others couldn't? Wang Tung calmly watched Ernest, his eyes indifferent yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Seeing Wang Tung's expression, Ernest felt extreme humiliation. Fai maintained a stoic expression and took a deep breath. I apologize for the improper handling of the matter involving Occam earlier. It's entirely my fault and has nothing to do with the Arbitration Association. His voice wasn't low, ensuring that everyone in the vicinity could hear. It seemed like a genuinely sincere acknowledgement of his mistake. Gasp! A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Ernest had offered a genuine apology. A universe stage martial warrior apologizing to a cosmos stage martial warrior. A veteran counselor apologizing to a new counselor. It was beyond imagination. The gleam in Occam's eyes completely dimmed. With Counselor Ernest's apology, he was beyond salvation. Wrong. He was wrong. To make a veteran senator apologize, Wang Tung was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Now he realized how absurd he had been, foolishly attempting to provoke someone he couldn't handle. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yuan Mu's mind was in turmoil, unable to find calmness. Something seemed to be sprouting within him. So this was true dominance. In the past, he had lived under the shadow of his brother's influence. All his semblance of dominance stemmed from his brother, not from himself. He couldn't be compared to Wang Tung. Wang Tung's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of vigilance rising within. Ernest was no ordinary opponent. He could bend and yield, as evidenced by his public apology. Such adversaries were the most formidable. Unfortunately, he was unable to resolve this adversary currently. He understood very well that the animosity between him and Ernest had solidified today. Ernest wouldn't easily let him off, and he had no intention of letting it end either. Both were acutely aware of this. Counselor Wang Tung, Counselor Ernest has already apologized to you. What do you think? Counselor Song Quan inquired. What about this man? Wang Tung pointed at Occam. Occam attacked a counselor without cause, so naturally, his associate council member status should be revoked. Hong Lai interjected indifferently before Song Quan could speak. He was just an associate council member. Revoking him was not a problem. Even if he had become a counselor, in their eyes, he was still far inferior. They had held counselor positions for a long time, wielding indescribable influence within the Academy Arbitration Association. Newly appointed counselors were incomparable to them. Of course, Wang Tung was an exception. He was so special that the counselors had to treat him with caution. Otherwise, today's scene wouldn't have unfolded. Wang Tung looked at Ernest. Revoke it, Ernest said nonchalantly, no longer sparing a glance at Occam. Good. Wang Tung nodded and said, it would have been better if things had turned out this way earlier. Why escalate it to this extent? Occam wore an expression of despair. The position he had pursued for years was now irretrievably lost, and it seemed unlikely that he would ever have another chance to enter the Academy Arbitration Association. After having his associate council member status revoked, he would be completely estranged from the council. Many onlookers sighed in sympathy. Occam's fate was truly tragic. Offending Wang Tung had led to a fate worse than a beating, 1,000 times more miserable. Counselor Wang Tung, since the matter has been resolved, why not accompany us to handle the formalities for your counselor position? Counselor Song Quan gestured, suggesting they move on. Wang Tung had become a hot potato. To avoid further escalation, it was best to facilitate his smooth transition to a counselor. This way, they could prevent drawing the attention of the president. Wang Tung nodded. At this stage, he wouldn't give up his counselor status. To counterbalance against Ernest, he needed to leverage this position. Song Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they led Wang Tung towards the interior of the Academy Arbitration Association. Ernest's gaze remained cold as he stared at Wang Tung's departing figure. It wasn't until Wang Tung had completely entered the council that Ernest's silhouette slowly faded away. Yuan Mu sighed and cast a glance at Occam. He instructed someone to help him with his injuries before turning away. He needed to return to his cultivation and catch up with Wang Tung. The onlookers gradually dispersed, but each person continued to discuss the incident with great interest. The events that had unfolded at the entrance of the Academy Arbitration Association today were destined to be remembered. No one had ever dared to be so audacious at the council's doorstep. Someone also recorded the recent happenings, turning them into a video and sharing it on the students' internal network, causing a significant stir. Chapter 22, 13 Tong Yas Gift. 1. The events at the entrance of the Academy Arbitration Association quickly spread throughout the 7 Stellar Academy. Wang Tung became a counselor. This was everyone's first reaction after hearing the news. Wang Tung had been an associate council member, and now, surprisingly, he became a counselor. It caught everyone off guard. Outsiders were unaware of what had happened, and why Wang Tung had suddenly become a counselor without even passing the counselor promotion assessment. However, they had to believe it, as many saw on the internal network video that several counselors had acknowledged Wang Tung's counselor status. This was an undeniable fact. Counselor. When Feng Qingyan learned of this news, his expression changed drastically. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had just prepared to seclude himself for cultivation when he heard this news, making it impossible for him to focus on seclusion. This person must be eliminated. Murderous intent surged in Feng Qingyan's eyes. Wang Tung had gradually reached a threatening position. If he was allowed to continue developing, even standing firm in the Academy Arbitration Association, Feng Qingyan would likely face difficulties. Knowing Wang Tung's vengeful nature, Feng Qingyan believed that, given Wang Tung's past actions, he wouldn't easily relent. "How are the preparations you made?" Yuan Banlian hurriedly approached, asking immediately upon meeting. "As long as he leaves the Stellar Academy, we can take action." Feng Qingyan glanced at her and said calmly, "Good." Yuan Banlian took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and coldly stated, "Now that he's become a counselor, he will definitely leave the Stellar Academy for relevant tasks. This is an excellent opportunity. We can't let him continue to grow. Rest assured, this time he won't escape." Feng Qingyan spoke with confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Yuan Banlian was very curious about the methods he had employed. However, she didn't get an answer after asking him a few times. Hence, she decided not to press further this time. On the other side, Yu Qi Qiao, Wu Yin, and others also received the news simultaneously, causing quite a stir. "Counselor, I didn't expect Wang Tung to become a counselor," Yu Qi Qiao exclaimed. "How did he manage that?" Wu Yan's eyes flickered with disbelief. That guy had become a counselor. That was the counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association, a position that even heaven-stage martial warriors might struggle to attain. It was unbelievable that Wang Tung, who was only at the Cosmos stage, became a counselor successfully. Yu Yunxian, Bai Chuan Lu, Lu Tian, and the others showed expressions of surprise as well. Despite acknowledging that Wang Tung was indeed more formidable than them. The speed at which he ascended to become a counselor was astonishing. In a blink of an eye, he became a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. They immediately felt the difference in status. Ha! The boss is mighty. The boss is awesome. Wade, on the other hand, didn't dwell on the complexities. For him, the news of Wang Tang becoming a counselor was a huge cause for celebration. Becoming a counselor with the status of a new student was an unprecedented event. The only way to describe it was with one word: impressive. But this guy offended another counselor right after becoming one. Is that a good move? Yu Qiqiao remarked with a speechless expression. The others were also a bit speechless. Upon reflection, they realized that Wang Tang seemed to have offended a veteran advisor named Ernest right after becoming a counselor, and he did so quite thoroughly without leaving any room for reconciliation. His talent for stirring up mischief was truly unmatched. But it seems like that counselor Ernest didn't do anything to the boss in the end. Wade couldn't help muttering. Wang Ting may not seem to have suffered a loss this time, but the other party is a seasoned counselor with tremendous influence. If he wants to deal with Wang Tang, it's simple. Yu Qiqiao shook her head. That's true. I've heard of that counselor Ernest. Even my big brother has to be cautious around him. Wu Yin uttered with a slightly serious expression. Let's hope Wang Tang is truly confident in dealing with it. Yu Qiqiao sighed. They had no way of intervening in the matters of the Academy Arbitration Association. Wu Yin and the others shook their heads and didn't say much more. On the other side, inside an estate, Tong In and a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat together. Both of them had also acquired the news of Wang Tang turning into a counselor. Sister, see? I was right about him. This guy is not simple at all. Tong In's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then she gloated. A counselor? The stunning woman raised an eyebrow and nodded. Becoming an advisor in the Academy Arbitration Association right after reaching the Cosmos stage is indeed not simple. No wonder you've been praising him. The beautiful woman was none other than Tong In's sister, the beauty listed on the universe goddess rank, Tongya. If one observed their features closely, there were similarities between them. It could be uttered that Tong In's cute appearance was a slightly misshapen creation by the creator, and he dared to offend Ernest the moment he entered the Academy Arbitration Association. It really surprised me, Tanya commented as she watched the video circulating on the internal network. He's bold and fearless. Ernest thought he had him figured out, but he didn't expect to encounter a tough and unyielding opponent who's as hard as a rock. Tongan laughed. Hard as a rock. Your metaphors are quite crude, Tanya uttered with a bit of exasperation. He's just that kind of person, Tong In grinned. But he's not bad to his friends. Chapter 2214, Tong Ya's Gift. 2. Tongya nodded. She gave her a meaningful look and said, It seems like you have a high opinion of him. Sister, do you think Wang Tang's alchemy skills can be of help to you? Tong Yin leaned in, linking arms with Tongya, and asked with a mischievous smile. Oh, you want him to help me? Tanya raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, his alchemy skills are quite extraordinary. The appearance of the Azure Dragon last time seemed to be related to him. Someone who can refine such high-level pills should be capable of assisting you, Tongyan said. I see. Tongya nodded and said, but the materials for that kind of elixir are hard to find. Even if you manage to find one of the main ingredients on the Scorpion King star, there's still another scarce main ingredient missing, and I'm still searching for it. She sighed as she spoke. What should we do? What other material is still missing? Tong In asked anxiously. I can suppress the poison in my body for some time. You don't have to worry too much. Tongya smiled. What ingredient do we need? Sister, tell me quickly. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Tongyan asked agitatedly. You're still so impatient. Tongya chuckled and patted his head affectionately. The missing material is called Cloud Immortal Milk. Cloud Immortal Milk. Tong In furrowed his brows. I've never heard of such a material. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Generally, only universe stage martial warriors and above would come into contact with it, Tongya explained. Her tone turned stern as she continued. Don't go looking for it. It's extremely rare, and its grade is quite high. It has a fatal attraction to ultimate stage, imperial level star beasts, and above. Therefore, such treasures are always guarded by powerful star beasts. It's not something you, a heaven stage martial warrior, can obtain. Ultimate stage, imperial level, and above star beasts. Tong was flabbergasted. She stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, "Looks like only you, sis, can handle this. I can't." He was quite self-aware. If Cloud Immortal Milk was guarded by star beasts of the ultimate stage, imperial level, and above, it was definitely beyond her reach. While she wanted to help her sister, she knew her limitations. If she recklessly tried to find Cloud Immortal Milk, she might end up needing her sister to rescue her. That would be awkward. As long as you understand, Tongya said. Should one drop a hint to Wang Tong and see what he says? Tong suggested, clearly not giving up on the idea of seeking Wang Tong's help. Let's do this. With his recent appointment as a counselor, you can send a gift in my name, Tongya proposed. She thought for a moment and waved her hand, conjuring a delicate jade box onto the table. In your name, Tong exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected his sister to take the initiative to send a gift. It seemed that even her sister was approaching Wang Tong with caution after he became a counselor. Opening the jade box, Tong found an ancient-looking scroll inside. What is this? Tong looked at the scroll in the jade box and asked curiously. This is an alchemical manual I happened to obtain, written by a semi-alchemy saint. Originally, I planned to use it to impress alchemists when seeking their assistance. But now that you've found an excellent alchemist for me, I'll give this manual to him, Tongya explained with a smile. A semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. Tong exclaimed in astonishment. Sis, you're generous. This item isn't of much use to us. Its true potential can only be realized in the hands of a grandmaster alchemist, Tongya said nonchalantly. Don't say that. If you auction it off, many grandmaster alchemists would be eager to obtain it. They'd be more than willing to help you with making pills. It's a real bargain for Wang Tong, Tong remarked. How can other alchemists compare to Grandmaster Wang Tong? He's so young and exceptionally talented in martial arts. Giving away a somewhat unimportant alchemical manual to gain his friendship and take advantage of the situation is a win for us, Tongya said with a wise twinkle in her eyes, chuckling. Sis, you're quite cunning, Tong said, staring at her in disbelief before finally responding. She thought she was clever, but compared to her sister, she felt like a fool. No wonder her sister made it onto the universe goddess rank. Did you just call your sister cunning? Tongya poked her cheek with an annoyed expression, rolling her eyes. Ha! Tong chuckled, not caring at all. She didn't call her sister scheming. It was just a playful comment among sisters. Go on then, Tongya said, shaking her head with a smile. All right, I'm off. Tong nodded, picking up the jade box from the table and happily bouncing away. Tong wasn't the only one who took action after seeing the news. Even Ji Feiyun, Wu Ta, and the others began to prepare gifts to congratulate Wang Tong, just like Tongya did. Becoming a counselor elevated Wang Tong's status to a level equal to theirs. If before, they were only interested in Wang Tong's potential, now they had to treat him on an equal footing due to his official position. In a way, they were delighted that Wang Tong had become a counselor, as it affirmed the wisdom of their decision to invest in him from the beginning. Wang Tong has become a counselor. The warriors of the Solar Dragon race also gathered together. Upon seeing the news, Zhulong Shan was filled with astonishment, followed by envy and jealousy. It seems one need to send him a gift too, Zhulong Shuang chuckled. She stretched her large, beautiful body and yawned lazily. Do we really have to do that? We are from the Solar Dragon race. Zhulong Hao frowned. Whether one send a gift or not is my business, and it has nothing to do with you guys, Zhulong Shuang casually remarked. You're still part of the Solar Dragon race too. Zhulong Hao and the others were speechless. Is it shameful to give a gift to a counselor? Zhulong Shuang asked. He's just a Cosmo stage martial warrior, and he offended Counselor Ernest. Don't forget, Counselor Ernest is on the judge's side, Zhulong Hao said. So what? Zhulong Shuang remained unmoved and continued walking out of the estate. Ridiculous. Zhu Longhao was furious. This woman never gave him face during internal meetings. Externally, Zhulong Shuang would stand with them because they were all from the Solar Dragon race. However, Zhulong Shuang and Zhu Longhao were on different sides. They had their own factions in their race, so they never agreed with each other. Zhulong Shan's gaze flickered. His elder brother, Zhulong Yi, was on the judge's side, but Zhulong Shuang insisted on siding with Wang Teng. A bunch of idiots. Zhulong Shuang walked out of the gate, shook her head, and cursed disdainfully. A few martial warriors from the Solar Dragon race walked out with her. Upon hearing her curse, they couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Sister Shuang, do we have to give a gift to that Wang Teng? A Heaven Stage martial warrior from the Solar Dragon race asked. Why, do you disagree too? Zhulong Shuang said. It's not that we disagree. It's just that we're a bit confused. Wang Teng's foundation is not stable, and rushing to establish a relationship with him might not be wise, the Solar Dragon race martial warrior said. I see potential in him, that's all. Zhulong Shuang glanced at him and said indifferently. The Solar Dragon race martial warriors were stunned. They didn't expect Zhulong Shuang to give such a whimsical answer, leaving them unsure of how to respond. Use your brains to think. If we wait for him to establish a firm foothold before trying to establish a relationship, will it be the same as it is now? Zhulong Shuang sneered. The Solar Dragon race martial warriors looked at each other. They naturally understood this principle, but the risk seemed somewhat significant, leading to their hesitation. Risks always come proportionate to rewards. If I bet right this time, I will gain substantial rewards. Zhulong Shuang's eyes gleamed as she spoke. Since Sister Shuang is willing to take the gamble, then we naturally follow suit and take the risk. The martial warriors from the Solar Dragon race exchanged glances and immediately expressed their stance. Very well. Zhulong Shuang patted the shoulder of the Solar Dragon race martial warrior who had spoken earlier and smiled. Chapter 22:15. The Battle of Talents. Who will rise? 1. Academy Arbitration Association. Counselor Song Quan handed a badge to Wang Teng with a smile and said, Counselor Wang Teng, from now on, we are colleagues. Let's chat more when we have time. Wang Teng took the badge, examined it, and noticed the unique emblem of the Arbitration Association along with a star, symbolizing his new status as a counselor. If there were no stars, it would mean being an ordinary member. Thank you, Counselor Song Quan. Wang Teng greeted the young man before him with a fist and a smile. No need to be so polite, Song Quan shook his head and explained. Every new counselor is assigned a specific jurisdiction to oversee all young warriors in that area. Your jurisdiction is here. He opened a star map and pointed to a particular location. Where is this? Wang Teng asked, puzzled. From the star map, it seemed quite remote. It was unfamiliar to him compared to the star territories he knew. The Phantom Drift territorial domain. Before Song Quan could respond, Roundball's grim voice suddenly echoed in Wang Teng's mind. The Phantom Drift territorial domain. Wang Teng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He sensed something amiss in Roundball's voice and asked, What's special about the Phantom Drift territorial domain? Counselor Wang Teng, Song Quan glanced around and spoke in a low voice. This place is the Phantom Drift territorial domain. You should have heard of it. It is the most chaotic among all 0136 human territorial domains. The most chaotic territorial domain. Wang Teng's mind stirred, looking at Song Quan with a hint of understanding as if he had already figured out something. Wang Teng, he's right. The Phantom Drift territorial domain is known as the most chaotic territory. It's teeming with all sorts of characters, warriors refusing to be disciplined and unwilling to join the stellar academies. It's like a hot potato. Someone must have intentionally assigned you to supervise this area, said Roundball. Interesting. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Teng, this place is not an ordinary territory. Be careful, Song Quan, seeing Wang Teng laugh, shook his head and reminded him. Thank you for the warning, Counselor Song Quan. Wang Teng expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. We can't change the decision of the supervisory area. We're truly sorry, Song Quan apologized. I know it's not your fault, Wang Tong said with a faint smile. He wouldn't vent his anger on him. Seeing his understanding, Song Quan also breathed a sigh of relief. Counselor Song Quan, which part of the Phantom Drift territorial domain am one supervising? It can't be the entire region, right? Wang Tong asked with a smile. Counselor Song Quan was momentarily stunned, finding Wang Tong's thoughts a bit amusing. Even for seasoned counselors, it was rare to independently supervise an entire territory, let alone a newly appointed counselor without any foundation or support. You dare to dream, Wang Tong. Roundball shook its head, feeling a bit speechless. Ha, one was just talking nonsense. Who knew you would take it seriously? Wang Tong laughed. The area you'll be supervising is called the 5 Burial Stars in the Phantom Drift territorial domain, Song Quan said with a touch of exasperation. 5 Burial Stars. Wang Tong nodded. You can look up information about the 5 Burial Stars when you go back. Song Quan sighed and looked at Wang Tong with sympathy. All right, one understand? Wang Tong seemed to read something from his expression but didn't inquire further, simply nodding. Well then, Counselor Wang Tong, please head to the 5 Burial Stars in the Phantom Drift territorial domain within half a month. Remember not to delay, or the consequences will be severe, Song Quan reminded, and then said, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared in front of Wang Tong. Counselor Hong Lai and Antoine had already left, seemingly uninterested in any association with Wang Tong. Wang Tong walked out of the office. Counselor Wu De was waiting outside. Seeing Wang Tong come out, he asked, How is it? Did you confirm the supervisory area? Yes. Wang Tong nodded. Phantom Drift, Territorial Domain, 5 Burial Stars. Counselor Wu De looked at Wang Tong with a strange expression, seemingly mixed with astonishment, sympathy, and a hint of anger. A complex set of emotions. After remaining silent for a while, he sighed and said, These people seem determined to push you onto a dead-end road. Is the 5 Burial Stars that terrifying? Wang Tong asked curiously. So far, 5 counselors who went to the 5 Burial Stars have died. Counselor Wu De stated. 5 dead. Wang Tong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Damn. He finally understood why Counselor Song Quan was reluctant to elaborate further. Clearly, the 5 Burial Stars was no ordinary place and might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. In a chaotic region like the Phantom Drift, having 5 counselors die implied a place of extreme danger. The 5 Burial Stars was scarier than he initially thought. In addition, many other counselors who went there returned empty-handed or, worse, were crippled, Counselor Wu De added, causing Wang Tong's heart to sink further. Why is it like this? Wang Tong furrowed his brows and asked. The situation on the 5 Burial Stars is quite complex. I can't explain it in a few words. One suggests you go back and investigate for yourself. Also, if possible, it's better to decline. I don't recommend you go there. If you must, make sure to bring a few bodyguards. Going alone, especially as a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, your strength is still somewhat lacking, Counselor Wu De advised after pondering for a moment. Chapter 22:16, The Battle of Talents, Who Will Rise? 2. Wang Tong, seeing his attitude, no longer pressed for more information. After exchanging a few words, they bid farewell and went their separate ways. Wang Tong harbored no ill feelings toward Counselor Wu De. The counselor had assisted him several times. As for his not intervening in the matters of the Qingyan society, Wang Tong had no reason to hold any grudges. As the saying goes, helping is a matter of kindness, and not helping is a matter of duty. Leaving the Academy Arbitration Association, Wang Tong retrieved his Devil Slayer spacecraft and flew towards his estate. Suddenly, Ernest, Hong Lai, and Antoine appeared in the sky, watching Wang Tong's departing spaceship. This time, let's see if he can come back alive, Ernest said with a sinister tone. Ernest, you've embarrassed yourself this time. If we come out a bit later, it wouldn't end well for you, Hong Lai remarked. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the president was backing him? Ernest said. We thought you already knew, Antoine replied innocently. Ernest glanced at the two and said, "Since he's backed by the president, by ascending him to the 5 burial star, will it cause trouble with the judge?" "Not likely. The president and the judge have already negotiated. Once Wang Tung enters the Academy Arbitration Association, he must abide by the rules of the Arbitration Association," Antoine explained. "The president probably wants to give him some experience. He really values this kid," Hong Lai remarked. "His talent is too extraordinary. He's not even on the same level as Yuan Mu, and the difference between them is enormous." Ernest frowned. "Yuan Mu possesses the divine constellation physique, and yet he still can't match him. It's truly unbelievable," Hong Lai said with a serious expression. "That's right. That's why we can't let him grow." Antoine agreed. If only he could behave a bit, but he insists on being at odds with us." Antoine shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Well, every genius is proud. Stand out in the forest, and the wind will inevitably break it." Hong Lai sneered. "Let's be that gust of wind." The three of them slowly disappeared from the spot. Their words were unheard by outsiders, as if there was a field around them that isolated all sound. Undercurrents surged. The stellar academies had never been calm. In the contest of the most exceptional talents, who would prevail? Everything would be revealed in due time. Wang Tung returned to his estate and secluded himself in the cultivation room. "Roundball, have you found out what's going on with the 5 burial stars?" Wang Tung sat down and asked directly. Roundball's figure emerged nearby, wearing a serious expression. Then, with a wave of its hand, it summoned a star map. In the star map, there was a completely unfamiliar planetary sector. Prominent in the scene were 5 enormous planets floating in the cosmic expanse. Surrounding the 5 planets was an odd kind of cosmic dust, forming a massive ring. "These are the 5 burial stars." Roundball pointed at the 5 planets. "The 5 burial stars isn't just one planet. It's the 5 planets." "Are all 5 of these planets inhabited?" Wang Tung asked in surprise. "Yes, they're all life planets. The environment on these 5 planets is harsh, but they harbor many powerful beings, and their influence is extremely vast. Outsiders can't interfere, which is why the members of the Academy Arbitration Association can't establish a foothold there," Roundball explained. "The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association are at least at the heaven stage or even the universe stage. Could it be that there are powerful older generation experts on the 5 burial stars?" Wang Tung frowned. "Aren't they afraid of the Academy Arbitration Association? Mind you, the Stellar Arbitration Council is behind the Academy Arbitration Association." "No, everything is within the rules, and that's what makes it so tricky," Roundball said. "The 5 burial stars send out young warriors to deal with the members of the Academy Arbitration Association. These warriors are talented and powerful, matching or even surpassing the members of the Academy Arbitration Association. The younger generations of the 5 burial planet are so powerful." Wang Tung was surprised. The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association were all talented martial warriors from the stellar academies. Their talent and ability were top-notch. It was unbelievable that they would be defeated one after another by the warriors from the 5 burial stars. This didn't make sense. This is true. The warriors from the 5 burial stars are incredibly powerful, Roundball said with a bitter smile. Why doesn't the Academy Arbitration Association send even more talented individuals? One find it hard to believe that they can't find such geniuses. Wang Ting questioned. It's probably because the 5 burial stars is too remote and the environment is too harsh. Those geniuses are unwilling to go there, Roundball explained with a hint of helplessness. It's like a tough piece of meat. There's not much flesh, and eating it is tasteless, but discarding it is a pity. Wang Ting began to understand. He had been handed the toughest piece of meat. Others didn't want to gnaw on it, but he had no choice. If he was careless, he might choke on it unintentionally. These people were shameless. Unable to prevent him from entering the Academy Arbitration Association, they used this method to make him suffer defeat on the 5 burial stars. If one go to the 5 burial stars, will they send heaven stage or universe stage martial warriors? Wang Ting pondered and asked. They probably want, Roundball replied. They wouldn't dare to violate the rules to maintain this balance. If they didn't follow the rules, the Academy Arbitration Association could have sent powerful individuals to suppress them. It's a matter of the face of the Academy Arbitration Association. However, the situation behind the scenes is hard to discern. After all, such things cannot be investigated, Roundball stated. Wang Tung nodded thoughtfully and said, "Tell me about the distribution of power on the 5 burial stars, so that one can be prepared. Are you going?" Roundball asked. "Of course," Wang Tung replied with a faint smile. "They want me dead on the 5 burial stars, but I'm going to subdue it just to show them. In the future, the 5 burial stars will be my territory. Didn't you say the martial warriors there are powerful and formidable? If one can bring them under my control, wouldn't that be even more advantageous for me? Those veteran senators have their own forces that have developed over many years. One want to catch up as quickly as possible. Such a place undoubtedly suits me better." Roundball looked at him confidently and couldn't help but feel speechless. She said, "We don't even know if you can protect yourself, and now you want to subdue the 5 burial stars. Aren't you thinking too much?" "Ha ha, it's precisely because it's difficult that it's more challenging, and I like that," Wang Tung said. "Just wait and see. If I don't subdue the 5 burial stars, then my name isn't Wang Tung." "All right, as long as you're confident," Roundball said. "Do you want to find a few more powerful warriors to accompany you and ensure your safety?" I think that would be a good idea," Wang Tung pondered. Roundball, *_, Wang Tung, equals you, smiley face. Roundball had just finished explaining the power distribution of the 5 burial stars to Wang Tung when someone approached. "Tong-un, why is she here?" Wang Tung asked in surprise when he saw the person on the screen. "She's probably here to congratulate you," Roundball replied with a smile. "Let her in," Wang Tung instructed. Then he added, "Well, I'll go and meet her myself." Tong-un was his senior sister. He mustn't treat her impolitely. After reaching the entrance, Wang Tung opened the main gate and welcomed Tong into the living room. He then spoke, "Senior sister, why do you have the time to visit me today?" "Here." Tong got straight to the point, presenting a jade box. "I brought a gift to congratulate you. My sister heard that you became a counselor, so she specially asked me to bring this gift to celebrate your achievement." "Your sister?" Wang Tung was surprised. He knew that Tong-in's sister was a notable figure on the universe goddess, ranking with considerable fame. It was unexpected that she would pay attention to a freshman like him. "Yeah, what do you think? My sister is keeping an eye on you. Are you secretly happy about it?" Tong-in teased him, raising her eyebrows. "Well, I'm used to being observed. After all, I'm so handsome and talented," Wang Tung said nonchalantly. "Tisk," Tong rolled her eyes. This guy had thick skin. Chapter 22:17, Duel Between Two Women. While Wang Tung and Tong-un were in the midst of their conversation, a notification rang through the estate, indicating that someone else had arrived. Zhulong Shuang. Surprisingly, the person who came to find him was Zhulong Shuang. Wang Tung was surprised. He didn't expect Zhulong Shuang to come. "What is it?" Tong-un couldn't help but ask when she saw his strange expression. "The Solar Dragon Race," Wang Tung replied. "Why is the Solar Dragon Race here?" Tong-un asked in surprise. "Same reason as you." Wang Tung stood up, saying, "He'll go out to greet her." After some time, Wang Tung brought Zhulong Shuang in. Seeing Tong-un in the room, Zhulong Shuang couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and said, "It seems someone is faster than me." "Please have a seat," Wang Tung said after inviting her to sit down. Then he asked, "What brings you here? Anything you need from me?" "I'm here to congratulate you on becoming a counselor," Zhulong Shuang casually remarked. "You're really astonishing. It's been just a short while, and you're already a counselor. Even I have to rush over to flatter you." Wang Tung was speechless. Zhulong Shuang took out a space ring and placed it on the table. "This is the Solar Dragon Stone, unique to our Solar Dragon race. It is an excellent material for refining fire element weapons, and it's hard for outsiders to obtain. I brought some specially for you." "Solar Dragon Stone," Roundball exclaimed in surprise. "What's the matter? Is the Solar Dragon Stone rare?" Wang Tung asked in his heart. "It is rumored that on the planet where the Solar Dragon race resides, they're extensive solar dragonstone mines. The formation of these solar dragonstone mines is extremely unique, requiring a large amount of solar dragon flame from the Earth's veins. Only after millions of years of evolution can they possibly condense into form, Roundball explained. Once formed, solar dragon stones become an excellent material for forging weapons. It can be used to craft weapons of the heaven stage and above. If there is enough, it can even be used to create a very special spacecraft. This kind of spacecraft is enveloped in flames, not only possessing incredible attacking power, but also terrifying defensive capabilities. Are you talking about the fusion fire spacecraft? Wang Tung asked in surprise. He had heard of this type of spacecraft, which was available for sale in the virtual universe. However, its exorbitant price was jaw-dropping, with the cost being at least 10 times that of ordinary spacecraft at the same level. Of course, this type of spacecraft was extremely rare and highly sought after by many nobles or the offspring of major powers as a luxurious collectible. What is rare is dear. The fusion fire spaceship was such a luxury item. Nobles like Di Chi, who enjoyed collecting spacecraft, would likely go bankrupt if they saw one. Yes, it's the fusion fire spacecraft, Roundball nodded. To construct a spacecraft, the required materials are at least in the millions of tons, and Zhulong Shuang can't possibly provide me with so many solar dragon stones, Wang Tung said. That's true, Roundball said regretfully. Solar dragon stones. Tongan was surprised too. She had heard of the reputation of solar dragon stone, and the other party's generosity was remarkable. Phew! Suddenly, Tong In felt somewhat fortunate. The gift her sister had asked her to bring was not inferior in the slightest, and she even believed that Wang Tung would prefer it. Zhulong Shuang glanced at Tong In triumphantly and smiled at Wang Tung. Aren't you going to open it? It's embarrassing. You're all too polite, Wang Tung said, but he had already picked up the space ring and explored it with his spiritual power. Zhulong Shuang, Tong In. Suddenly, a pile of peculiar dark red stones appeared in Wang Tung's field of vision. He could sense that these stones were intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, resembling tiny dragons, or, more accurately, solar dragons. Yes, they were solar dragon stones. At the same time, a searing heat emanated from the stones. Even within the space ring, Wang Tung could vividly feel it. Is this the solar dragon stone? Wang Tung marveled. Wang Tung, how much is there? Roundball asked eagerly. As a blacksmith, it naturally paid close attention to such special materials. If there were enough materials, he might be able to use them to upgrade the Flaming River spacecraft. It looks like there's probably tens of thousands of tons, Wang Tung said in astonishment. Wow, there are tens of thousands of tons. That's great, enough for me to upgrade the Flaming River spacecraft. Roundball exclaimed with joy. Senior Zhulong Shuang, you're too generous. You even gave me tens of thousands of tons of solar dragon stones, Wang Tung said to Zhulong Shuang. It's nothing. These solar dragon stones are only of 100,000-year quality, at most suitable for refining heaven stage weapons. I suppose that heaven stage weapons might not catch your eye, so I had to prepare a little more. They could be used for spacecraft upgrades, Zhulong Shuang said with a smile. Thank you, Wang Tung said. As long as you like it. Zhulong Shuang heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Gift-giving was an art, and if the gift didn't touch the recipient's heart, it might as well not have been given. Wang Tung, aren't you going to see the gift my sister gave you? Tongan said with a faint smile. Your sister? Zhulong Shuang couldn't help but look at Tong in surprise. This little girl looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her. My sister's name is Tongya, Tong In said casually, lifting her chin. In Wang Tung's eyes, she seemed a bit proud. He looked at the two women with a strange expression. Were these two women having a duel? Tongya. A flash of white light suddenly crossed Zhulong Shuang's mind. She finally remembered. No wonder she always felt like she had seen her somewhere before. It was Tongya, the one on the universe goddess rank. At the same time, her expression became somewhat serious. Even someone on the universe goddess rank came to congratulate Wang Tung. What kind of charm did this guy possess? She valued Wang Teng's potential because she had some contact with him and knew that he was not simple. But Tanya? The other was an existence on the universe goddess rank, someone she might not even meet once in a lifetime. How did she know about Wang Teng? Wang Teng opened it quickly. Seeing Zhulong Shuang's surprised expression, Tong In knew that her goal was achieved. She smiled slightly and urged Wang Teng. Zhulong Shuang's heart sank instantly. She looked at the jade box on the table with a slightly changed expression. She didn't feel any special fluctuations. What could be inside? Why was this little girl so confident? Judging by the other's appearance, it seemed as if she believed that her gift would surpass hers. Wang Teng also became interested and opened the jade box. His eyebrows raised slightly. What is this? Within the jade box lay a simple scroll, seemingly unremarkable, yet the lack of distinct features made it all the more intriguing. Zhulong Shuang looked at the scroll inside the jade box, and her brows furrowed slightly. Wang Teng picked up the scroll and examined it closely. He discovered that there seemed to be a sealing force on it. There were tiny and mysterious runes engraved on the surface, forming a kind of restrictive power that required spiritual power to open. This piqued his curiosity even more. A scroll sealed with such power served not only to protect it from decay, but also to prevent others from casually viewing its contents. This scroll seemed to be no ordinary item. However, it posed no challenge to Wang Teng. After all, he was a rune grandmaster. With a slight concentration of his gaze, spiritual power surged, coming into contact with the runes as he sought the switch among them. In no time, the runes on the surface of the scroll moved like tadpoles, autonomously separating from the connection points on the scroll. The scroll could now be opened. Rune Master! Zhulong Shuang looked at Wang Teng, a hint of astonishment in her expression. You're really a rune master. They said you deciphered the runes of the spiritual hollow mountain. At first, one didn't quite believe it, but now I'm thoroughly convinced. My sister said you could open it, and indeed you can, Tong Yin added, equally surprised. It's nothing, Wang Teng smiled and replied. Both women rolled their eyes simultaneously at his nonchalant response. Wang Teng paid no attention to them, took a deep breath, and with curiosity, opened the scroll. As his gaze swept over its contents, his eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. He abruptly closed the scroll and looked at Tong in astonishment. Zhulong Shuang's ominous premonition intensified. Judging by Wang Teng's expression, this scroll seemed to be extraordinary. How is it? Tong said with a faint smile, secretly delighted. You wanted to show off, and now you're shocked, aren't you? This is a semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. Wang Teng said in a low voice. What? Zhulong Shuang's expression changed slightly. She looked at Tong in astonishment. A semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. Tong Ya's generosity was unexpectedly grand, and it happened to align with Wang Teng's preferences. By now, everyone knew he was a grandmaster alchemist. More importantly, such items were rare and hard to come by. Typically, very few alchemy saints would pass on their semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. After all, it was their most crucial possession. How could they casually show it to others? Even their disciples might not be able to get it. For Wang Teng, this item was crucial. It could save him from many detours and possibly allow him to become a true alchemy saint many years later. She had to admit that the solar dragon stones she had sent were far less valuable compared to this semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. Yes, Tong glanced at Zhulong Shuang, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She nodded, saying, This is a semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual that my sister accidentally obtained. The individual later smoothly advanced to become an alchemy saint. So, for you, this manual holds significant reference value. A manual of a semi-alchemy saint left before his promotion to alchemy saint. Brilliance flickered in Wang Teng's eyes as he nodded and said, I graciously accept this gift. Please convey my thanks to your sister. In the future, whenever you need to refine pills, feel free to come find me. He made a commitment. The gift from the other party was too significant. and he needed to reciprocate appropriately. I've been waiting for this moment, Tong In chuckled, but we're friends, and I'm also a member of the Constellation Society. There's no need to be so formal. I'm the one who's thinking too much. Wang Tung smiled. Tanya was truly thoughtful to give him such a gift. Chapter 22:18 Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Departure. 1. By the way, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Tong Yin glanced at Zhulong Shuang again and said, Then I'll take my leave. Zhulong Shuang stood up tactfully and smiled. Today, she was completely outshone, but fortunately, the things she had given weren't too shabby, and Wang Tung seemed to like them. So, it wasn't a total loss. Wang Tung escorted her to the door and said, I've received your goodwill. As long as the solar dragon race doesn't cause trouble for me, one believe we can coexist peacefully. You're wrong, Zhulong Shuang smiled. I can't speak for the rest of the solar dragon race, but I, Zhulong Shuang, will always be your friend. I hope so. Wang Tung gave her a meaningful look, nodding. Zhulong Shuang left. She hadn't come in vain today, and her confidence in Wang Tung had grown. Even Tong Ye had high expectations for him, indicating that her decision was not wrong. Wang Tung turned back to the living room and said, Now we can talk. My sister needs a pill called the Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Can you make it? Tong In asked sternly. The Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. He had seen this pill before. He immediately asked, Is your sister poisoned? Yes. Truly deserving of a Grandmaster Alchemist. Just hearing the name, and you already know, this type of pill is quite rare. Tong And looked at Wang Tung in surprise. Don't underestimate any peak Grandmaster Alchemist. Wang Tung chuckled. My sister also said the same thing. Tong In smiled slightly and continued, Let's get to the point. Can you refine this pill? The Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill is a type of supreme rank pill. I made a supreme rank pill before, so one think I'm confident. Wang Tung nodded after some hesitation. With his current proficiency in alchemy, he had at least a 70% to 80% success rate in refining the Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. However, the ingredients for supreme rank pills were not ordinary, and to be safe, he thought it wise to be modest. That's great. Tong Un was elated. Not many Grandmaster Alchemists have made supreme rank pills. With your experience, you will be more confident than them. The Semi-Alchemy Saint Alchemical Manual you sent me will be of great help to me. Once I've studied it thoroughly, my confidence will be even greater, Wang Tung nodded. Choosing you was the right decision, Tong In said with a gleeful smile. This time, one must let my sister know that my recommendation was not wrong. Wang Tung chuckled and shook his head. This senior sister was trying to gain credit with Tanya through him, but he didn't mind. After all, such straightforward actions wouldn't give rise to unpleasant feelings. However, if one remember correctly, the Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill requires an ingredient called the Cloud Immortal Milk. It's extremely rare. Have you found it? Wang Tung asked. We haven't found it yet. Tong In suddenly felt awkward, shaking her head in dismay. If you haven't found it, why are you in such a hurry? Wang Tung couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, one just wanted to let you know in advance. My sister is already trying to find it, Tong In explained. How about this? I'll ask the Secondary Career Alliance for you, but one can't promise that there will be one, Wang Tung said. Really? Tong In's eyes lit up. Wang Tung nodded. Given his status, this wasn't a difficult task for him. That's fantastic, Tong In exclaimed happily. Don't get too excited yet. Cloud Immortal Milk is very rare, and even the Secondary Career Alliance may not have it. Wang Tung shook his head. It's all right, as long as you can help inquire. After all, it's still a lead. Tong In expressed gratitude. My sister and I don't know anyone in the Secondary Career Alliance. It's more convenient for you to ask. Wang Tung nodded and sent a message to several Grandmaster Alchemists from the Secondary Career Alliance, asking for their help in keeping an eye out. After a few more casual conversations, Tong In took her leave. Wang Tung went back to the cultivation room and took out the Semi-Alchemy Saint's Alchemical Manual Tong Yi gave him. He was excited. It's the alchemical manual of the semi-alchemy saint. You're so lucky. Round Ball appeared at the side and exclaimed, being handsome brings good luck. Haven't you noticed that all the gift givers are beautiful women? Wang Tong said, you're indulging in self-flattery. Round Ball made a disgusted expression, then winked and said, with your small body, can you handle a large-sized beauty like Zhulong Shuang? What do you know? I'm a physique-refining martial warrior. The solar dragon race's physical body isn't as strong as mine, Wang Tong replied angrily. How can man say no? Despite his seemingly inferior physique compared to the martial warriors of the solar dragon race, in terms of physical fitness, he was unmatched by anyone. Round Ball was speechless. It forgot that Wang Tong's physical strength was indeed terrifying, far beyond what ordinary martial warriors could compare to. Wang Tong ignored Round Ball and opened the scroll. He started studying it seriously. This was an alchemical manual left behind by an alchemy saint before he advanced. It would provide tremendous assistance to Wang Tong at his current level. His alchemical proficiency had already reached the Grandmaster level, approaching its peak. Once he broke through to the universe stage, he could prepare for the ascent to become an alchemy saint. At his current stage, he wouldn't be able to gain much enlightenment just by picking up attributes. This was because semi-alchemy saints were extremely rare, almost like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, the semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual was also scarce. This particular manual contained the lifelong insights and experiences of a semi-alchemy saint, highly systematic and remarkably complete. With such a high reference value, it was incredibly precious. Chapter 2219, Immortal Milk's Spiritual Pill. Departure. 2. Wang Tong spent 3 days immersed in the manual. During this time, many people came to congratulate him upon learning about his appointment as a counselor. However, Round Ball politely declined their request to meet him, except for close acquaintances like Ji Fiyun and Wu Ming, members of the Constellation Society, including Yu Qiqiao, also came to offer their congratulations. For them, Wang Tong becoming a member of the Academy Arbitration Association was undoubtedly a great achievement. When the big boss was impressive, life was better for the underlings. After 3 days, Wang Tong slowly opened his eyes in the cultivation room, a glint of enlightenment flashing in them. As expected, the alchemical manual of the semi-alchemy saint contains a lot of valuable information. Wang Tong muttered to himself. You completely digested and absorbed the semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual? Round Ball floated nearby, asking in amazement. That's right. Wang Tong nodded. Free. Round Ball fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, 3 days. In just 3 days, Wang Tong completely absorbed the semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual, an almost unbelievable feat. Round Ball couldn't help but wish it could cut open Wang Tong's head to see how his brain functioned. It's nothing. I'm already a 9th-rank Grandmaster alchemist. Many concepts converge despite taking different paths. It doesn't require too much time, Wang Tong explained. That's still freakish. I can guarantee that other 9th-rank Grandmaster alchemists would never achieve what you just did, Roundy commented. Wang Tong smiled faintly, stood up. He headed out. Round Ball, we should set out. The Academy Arbitration Association only gave me half a month, and it's already been 3 days. Time is a bit tight indeed. We should get going, Round Ball nodded. Without further delay, Wang Tong informed Yu Qiqiao and the others before boarding a spacecraft and flying toward the edge of the 7th Stellar Academy continent. There, an ancient warship awaited him to depart. Yu Qiqiao, Wu Yin, and others received the message and looked toward Wang Tong's mansion. They could see a spaceship transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. Wang Tong had left, and now they had to focus on cultivating. They hoped that when they met again, they wouldn't be left too far behind. Not long after, an ancient warship set sail from the 7th Stellar Academy, crossing the chaotic star sea and heading towards the vast universe beyond. Feng Qingyan stood atop a tall building, gazing into the distance. Wang Tong has left the Stellar Academy. Ruan Banlian stood behind him and reported. Where's he going? Feng Qingyan asked. Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, 5 burial stars. Yuan Banlian said. Where? Feng Qingyan seemed somewhat surprised. Unaware of why he reacted so strangely, Yuan Banlian repeated what she said. Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Ha ha ha. Looks like heaven is helping me. Feng Qingyan suddenly burst into laughter. Then a cold light flashed his eyes as he sent a message on his smartwatch. This time, Wang Tung took a warship from the Academy Arbitration Association, an eternal level warship. With full propulsion, it only took 2 days to cross the chaotic star sea. Counselor Wang Tung, we have reached the edge of the chaotic star sea. A universe stage martial warrior knocked on Wang Tung's resting cabin, respectfully informing him. Good. Wang Tung nodded. Stepping out of the cabin, he arrived at a familiar spacecraft docking port. He had been here once before and was quite familiar with the place. We've brought you here, Counselor Wang Tung. Wishing you a smooth journey. The universe stage martial warrior bowed respectfully. Thank you. Wang Tung gave him a fist salute, turned into a streak of light, and flew toward the location of the space teleportation array. Surrounded by an asteroid belt, each meteorite was inscribed with space teleportation array formations, leading to different destinations. Wang Tung needed to find the space teleportation array leading to the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Otherwise, considering the distance between the chaotic star sea and the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, the journey on the spacecraft would be considerably lengthy. Observing Wang Tung's departing figure, the universe stage martial warrior couldn't help but shake his head. He knew Wang Tung was a newly appointed counselor heading to the 5 burial stars. Having escorted many counselors to the 5 burial stars before, the warrior was aware that few returned. Comparing Wang Tung to the previous counselors, he was younger and less powerful, making the warrior wonder if he could return. Wang Tung swiftly located the space teleportation array leading to the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Landing on a meteorite, he revealed his counselor emblem and said, Who is in charge here? I need to go to the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Counselor, several Heaven Stage martial warriors controlling the spatial teleportation array were startled. They immediately rose from their meditation positions and respectfully saluted Wang Tung. Please, we will activate the space teleportation array for you immediately. The leading warrior, a universe stage martial warrior, showed extreme respect in front of Wang Tung. Okay, Wang Tung didn't waste any time. With a flash, he stepped into the space teleportation array. The advantages of the counselor status became apparent to Wang Tung during his journey. Even these ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors and Universe Stage martial warriors showed great respect towards him. From the specialized Eternal Level warship to the activation of the space teleportation array, without spending points, and the immediate opening of the array, without waiting for others. Wang Tung thoroughly experienced the privileges of his counselor status. The group of warriors, led by the Universe Stage martial warrior, didn't dare to delay. They immediately activated the space teleportation array. Complex and mysterious runes on the ground lit up instantly, and attribute bubbles emerged. Wang Tung cast a glance at them, and his spiritual power swept through, picking them up. Boom! A silvery white column of light shot into the sky, and Wang Tung's figure disappeared on the spot. After seeing Wang Tung off, the warriors breathed a sigh of relief. That counselor is so young. A Heaven Stage martial warrior couldn't help but marvel. Yes, he looks even younger than us and has become a counselor. I wonder what background he has. Another Heaven Stage martial warrior expressed envy. Wait a minute. Isn't our space teleportation array connected to the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain? Several Heaven Stage martial warriors suddenly realized. Another counselor going to the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain to meet his end. Their envy vanished instantly, and it was replaced by sympathy. I remember now. A few days ago, one heard from a friend at the academy that there's a new counselor named Wang Tung, a freshman from the 7th Stellar Academy. One Heaven Stage martial warrior suddenly spoke up. Freshman, The other Heaven Stage martial warriors were shocked. How can a freshman become a counselor? Someone questioned in confusion. Who knows, but I heard he offended quite a few people. Now it seems to be true, or else he wouldn't have been assigned to the Phantom Drift territorial domain to meet his end. I heard that he's the champion of the 7th Stellar Academy Freshman Leaderboard, and he got onto the star rankings. He's very famous. He made it to the star rankings? I remember now. Someone mentioned him before. He's the highly anticipated talent among the new students. But he's unlucky, being assigned to the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Most of the previous counselors who went there never came back. Yeah, that's right. I hope this counselor Wang Tung can hold on for a few days. It's a pity to hear news of his death. He's a talented individual who made it to the star rankings. The discussions were filled with sympathy and regret. The Universe Stage martial warrior's gaze flickered a few times. He spoke in a deep voice. Enough, stop discussing. Matters involving the counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association are not something we could talk about casually. Be careful not to be overheard. Right. The Heaven Stage martial warriors immediately reacted. They nodded in agreement. The stars shifted and the sky transformed. Wang Tung felt a momentary blur, and he found himself beneath another starry sky. This was an extremely remote and uninhabited planet. Taking a look around, he walked out of the teleportation array. The warriors responsible for maintaining the array saw only one person and knew his identity was extraordinary. They immediately bowed respectfully. Wang Tung nodded, took out his Devil Slayer spacecraft, and turned into a stream of light, soaring into the cosmic void. Roundball, lock onto the 5 burial stars. Alrighty, let's go. Roundball appeared, responding excitedly. Having spent quite some time at the Stellar Academy, it was finally getting a chance to explore beyond. Chapter 2220. That's right, a fat sheep. Phantom Drift territorial domain. A sleek, menacing spacecraft sailed through the cosmic void. Seated in the cockpit, Wang Tung opened the panoramic simulation, gazing at the unfamiliar expanse of stars outside, feeling a sense of awe. The universe was truly immense. The last time he ventured out for a mission, he departed from the chaotic star C and headed straight to the Devilwood Star. Along the way, he hadn't taken the time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Now, leaving the chaotic star C again, he was headed to an entirely unfamiliar territory. The Phantom Drift territorial domain. The chaotic star C, the Witch Tower territorial domain, the Phantom Drift territorial domain, and even the Liuguang territorial domain where the Great Qian Empire was located were all very far away. They were separated by countless territorial domains. If martial warriors relied on their own flight, who knew how much time it would consume? In the past, Wang Tung couldn't even imagine himself crossing such vast distances for interstellar travel. After all, for those born on Earth, the universe was too vast, and it symbolized unpredictable dangers. People's footsteps were limited to the few uninhabited planets around Earth. Interstellar travel was once unimaginable, let alone journeys across the immense territorial domains. However, now he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Since leaving Earth, he had gradually become familiar with this solitary voyage. The path of a warrior was often solitary. But fortunately, what are you thinking about? Round Ball floated around him and leaned over curiously with its big round eyes. This fellow's expression was a little strange. Nothing much, Wang Tung replied nonchalantly, placing one hand on the round forehead and pushing it away gently. Tisk, Round Ball pouted. How many days until we arrive? Wang Tung asked. About 5 days, and we've already entered the Phantom Drift territorial domain, Round Ball said, checking the star map. Wang Tung nodded and said, should be enough time. Still, we need to be cautious. The Phantom Drift territorial domain is quite chaotic, and universe pirates often appear. If we get targeted by some major pirates, it could be troublesome, Round Ball warned. Universe pirates? Wang Tung exclaimed. Yeah, like pirates, but they're powerful martial warriors. I told you earlier that it's best to hire some strong martial warriors as bodyguards to travel to the 5 burial stars together. Yet you insisted on going alone. What if we encounter pirates who are at the heaven stage or universe stage martial warriors? Round Bali complained. If we encounter them, we encounter them. With my strength, dealing with ordinary heaven stage martial warriors is a piece of cake. Wang Tung exuded confidence, and indeed, he had the credentials to be confident. The heaven stage martial warriors outside can't be more powerful than the talented warriors in the stellar academies, right? The problem is many of them are desperados, Roundball said. Fearless, but a bit tricky, Wang Tung nodded, stroking his chin. What if we run into universe stage pirates? Roundball asked again. Can you not jinx me? Wang Tung was a bit speechless and then exclaimed, by the way, how could universe stage powerhouses become space pirates? Isn't serving other factions better? 2. It's related to the unique environment in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. It's chaotic here, and sometimes a martial warrior serving a faction dies even faster than a universe pirate. Besides, being a universe pirate brings in money faster, and it's more tempting since it's free and unrestrained, Roundball explained. Moreover, when they appear on other planets, how many people would know they are universe pirates? Of course, some martial warriors who are unwilling to become universe pirates have also left the Phantom Drift territorial domain to develop in other territorial domains. Sounds reasonable. Wang Tung sighed. It seems that if we encounter them, our only option is to run. I thought you were powerful. Do you really think you can fight with universe stage martial warriors? Roundball complained. It was reminding Wang Tung that while he had indeed defeated several universe stage beings, the situations were quite special if you were to face a universe stage martial warrior without any injuries and without any external forces holding him back. Wang Tung's current strength wouldn't be enough. One wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Wang Tung chuckled. In the direction where the Devil Slayer spacecraft was navigating, a small-scale heaven-level spacecraft lurked in the void, carrying dozens of warriors. Most of them were celestial stage martial warriors. There were around 30 of them, around 6 to 7 cosmos stage martial warriors, and only one heaven stage martial warrior. Inside the spacecraft's main lobby, these martial warriors were drinking and reveling. Various weapons were scattered around them, and some scantily clad beauties accompanied them. Crude and vulgar language occasionally spewed from their mouths. Damn it, we've been ambushing in this place for 5 days, and not a single passerby has come through. If it doesn't work, they'll ask the captain to find another place to lurk, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face complained after taking a big sip of alcohol. We're really unlucky this time. Normally, we should have opened for business long ago. Another warrior with a fierce appearance added. Other martial warriors immediately joined in with their own comments and a heap of obscene and vulgar words. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded inside the spacecraft. All the martial warriors instantly became alert, looking up to see a light screen appearing. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression appeared on the screen and said, "Get ready. There's a fat sheep ahead. Brothers, it's time to open for business." A fat sheep. The martial warriors inside the spacecraft lit up with excitement. They waited for so many days and finally found a fat sheep. Yes, indeed, a big fat sheep. There's only one Cosmos stage martial warrior in the spacecraft, but he's driving a universe-level spacecraft. It must be some big shot's offspring. Let's rob him, the middle-aged man said. Cosmos stage martial warrior. Universe-level spacecraft. Ha-ha. Everyone burst out laughing. They were excited. Generally, on the Universe Pirate spacecraft, there are instruments capable of detecting the life level inside the spacecraft. This was to prevent encountering tough opponents where they might lose both their wealth and their lives. There were heaven stage martial warriors on this spacecraft. They even bought a device that could detect the universe-level spacecraft. They were willing to spend a fortune on such equipment because, firstly, universe-level spacecraft might have strong individuals on board, and failing to avoid them in time could lead to death. Secondly, robbing someone who operated a universe-level spacecraft would yield more substantial rewards. Judging by experience, Many individuals piloting universe-level spacecraft were offsprings of major powers. Robbing them once could sustain the pirates for half a year or more. In the Phantom Drift territorial domain, the universe pirates didn't care if you were the offspring of a major power or not. They would rob first and deal with the consequences later, which usually involved being pursued and hunted down. There were so many universe pirates in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. If they killed anyone, no one in the universe would know that they were the culprits. In any case, as universe pirates, they were professionals. Wong Tung, it seems like we've run into universe pirates. Roundball exclaimed on board the Devil Slayer. What? Wong Tung was astounded. They were just talking about universe pirates, and now they encountered them. They blocked our way, Roundball said with a strange expression. As they approached, Wong Tung saw through the panoramic simulation that a small spacecraft had boldly positioned itself right in front of them. The surface of the spacecraft was adorned with many ferocious patterns, giving off a menacing appearance, as if they were extremely fierce. Is this a universe-level spacecraft? Wong Tung asked in surprise. Were universe pirates so wealthy? How could they afford a universe-level spacecraft? It's indeed a universe-level spacecraft. Roundball was surprised too. It looks like these universe pirates are quite wealthy. We won't be so unlucky to meet a universe-stage martial warrior, right? Wong Tung wasn't particularly fearful, but rather surprised. He asked, can you detect the levels of the warriors inside? 1 Heaven-stage martial warrior, 7 Cosmos-stage martial warriors, and 25 Celestial-stage martial warriors. Roundball quickly provided the answer after scanning. Heaven stage. That's okay. That's okay. Wong Tung breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of Heaven stage martial warriors. Do these universe pirates think they can easily rob you just because you're the only Cosmos stage warrior? That's probably why they are so blatant. They didn't even bother sealing off the surrounding space. Roundball seemed to have realized something and said with a strange expression, I think you're right. Wong Tung chuckled. This was a bunch of fools. They are requesting to establish communication. Roundball suddenly said, then let's answer. Wong Tung smiled. Roundball nodded, and a screen appeared. On the screen, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression appeared. He glanced at Wong Tung and sneered, saying, Hey, little friend, we're robbing you. Now, please cooperate obediently. Don't make things difficult for me, or you'll have to bear the consequences. How do one cooperate? Just tell me, and I'll give you as much money as you want. I have a lot of money. Wong Tung appeared frightened, looking quite terrified. Ha! Laughter erupted from the other side. The martial warriors inside the spacecraft witnessed the spectacle of this heir of a major power. For these universe pirates, witnessing the heirs of major powers showing such a pathetic side was undoubtedly a source of amusement. After all, they were universe pirates risking their lives outside, while the other party lived a comfortable life. Just by opening their mouths, they could obtain abundant resources. In comparison, anyone would feel a sense of imbalance. Roundball rolled its eyes. Here we go again. This guy seems quite theatrical. He loves to act. Open your spacecraft and let us take over. Don't resist. We're only after wealth. If you cooperate honestly, we won't harm you. The middle-aged man's mouth curled up into a smile as he spoke calmly. Okay, one won't resist. Please don't harm me. Wong Tung pretended to be terrified. Then, he gave a signal to Roundball, and the hatch of the Devil's Slayer opened. The group of them walked out of the spacecraft opposite and entered the Devil's Slayer. They sized up their newfound loot and were elated. Captain, this universe-level spacecraft is incredible. It's so much better than the one we bought with great difficulty. We're really lucky. The scar-faced warrior exclaimed with joy. Chapter 22-21. You're in trouble. 1. The style of the spaceship suits us very well. I didn't expect this fat lamb to have the same preferences as us. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings, his face showing a pleased expression. The style of this spaceship indeed perfectly matched the preferences of their group of universe pirates. At first glance, he was captivated by it. As they chatted, The universe pirates swaggered into the control room, acting as if they were the rightful owners. Spotting Wang Tung in the control room, they burst into laughter once again. "Come over." The scar-faced, middle-aged man glared fiercely at Wang Tung and bellowed at him. "Brothers, I can hand over all my belongings. Please spare me," Wang Tung said cautiously. "Just come over when we ask you to. No need for useless words," the scar-faced man ordered coldly. All right. Wang Tung walked over. "Look at this tender young man. Maybe he could fetch a good price." The scar-faced man appraised Wang Tung, his gaze as if he were evaluating a piece of meat. Wang Tung. Ha ha. The surrounding universe pirates burst into laughter. "Honestly, this kid is really handsome. I'm a bit jealous myself. Selling him to those wealthy ladies in high society would definitely fetch a good price," the middle-aged man said, stroking his chin. Ha ha. Round Ball couldn't hold back and was already laughing uncontrollably, its laughter echoing in Wang Tung's mind. It was so funny. These universe pirates wanted to sell Wang Tung to wealthy ladies. "Stop laughing." Wang Tung was speechless. Handsome boys needed to protect themselves properly. The outside world was too dangerous. He never expected that one day he would be at risk of being sold just because he was too handsome. Life was truly unpredictable. After the scar-faced man finished laughing, he suddenly reached out to pinch Wang Tung's face. "Kid, how did you get such a face? It's envy-inducing. You have a death wish." Wang Tung was disgusted. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the scar-faced man in front of him. This was intolerable. Mere words were one thing, and he didn't mind playing along with their banter. But when he found out the scar-faced man intended to get physical, the thought of having a rough, big guy pinch his face made Wang Tung extremely uncomfortable. Wang Tung's spiritual power was incredibly strong, and coupled with that terrifying aura, even without intentionally showcasing it, it was enough to make people shudder. Forger about a Cosmos stage martial warrior, even a Heaven stage martial warrior, seeing it would be alarmed. The scar-faced man's expression changed when he saw Wang Tung's gaze. He was flabbergasted and took a step back uncontrollably. Damn it! The middle-aged man also noticed Wang Tung's gaze and felt a tremor in his heart. This wasn't the look of a fat sheep. It was the gaze of a lone and ferocious wolf. "You've stirred up trouble," Wang Tung calmly spoke, instantly activating the ancient god's body and the true dragon battle physique pseudo. With a thunderous sound, a terrifying aura erupted as he threw a punch. The middle-aged man instinctively raised his hand to block, but his face immediately changed. He felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, and with a crisp sound, his arm bones snapped. His entire body was sent flying. There was a buzzing sound. A series of energy walls, formed by condensed force, suddenly rose around them. This was a function of the spacecraft, designed to prevent battles within from damaging the equipment. The materials used to forge a universe-level spacecraft were special, only vulnerable to attacks from universe-stage martial warriors. Moreover, the interior was inscribed with runes, making it challenging to damage. The middle-aged man's body uncontrollably slammed into the energy wall, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His face turned slightly pale, and he stared at Wang Tung in utter disbelief. "Leader, boss." Witnessing this scene, the surrounding universe pirates had their expressions change drastically, immediately shouting and instinctively rushing towards Wang Tung to launch an attack. These universe pirates were indeed a tough and fearless bunch. Even after witnessing Wang Tung defeat their leader with a single punch, they dared to charge forward, which was quite surprising. "Get lost." Wang Tung didn't move. He just shouted calmly. "Divine Sonic Wave." With the addition of spiritual power, an invisible ripple spread out along with the sound. The celestial stage martial warriors around suddenly felt their vision darken, and they fainted, collapsing to the ground. Their attacks also crashed into the energy wall, causing no damage. The 6 Cosmos stage martial warriors clutched their heads, clearly unable to withstand the terrifying divine sonic wave attack. Wang Tung struck again, unleashing a punch that split into 6 hitting each of the Cosmo stage martial warriors simultaneously. They were sent flying, coughing up blood. Too weak. Wang Tung shook his head as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. You. The middle-aged man was already dumbfounded. Was this young man in front of him really a Cosmo stage martial warrior? He seemed too terrifying. As a heaven stage martial warrior, even in an unguarded situation, he wouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Before he could react, all his subordinates had been dealt with, including 6 Cosmo stage martial warriors. And this was accomplished by Wang Tung alone. Was this something a Cosmo stage martial warrior could do? The scar-faced man clutched his chest. A few of his ribs were broken. He crawled up with difficulty and stared at Wang Tung in bewilderment. This seemingly delicate young man turned out to be a formidable opponent they couldn't resist. Chapter 22:22. You're in trouble. 2. Damn it, he offended the wrong person. Do you think I'm a fat sheep? Wang Tung sat in the main seat of the control room and asked with a smile, No, dude, this is a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He stood up and said hurriedly. He couldn't quite gauge the young man in front of him. Even though the other party was just a Cosmo stage martial warrior, the terrifying power displayed a moment ago made him feel like he was facing someone of the same realm, and it was a formidable physique martial warrior. Even if he was on guard, he might not be a match for the young man in front of him. I'm the one who decides if there's a misunderstanding, Wang Tung replied calmly. Young master, it is a misunderstanding. We just want to be friends with you. It's good to make friends when you're away from home. There's no harm in that, the middle-aged man said awkwardly. Wang Tung was a bit speechless. This middle-aged man was shameless. Just moments ago, he was trying to rob him, and now he was framing it as wanting to be friends. Make friends, huh? Wang Tung looked at the man with interest. Yes, make friends. If you're willing to be friends with us, we will naturally treat you as a good friend. Judging by your appearance, this must be your first time in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. We are very familiar with this place and can provide you with a lot of help. The middle-aged man said immediately. Sure, I'm a little tight on money now. I wonder if you guys can help me out? Wang Tung said. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Tung speechlessly. So were they getting robbed? The scar-faced man and the few remaining conscious Cosmo stage martial warriors were also dumbfounded. They had always been the ones robbing others, and today they were about to be robbed. Friend, are you a universe pirate? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. He suspected that he met someone in the same industry as him, and that he was a lone ranger. Wang Tung, he suspected that you're a universe pirate. Round Ball laughed uncontrollably. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. He said, Enough talk. Hand over everything valuable on you. My patience is limited. Don't I make me say it a second time, or the consequences will be severe. And your spacecraft, I'm taking control of that too. A small universe-level spacecraft. Not bad. The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. This kid really wanted to rob them. This was ridiculous. They, the notorious universe pirates, were actually being robbed by a kid who appeared out of nowhere. If this got out, wouldn't they be ridiculed by their peers? Friend, when you're out and about, leave room for reconciliation. We may meet again in the future. I admit defeat this time. Please spare us. Pain is not to be trifled with. I am, after all, a heaven stage martial warrior. Your strength is indeed formidable, but you may not be able to handle me, especially within this spacecraft. If one completely unleash my power, are you sure you can bear the consequences? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Oh, so you want to resist? Wang Tung said with a smirk. The middle-aged man, seeing his confident demeanor, couldn't help but frown even more tightly, feeling uneasy. Kid, our captain is one of the strongest universe pirates in this entire planetary sector. I see you're seeking death, the scar-faced man shouted. Pain. Wang Tung squinted. A smile appeared on his face as he walked towards his opponent. What do you want? The scar-faced man called out nervously. Don't be afraid. Weren't you boasting loudly a moment ago? Don't make me look down on you. Wang Tung said casually as a purple brick appeared in his hand. Stop, Pain shouted hurriedly. But it was too late. Wang Tung raised the brick and without mercy, he smashed it down on the scar-faced man, accompanied by a dull thud and the sound of thunder. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. The scar-faced man's face swelled visibly at an alarming rate, turning into a pig's head in the blink of an eye. Boom. In no time, the scar-faced man fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The other Cosmo Stage martial warriors were astounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at the scar-faced man and discreetly shuffling a few steps backward. The muscles on Payne's face twitched. He initially intended to make a move, but after witnessing this scene, for some reason, he felt a bit weak and didn't dare to act. Oh, by the way, what were you about to say just now? Wang Ting put away the brick, clapped his hands, and asked. I was saying, we could discuss things properly. Payne swallowed his saliva and said awkwardly, there's nothing to discuss. Wang Tung's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the original spot. Payne's pupils contracted. Unable to think much, he immediately retreated, but the space in front of him fluctuated, and Wang Tung had already appeared before him. Another punch was thrown. 5-element fist. This time, Wang Tung didn't hold back. The power of the 6th rank domain was added, carrying a terrifying force. Payne's face changed dramatically. He was only a 3rd-level Heaven Stage martial warrior, and his domain was only at the 5th rank. Yet this Cosmo Stage martial warrior's domain was stronger than his. Boom! Struggling to resist, Payne unleashed his 5th rank domain, but it was completely enveloped by Wang Tung's domain. A punch landed on him, and he crashed into the energy wall once again. Blood uncontrollably sprayed from his mouth, and his face turned deathly pale. The energy ripples around were all encompassed by Wang Tung's domain, unable to diffuse. Too easy. Dealing with ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors outside the Stellar Academies was just too effortless. Chapter 22-23. You're in trouble. 3. Of course, if it was a 5th-level Heaven Stage or above martial warrior, it wouldn't be this easy. However, the man before him was only a 3rd-level Heaven Stage martial warrior, and the gap between them wasn't too significant. Payne couldn't believe the outcome, but the pain coursing through his body forced him to accept reality. He looked at Wang Tung with intense shock and couldn't help but ask, Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that, at this moment, all of you are my prisoners. Wang Tung squatted down, sweeping his gaze across them. With his spiritual power, he effortlessly removed the space ring from Payne's hand. Seriously, you don't have any self-awareness. Why do I have to do it myself? A bitter taste filled Payne's mouth, but he had no choice. He had truly been robbed. Fortunes change, and today was his turn. Wang Tung exerted his mental force, forcefully breaking the spiritual mark that Payne left on the space ring. Payne spat out another mouthful of blood. His gaze was filled with horror. His space ring had been forcibly opened. Come on, you're a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Why are you so poor? Wang Tung glanced at the contents of the space ring, shaking his head in disbelief. Payne felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Taking a deep breath, he said, Over the years, all the wealth we accumulated, apart from personal cultivation expenses, was mostly used to purchase that universe-level spacecraft. Sigh. Wang Tung sighed. One shouldn't have had such high hopes. I'm disappointed. Forget it. At least one have a universe-level spacecraft. Payne didn't know what to say. He felt that Wang Tung was looking down on him. Wang Tung remained silent, his gaze shifting to the other martial warriors. He thoroughly searched them, not sparing a single valuable item. Every bit mattered, no matter how small. This scene caused Payne's heart to twitch. Where did this brat come from? He was even more ruthless than universe pirates like them. All right, now your spacecraft is also my spoils of war. Get down and return to your ship. Wang Tung ordered, dismissing the universe pirates from the Devil Slayer spacecraft before stowing it away. Payne's pupils contracted. An extra-large space equipment. He increasingly sensed that the young man before him was not simple, possibly holding an extraordinary status. Otherwise, how could he possess such an enormous space equipment? If they had such equipment, they could easily keep their spacecraft anytime, exhibiting excellent concealment and allowing them to rob whenever they wanted. It was a must-have for any pirate. He wasn't a universe pirate. No universe pirate was so extravagant. Unaware of what was going on in Payne's mind, Wang Tung, accompanied by his companions, boarded the pirate spacecraft and handed it over to Round Ball, which promptly took control. For an intelligent life form at the Heaven stage, this task was child's play. The spacecraft was fully taken over, changing direction and heading toward the 5 burial stars. Payne opened his mouth, but remained silent, feeling despondent. Their spacecraft had been stolen, leaving them with no hope. Moreover, he had no idea how Wang Tung was controlling the ship. The young man had just stepped aboard, and in an instant, the entire vessel came under his control. Even the original crew on their ship couldn't operate it. This was incredibly perplexing. Payne couldn't help but suspect that Wang Tung possessed an exceptionally advanced intelligence. "Tell me, where are you from?" Wang Tung comfortably sat in the main control seat and asked. "We come from the 6th Thief Star." Payne glanced at Wang Tung, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed. Chapter 22-24. Incorporation. 6th Thief Star. Wang Tung looked at the other party in surprise. In this era, even thieves had planets as their main base. Moreover, he said it was the 6th Thief Star. Didn't it imply that there might be the first 2 ND and possibly even the 7th 8th? Thief Star is where universe pirates usually gather for transactions. It's relatively secretive, and universe pirates generally won't disclose its location unless their lives are under threat, Roundball explained. Moreover, the planet they usually stay on changes frequently and isn't fixed. So, to find it, you need someone who has been a universe pirate for a long time. It's so secretive. Wang Tung got interested. Of course, one found this information in their spacecraft database. After all, many forces want to eradicate universe pirates. They've offended quite a few people and may even affect the economic development of nearby forces. They're like cancer. The Phantom Drift territorial domain is chaotic, making it easier for them to thrive. If not, they have to be more cautious and stay more concealed, Roundball explained. That makes sense. If it were in the Great Qian Empire, I'm afraid sending out a military force is enough to wipe out the universe pirates, Wang Tung nodded. The Great Qian Empire surely had its share of universe pirates, but compared to the Phantom Drift territorial domain, it would be like comparing a minnow to a whale. At least, Wang Tung had never encountered them. As for the Phantom Drift territorial domain in the territorial domain, this was his first time here, and he happened to come across them. This wasn't luck. It was inevitable, because there were just too many universe pirates in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Toss a stone into this starry sea, and you're bound to hit 1 or 2 wandering fish. In truth, even if someone knows the location of Thief Star, not everyone would go to exterminate them. Everyone has their purposes. Perhaps they just want to do things they can't do openly, Roundball explained. The dark side of RHE universe. Wang Tung's mind flashed with insight as he spoke in a deep voice. Yes, where there is light, there is darkness. Places with a mix of good and bad are more suitable for doing things that can't be seen, Roundball said. Okay, Wang Tung nodded. The universe pirates were similar to the universe mercenary groups, except mercenary groups engaged in legal business. Many people didn't know that sometimes mercenary groups would act as universe pirates, as long as no one found out. Where's the 6th Thief Star? Wang Tung looked at Payne again and asked. It's here. There's a non-living planet over there. Many pirates set up temporary bases there, changing locations now and then. Payne pointed to the star map. To save his life, Payne shamelessly spilled all the information. He could tell that the young man before him was definitely not an ordinary person. Resistance was futile, so it was better to cooperate honestly. Indeed, a temporary base. Wang Tung nodded to himself. It matched what Roundball had said. He's not lying. Roundball found the location of the planet on the spacecraft's navigation map and confirmed their multiple visits. By reverse tracking, they were able to ascertain the accuracy. This place seems quite close to the 5 burial stars. Wang Tung noticed a detail. It's to RHE west of the 5 burial stars. These pirates have some audacity. Roundball also noticed the issue and nodded. Do you have other members in your pirate gang? Wong Tung asked instantly with a sharp glint in his eyes. No, they're all here, Payne replied. Very well. Wong Tung's lips curved into a slight arc. Gather everyone. One have something to discuss. Some are still unconscious, Payne said, unsure of what Wong Tung intended to do, so he was a little hesitant. Wake them up. Wong Tung's gaze turned ice cold. Yes. Payne's heart skipped a beat. He nodded quickly and was about to turn away. Wait. Wong Tung suddenly stopped him. Perplexed, Payne looked at Wong Tung, only to see a crimson light flash in his eyes. Oh no. Surprised, Payne couldn't react in time. His mind went fuzzy, and his gaze instantly became bewildered. Bewitch. Wong Tung activated the Bewitch skill on him. Then, he released his spiritual power and activated the enchantment skill. Using both skills simultaneously, Payne quickly succumbed. When he opened his eyes and looked at Wong Tung, his expression became extremely respectful. Sir. All right, go ahead, Wong Tung said. Payne's spiritual power was not particularly strong, and with Wong Tung's current spiritual realm, dealing with martial warriors below the 3rd level of the heaven stage was more than enough. Thus, Wong Tung wasn't worried that his enchantment skill would fail. Seeing Payne's respectful demeanor, it was evident that the skill worked even better on him than on others. Soon, everyone on the spaceship was gathered. Wong Tung used his Bewitch and enchantment skills to control them completely. In this way, these universe pirates could now be used to his advantage. Wong Tung, being relatively new, didn't have other hands at his disposal. Although the strength of these universe pirates was mediocre, there were still a few martial warriors among them who had surpassed the Cosmos stage. They could still use them. You want to use these universe pirates? Roundball watched the proceedings with surprise, unable to contain its astonishment. Don't you think these universe pirates lurking in RHE dark side of the universe are useful? One Wong Tung asked. That makes sense. Roundball's eyes flickered as it nodded. One had to admit that individuals like Wong Tung, who took unconventional approaches, often had more options than others. In the Phantom Drift territorial domain, and even in a place like the 5 burial stars, there might not necessarily be any force more useful than universe pirates. This is called having no influence, so you create one for yourself. Wong Tung chuckled. All right, look at how proud you are. Roundball rolled its eyes. Oh, by the way, Wong Tung called Payne over again, saying, Are there any other universe pirates nearby on the route to the 5 burial stars? If there, we can recruit them as well. Roundball. Payne fell into silence. Such actions were undoubtedly taboo. Even as universe pirates, there were principles and moral standards to uphold. If they casually sold out other universe pirates, they would find it difficult to survive in RHE universe pirates community. They would become targets for everyone. If the news leaked, other pirates might unite to attack and eliminate them. Why? Is there a problem? Wong Tung asked calmly. Sir, if I do this, one will become everyone's target. Payne honestly expressed his concerns. Don't worry. Do you think, with my abilities, they can escape from me? Wong Tung said. Besides, I'm not asking you to provoke those who are beyond your league. Payne was stunned. That's right. If others were controlled the way he was, who could disclose the information? Suddenly, he understood. There are many universe pirates in the vicinity, and one can take you to them. Payne immediately offered. Even he had been recruited. As long as he wasn't hunted down, he could do anything. Very well. Wong Tung patted his shoulder, very pleased. It seemed that this leader of RHE pirates was quite sensible. Even with the enchantment skill controlling him, he accepted everything without any resistance, the first one to do so. Payne felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As a heaven stage martial warrior, choosing to submit in such a manner was indeed a source of shame. However, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't summon the slightest thought of resistance. He felt a deep sadness within. The other universe pirates on the spacecraft quickly learned of Wong Tung's intentions. Initially, they resisted, but under Payne's persuasion, everyone eventually accepted their fate. Ultimately, these universe pirates were not exactly noble individuals. To make them adhere to any kind of code, violent means were necessary. Now that they knew they might not be hunted even if they betrayed their comrades, they chose to compromise. After all, if they didn't compromise, they might face death now. Their lives were in the hands of others, leaving them with no other option. These universe pirates never thought that robbing a big fat sheep would lead to such a major turn of events. They became captives, losing their freedom. At this moment, they felt a sudden urge to cry. Pirates long for freedom. The spacecraft rapidly flew toward the direction of the 5 burial stars. After about half a day, Payne suddenly ran over with excitement. "Sir, the Red Cat Universe Pirate hunting area is just ahead. They have been staying here during this period." "You seem quite excited?" Wang Ting looked at him strangely. Do I?" Payne responded awkwardly. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. Payne, "Oh, YV, well, don't worry. This is excellent / Wang." Tung nodded approvingly. Regardless of the underlying motives, the fact that Payne could help him find other universe pirates was beneficial. Payne didn't know what to say anymore. It seemed like the young man before him could see through all his thoughts. The Red Cat Universe Pirate? Why does this name sound a little feminine? Wang Tung asked. The Red Cat Universe Pirate members are all female martial warriors. Their leader, a Heaven Stage martial warrior known as Tracy, has the title of the Red Cat. She's like a wild little cat, tough to discipline, Payne explained. Wang Tung observed Payne, noticing signs of growing excitement. He couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy was already quite old, yet he acted so flamboyantly. Most Heaven Stage martial warriors were not young. Some are even a few million years old. He didn't expect him to be so excited when they talked about ladies. Indeed, men were all the same no matter what age they were. How strong is their group? Apart from Tracy, what are the strengths of the others? Wang Tung inquired. The Red Cat Universe Pirate Team has a few Cosmo Stage martial warriors, and the rest are all Cosmo Stage martial warriors. Their strength is similar to ours. In this region, the strengths of Universe Pirates don't differ much. Those with Universe Stage powerhouses are rarely seen in this sector. Payne pondered for a moment before continuing. As for Trass's strength, she's slightly stronger than me, but probably not a match for you. He glanced at Wang Tung, unable to deny that the young man before him was truly extraordinary. He was a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, but he rendered Payne utterly defenseless. Very well, let's go for it. Wang Tung commanded. My lord, there's something one need to remind you of. Payne hesitated. Speak up. Don't beat around the bush. I'm nor a villain who doesn't allow you to speak, Wang Tung said. Payne glanced at Wang Tung carefully. If he wasn't a villain, how could he beat someone into a pig's head? However, he dared not utter those words. He quickly spoke. The Red Cat Universe Pirates are known for their cunning. Once they sense something amiss, they immediately flee. So, all this time, no one has been able to catch Red Cat Tracy. One Wang Ting asked, How do you seem to know so much about it? To tell you the truth, Tracy is very beautiful and fiery. A wild female pirate like her is the target of many pirates, but I've never heard of anyone succeeding, Payne said with a sly grin. You guys are unbelievable. 11 Wang Tung was speechless. It turned out that Ri's universe pirates were even more chaotic than he imagined, resorting to targeting their fellow pirates for such reasons. Payne could only laugh awkwardly. He had once thought of abducting Tracy, but he ended up receiving a thorough beating. But such glorious deeds weren't something he wanted to brag about, so he kept silent. Well, in that case, I'll go undercover myself. You'll wait here for me. Wang Ting contemplated for a moment and spoke. Chapter 22-25. Don't get up, continue kneeling. 1. You're going to go yourself? Payne looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. I have to go alone to prevent alerting them. You mentioned that the Red Cat is quite fiery, and I'd like to see for myself, Wang Tung said. Understand. Payne suddenly showed a knowing smile that all men share. What do you understand? Wang Tung was speechless and didn't bother paying any more attention to him. He flew directly out of the spacecraft. Watching Wang Tung's departing figure, Payne couldn't help but reveal a hint of curiosity. He wondered if the other party could capture the cunning red cat. Payne was eager to find out. Over the years, no one had managed to catch the red cat, and now someone was finally going to confront her. He just didn't tell Wang Tung that the red cat had a formidable escape skill, which was why she could always escape from other powerful universe pirates. At this moment, Payne's spacecraft was still a considerable distance from the red cat universe pirates. If the spacecraft got too close, it would undoubtedly be discovered. So, Wang Tung had to fly over by himself. Wang Tung flew through the void with the speed of a Cosmo-stage martial warrior. Soon, sensed the red spacecraft hidden in the void ahead. This should be the one, Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. It's also a universe-level spacecraft. These universe pirates are all quite wealthy. They earn their money by robbing others. It's definitely easier for them, Wang Tung scoffed. True, Round Ball agreed wholeheartedly. These universe pirates probably spent their ill-gotten gains on purchasing spacecraft first. To be a universe pirate, you couldn't do without a powerful spacecraft. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Without wasting words, he used the space concealment skill to hide himself in the crevices of space. Even the detectors of a universe-level spacecraft might not be able to detect his presence. Then, he approached the red universe-level spacecraft using spatial means. At the bottom of the spacecraft, near the airlock, Wang Tung asked, "Round Ball, can you handle it? Leave it to me. Who am I? I'm a heaven-stage, intelligent life form." Round Ball patted its chest. Wang Tung gave a faint smile and told it to go ahead. In no time, the airlock silently opened. Round Ball deceived the intelligent system of the red spaceship, quietly unlocking the airlock. Wang Tung flashed inside, opened the real eye, and immediately captured the brightest force within the spacecraft. Heaven's stage. It must be the red cat. Wang Tung smiled slightly and went directly towards the direction of the light. This universe-level spacecraft was also a small one, and the internal space was not large. He passed through a steel corridor and encountered two Cosmo-stage martial warriors. As Payne had said, they were all female martial warriors, but their appearances were far from impressive. He knocked them unconscious without anyone noticing. Soon, Wang Tung arrived outside a practice room. In comparison to Payne and the others who were relaxed, the members of the Red Cat Universe Pirate Group were extremely diligent. Most of them were practicing, with only a few on guard duty and hunting for prey. Others would only leave the practice room when there was prey to plunder. Wang Tung stood outside the practice room, and Round Ball opened the door directly. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in. At this point, the other side couldn't run away. He didn't need to worry about anything. Hence, he had no intention of hiding anymore. He walked in confidently, as if he was strolling in his territory. Inside the practice room, a stunning woman in her early 30s was sitting cross-legged. She had a head of wine-red wavy hair and an exceptionally beautiful face. However, amidst that beauty, there was a cold and stern aura. When Wang Tung first encountered Clara on Yumming Planet, she was also charming. However, compared to this woman, she lacked a kind of sharpness and a unique temperament that could only be achieved by experiencing hardships. Who is it? At this moment, the stunning woman suddenly opened her eyes, casting an icy gaze toward the intruder at the door. Red Cat Universe Pirate, Red Cat Tracy. Wang Tung looked at her calmly and opened his mouth. Tracy slowly stood up. She was wearing a red, smooth combat suit that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, giving people a feeling of blood surging. Wang Tung suddenly understood why Payne had that expression when mentioning the red cat. With that beautiful face and the voluptuous figure, it was impossible not to arouse criminal thoughts in any man. Even with Wang Tung's composure, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved at this moment. A woman like her could easily evoke a man's desire for conquest. Wang Tung, Round Ball shouted uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Wang Tung snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. Tracy did not act rashly and did not answer Wang Tung's question. Her gaze was fixed on him, and she felt a sense of alertness. Although in her eyes, the young man in front of her was only a Cosmo-stage martial warrior, daring to walk in her practice room so confidently, even knowing her identity, indicated that he definitely had some confidence. Moreover, from the moment the young man entered the practice room until now, there was no movement outside, which also indicated something. Either he had bypassed all the martial warriors on their ship without causing any attention, or all the martial warriors on the ship had been silently taken care of. Chapter 22-26. Don't get up, continue kneeling. 2. Regardless of the possibilities, it was evident that this person was not ordinary. Who are you? Tracy sized up Wang Tung and finally asked. Her voice carried a husky texture, seductive yet laced with cold cruelty, a contradiction. I'm just passing through. Wang Tung, with genuine interest, looked at this lady before him, who was ready to launch an attack at any moment. Since you're passing through, please leave. When away from home, let's not interfere with each other, Tracy said. I heard the rumor that the fiery red cat Tracy is quite alluring. I'm curious, Wang Tung remarked. Now that you've seen it, it should satisfy your curiosity. Tracy's gaze turned cold as she spoke. No, they say you're hard to conquer. I want to give it a try, Wang Tung said with a mischievous tone. A hint of disgust flashed in Tracy's eyes. This young man, like the others, came to conquer her. Then you go to hell. A burst of killing intent erupted in her eyes. With a swift motion, she swung her hand, and a red shadow suddenly whipped towards Wang Tung. Slap! A crisp sound echoed, space shattered, cracks spread around the red shadow, entwined with a fiery force. Within that fiery red, there was even a particularly unique crimson hue. Simultaneously, as the red shadow swept in, a sharp intent pierced through, making the skin tingle upon contact. 3 forces: fire force, metal force, poison force. Wang Tung's eyes sparkled, instantly discerning that the red cat before him was a warrior proficient in the fire, metal, and poison force, a triple-element martial warrior. This revelation aligned with the radiant aura he had observed using his real eye earlier. What caught Wang Tung's attention even more was the peculiar weapon wielded by his adversary, a long whip seemingly crafted from a combination of metal and bone, exuding an extraordinary aura. As the whip swept through the air, transforming into a razor-sharp crimson light, a direct hit would likely cause the instantaneous rupture of even a Cosmos stage martial warrior. A formidable red cat. Wang Tung's lips curled into a hint of a smile. Now, things were getting interesting. The strength of this red cat undoubtedly surpassed that of Pain. Boom! The next moment, he activated the ancient god's body and the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, engulfing the surroundings in scorching heat. A fist pounded forward, the resounding roar echoing through the air. Tracy couldn't help but sneer. This guy was asking for death, daring to confront her red skeletal soft-bone whip with his bare fists. Her red skeletal soft-bone whip was a heaven-level weapon, causing numerous heaven-stage martial warriors to suffer defeats. She didn't believe this Cosmos stage martial warrior before her could withstand it. The other party was too arrogant. However, Wang Tung remained unfazed. Force surged, and suddenly, a layer of earth-yellow dragon scales covered his fist, wrapping it as if transforming his hand into a dragon's claw. Dark obelisk dragon armor. This was a defensive battle technique he got from the obelisk scale dragon beast. It could condense earth and dark force to form a formidable armor, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Currently, Wang Tung only employed earth force, yet the resulting defense was by no means weak. Especially with the activation of the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, it was equivalent to having dual layers of protection. Moreover, offense was the best defense. He wasn't foolish enough to let the opponent whip him casually. Boom! At the next moment, the fist seal erupted, infused with the power of a 6th-rank fire domain, colliding with the crimson whip shadow. What? Tracy's expression changed abruptly. Almost without time to think, she felt a tremendous force transmitted through her red skeletal soft-bone whip, causing it to be forcibly knocked away, almost slipping from her grasp. Even though she managed to firmly hold onto the whip, her arm couldn't help but tremble. She incredulously stared at the young man before her, taking a few steps back involuntarily. Sixth rank domain. A sixth rank domain appeared on a cosmos stage martial warrior. In all her years of cultivation, reaching the fourth rank of the heaven stage, she had only cultivated her fire and poison domains to the fourth rank, with her metal domain barely reaching the third rank. Who are you? Tracy couldn't help but ask the question again. This young man before her couldn't possibly be a universe pirate. She had never heard of any universe pirate possessing such extraordinary talent. Moreover, with such talent, why would one choose to be a pirate? I told you, I'm just passing through, Wang Tung replied with a faint smile. He continued, but if you're willing to submit, I might consider revealing my true identity. Dream on, Tracy coldly exclaimed, launching another attack on Wang Tung. She couldn't believe that she, a heaven stage martial warrior, would be defeated by a cosmos stage martial warrior, even if he had comprehended a sixth rank domain. Why bother? Wang Tung shook his head and sighed. He confidently walked towards Tracy, his fist swinging once again, unleashing a powerful fist seal. The dark obelisk dragon armor, condensed on his fist, hadn't dissipated. There was a whip mark on its surface, indicating that the previous whip strike had not been without effect. However, it hadn't truly harmed Wang Tung, and with the flickering radiance, the armor on his fist returned to its original state. The whip mark seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. Boom! The two clashed once again, fist seal and whip light interweaving, creating resounding explosions within the training room. Fortunately, the room was sturdy enough and had room protections. Otherwise, their battle could easily have damaged the spacecraft. Tracy grew more and more alarmed as the battle progressed. Was this young man truly a cosmos stage martial warrior? Why was he so powerful? She found herself unable to defeat him. His strength was terrifying, posing a threat even to heaven stage martial warriors. Moreover, after such a prolonged fight, his force seemed undiminished, unlike that of a typical cosmos stage martial warrior. Chapter 22-27. Don't get up, continue kneeling. 3. Wait. Tracy retreated. She stopped her attack 100 meters away and opened her mouth. What's the matter? Wang Tung looked at her with utmost calmness. I give up. You wanted me to submit, right? I submit. Tracy said decisively. Weren't you refusing just a moment ago? And this doesn't seem like your style, Wang Tung said, looking at her with a sly smile. Your strength is enough to make me submit. One can see it. You're different from those smelly men before. You're not a universe pirate, Tracy said. Is that so? Wang Tung rubbed his chin and said, Then come here, kneel, and call me master. They'll believe you then. Do I really have to kneel? Tracy's expression changed slightly. A hint of struggle appeared in her eyes, and a trace of grievance surfaced on her face, making her appear pitiable. Kneel. Wang Tung nodded, speaking with seriousness. Tracy cursed Wang Tung mentally 1,000 times. This man was too heartless, showing no emotion at all. If you don't kneel, well, continue fighting. Wang Tung said. Fine, I'll kneel. Tracy gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and said, Put away your whip. It's intimidating, Wang Tung said. Tracy was infuriated, but ultimately put away the red whip in her hand. She walked in front of Wang Tung and slowly knelt. Wang Tung was astonished. Was this woman really going to submit? The script wasn't right. Based on his prediction, this wild red cat wouldn't surrender easily. At this moment, Tracy suddenly lifted her head, a seductive smile appearing at the corner of her lips, captivating, but a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Simultaneously, her red lips slightly parted, revealing several icy glimmers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 needle-like rays of cold red light shot straight towards Wang Tung's eyes. The distance between them was too close, and these glimmers instantly reached Wang Tung's face, seemingly about to pierce into his eyes. A cold smile formed at the corner of Tracy's mouth, but the next moment, her smile froze instantly. What a treacherous woman! Wang Tung sighed. Without any visible movement, the 3 rays of cold light suddenly froze in place, just inches from his eyes, unable to advance any further. How is this possible? Tracy looked bewildered. Her body, halfway in the process of rising, froze. However, a hand suddenly pressed onto her shoulder. Don't get up, continue kneeling. At the same time, a mocking voice came from behind her. When did that happen? Tracy was both shocked and enraged. She looked towards Wang Tung in front of her, only to see that the figure was slowly dissipating, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. With a forceful push of his palm, Tracy solidly knelt on the ground. You! Trass's face was instantly filled with humiliation. Don't move. My battle sword doesn't have eyes. Wang Tung walked out slowly from behind her, a sword appearing in his hand at some unknown point, pressing lightly against her neck. He smiled faintly. Trass's body stiffened, not daring to make the slightest movement. Although the young man in front of her wore a playful smile, his eyes were now indifferent to the extreme, unlike the previous men she had encountered, whose eyes were full of desire. She was unwilling. Originally, she had intended to use this sneak attack, but unexpectedly, it backfired, leaving her unable even to escape. Look into my eyes, Wang Tung suddenly said. Tracy was already making eye contact with Wang Tung and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Subconsciously, she tried to evade, but it was too late. A crimson light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes, causing her gaze to instantly become hazy. After a moment, Wang Tung walked out of the training room. Unexpectedly, this woman was much more difficult to control than Pain, consuming a considerable amount of his spiritual power. He picked up all the dropped attribute bubbles, but they were of little use. Wang Tung didn't pay much attention to them. Tracy followed obediently behind him, her eyes resentful, but she could no longer muster the thought of attacking him. Roundball, ask Pain and the others to bring the spacecraft over, Wang Tung said. As Pain brought the spacecraft closer, Wang Tung had already taken control of all the martial warriors on the Red Cat pirate group spacecraft. Looking at the group of female warriors in front of him, Wang Tung's expression became somewhat strange. He said to Tracy behind him, "The difference between your subordinates and you seems a bit too significant. Ordinary. These female martial warriors look too ordinary. Not to mention comparing them to Tracy, even compared to ordinary beauties, there was simply no comparison. For a notorious pirate group, led by a renowned beauty, it was truly unexpected that her subordinates were just a group of plain-looking female warriors. They are all pitiful beings in the universe. Sometimes, having an ordinary appearance can attract less attention," Tracy said coldly. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. "Sir." At this moment, Pain walked in with his men from outside, extremely excited. "You've indeed conquered the Red Cat." At this point, Pain truly admired Wang Tung to the extreme. The elusive Red Cat had finally been conquered by someone. "Pain, it's you." Tracy, upon seeing him, immediately knew that he must have betrayed her. This scoundrel. "Aha, Red Cat, long time no see. You're still so charming," Pain said awkwardly. "F-imf, by betraying me, you violated a taboo. Aren't you afraid of provoking other pirate groups to unite against us?" Tracy said coldly. "Given his methods, do you think I could resist?" "You've already experienced it," Pain said. Trass's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but look towards Wang Tung. She was under control and knew that she had no power to resist. For a moment, her face turned pale, and her heart felt as if it were ashes. "Don't worry, I won't touch you," Wang Tung said calmly and directly. "Tracy, Pain, I made you submit so that you could work for me, not for anything else," Wang Tung continued. "What do you want us to do?" Pain couldn't help but ask. Tracy also looked at Wang Tung, furrowing her brows. "For now, I don't know. We'll talk about it later," Wang Tung said, stretching lazily. Pain and Tracy were speechless. Damn it, this guy captured them without knowing what he wanted. Why were they being treated unfairly? "All right, continue searching for other pirate groups. Let's capture a few more," Wang Tung ordered. "We still need to continue capturing?" Pain exclaimed. "Any objections?" Wang Tung asked. No, no, Payne replied hurriedly. Beside them, Trass's gaze flickered, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Next, Wang Tung continued to recruit other pirate groups encountered on the journey. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they were now approaching the 5 burial stars. The number of recruited pirate groups had reached 6. You all stay on standby in the surrounding space. Don't cause trouble, and don't let anyone discover you. Wang Tung instructed the few people standing behind him in the spacecraft control room. These people, including Payne and Tracy, along with 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors, were all leaders of the pirate groups captured by Wang Tung along the way. Chapter 22-28 Dangers Everywhere 1. 5 Burial Stars. In the Phantom Drift territorial domain, the 5 burial stars didn't just refer to the 5 planets. It represented a dominant power in the region. The 5 burial stars were controlled by 5 major families, jointly dominating dozens of star systems within the Phantom Drift territorial domain, making them one of the 3 most powerful forces in the region. You could say that the status of the 5 burial stars in the territorial domain was akin to that of the Great Qian Empire in the Liuguang territorial domain. In the celestial expanse, 5 planets orbit, forming a peculiar ring made of unique materials. While they were called 5 planets, it was quite evident that one of them was significantly larger than the other 4. This planet was the core of the 5 burial stars, known as the 5th burial star. At this moment, within a castle-like structure on the main continent of the 5th burial star, representatives of the 5 major families had gathered. Inside a grand and magnificent hall, 5 seats were arranged by a long table, each family member taking their place. 4 of them sat on either side of the long table, while one person sat at the upper end, clearly holding a distinguished position. The 5 burial stars have a particularly unique rule. Every few years, they conduct a re-ranking. The ranking was determined based on each family's economic strength, the strongest combat power, contributions to the development of the 5 burial stars, and the strength of the younger generation. The family that ranks first would become the true leading family of the 5 burial stars, with the other 4 families providing unconditional support. Of course, if a significant decision-making mistake occurred, the other 4 families could jointly initiate an impeachment to remove the originally leading family from its position. To the 5 burial stars, such a rule undoubtedly suits their development. Survival of the fittest. The laws in the universe were the most straightforward, and it was precisely by adhering to such rules that the 5 burial stars had maintained their unyielding development for countless years. Even in the face of significant crises, the 5 burial stars had never declined. Now, it was the Hongzong family, one of the 5 major families, that held the reins of the 5 burial stars. I presume you have all received the news. At the upper end, a middle-aged man with a face full of robust muscles spoke. This man was the current head of the Hongzong family, named Hongzong Chuan, a universe-stage powerhouse with formidable strength. The Arbitration Association of the 7 Stellar Academies is relentless. They have sent another counselor. Another woman shook her head with a charming smile. She was the head of the Yizong family, Yizong Bai. Despite being a woman, she was also a universe-stage powerhouse, not to be underestimated. The Yizong family was a matriarchal family, where female warriors generally excelled, making the women generally stronger than the men. The bodies of those unlucky guys we took care of haven't even cooled yet. The head of the Guizong family, Guizong Feng, one of the 5 major families, nonchalantly placed his foot on the long table and burst into laughter. I had someone investigate the new Cosmos realm. It said that he is just a freshman at the Stellar Academies, and he's also a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Another man, in his 50s with half-white hair and a sinister demeanor, spoke slowly. He was the head of the Yunzong family, named Yunzong Ying, with a gloomy and ruthless personality. In the chaotic world of the 5 burial stars, his reputation was extremely poor, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard his name. A new student? A Cosmos stage martial warrior? Everyone was stunned. Is the Academy Arbitration Association joking with us? Asked the head of the Shozong family, the last of the 5 major families, with a helpless smile. Appointing a Cosmo Stage warrior as a counselor, the Academy Arbitration Association seems to have lost their minds. Guizhong Feng commented speechlessly. Why would they appoint a freshman as a counselor? I've never heard of a new student becoming a counselor, Yizongbai said, frowning in confusion, finding the situation somewhat suspicious. The reason given by the Stellar Academies is that this new counselor is a genius with formidable strength. Yunzong Ing explained. Formidable strength? How powerful can a Cosmo Stage warrior be? Guizhong Feng sneered. The other heads felt the same way. They didn't believe that a Cosmo Stage martial warrior was powerful enough to threaten them. In the past, the counselors were always formidable individuals, often surpassing even the Heaven Stage. Given that they had eliminated numerous counselors before, they found it hard to believe that a Cosmo Stage martial warrior could make any significant impact. Could it be that they just want to offer a sacrificial lamb? Shozong Liao touched his chin. After all, we've killed so many counselors in the past. Maybe the Academy Arbitration Association has grown tired of it. That's possible. Each time they send counselors, they seem to be unlucky fellows. It appears the Academy Arbitration Association is ready to give up control over our 5 burial stars. Yizongbai remarked with a faint smile. Even the Academy Arbitration Association has to bow to the 5 burial stars. We're going to be famous. Guizhong Feng laughed triumphantly. Don't be complacent. The Academy Arbitration Association represents the Stellar Arbitration Council. We've been maintaining a delicate balance. If we go too far, they won't continue to turn a blind eye, Yunzong Ing warned. As the Stellar Arbitration Council was mentioned, the atmosphere became serious, and everyone nodded in agreement. While suppressing the development of the Academy Arbitration Association and 5 burial stars had given them a boost, they weren't arrogant enough to underestimate the Stellar Arbitration Council. It was a force that all powerful beings in the universe feared, boasting a multitude of formidable individuals. Each one was a cause for concern. This counselor named Wang Tung is about to arrive at 5 burial stars. Arrange for our younger generation to welcome him properly, said Hung Zongchuan. He had remained silent until now, and, as the discussion came to an end, he spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 22-29, Dangers Everywhere. 2. All right, he's just a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. It's easy to deal with him, Guizhong Feng replied. Guizhong Feng, you better put away such thoughts. The prodigies of the Stellar Academies are not to be underestimated, Yunzong Ing warned. Okay, one no. Guizhong Feng waved his hand impatiently. Let's disperse. Don't make mistakes at a critical moment, said Hung Zongchuan. He stood up and disappeared into the hall. The other family heads exchanged glances and gradually faded away. In the starry sky, more than 10 light years away from 5 burial stars, a highly concealed spacecraft hid in the void. On board, 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors stood in the spacecraft's control room, frowning as they gazed at the display screen of the detectors. So many days have passed. He should have arrived by now. A stern-looking young man spoke. But we haven't found any trace of him. During this time, we only saw a few universe pirate ships and some commercial spacecraft passing by, said another woman with an icy expression. This is the main route to 5 burial stars. He should have passed through here, unless he changed his spacecraft, an ordinary-looking old man added. The information our employer gave us is inaccurate. The woman with the icy expression frowned. This is the target's spacecraft. It's a universe-level spacecraft and very distinctive. If it appears, we will notice it. The ordinary-looking old man opened a holographic screen, revealing a black and menacing spacecraft, highly conspicuous. As the old man said, if this spacecraft appeared, they wouldn't have missed it. If Wang Tung were here, he would undoubtedly recognize it as his Devil Slayer spacecraft. These people were after him. What do we do now? The stern-looking young man asked impatiently. The ordinary-looking old man sighed and said, wait for 2 more days. If there's still no sign, the other party has probably reached 5 burial stars ahead of us. It means our interception has failed. This increases my workload. The woman with an icy expression coldly remarked. Is the information provided by our employer reliable or not? If this continues, I might have to ask for more money. That's right, more money. The stern-looking young man agreed. All right, let's make the other party pay more. The ordinary-looking old man nodded, seemingly in agreement with the decision. So, they waited for 2 more days, still without spotting the target spacecraft. The 3 of them decided to ask for more money. 7th Stellar Academy. The Qingyan Society. What? You want more money? Feng Qingyan seemed to have heard something extremely absurd, and his whole demeanor changed. He thought he had found the right people, believing it was foolproof and that they would undoubtedly eliminate Wang Teng, especially since the individuals he hired were from there. However, the result was that they hadn't even found the person, and now they wanted more money. This was simply outrageous. Your information is incorrect. The target spacecraft hasn't appeared at all. If you want us to continue the mission, we'll have to take the risk of entering 5 burial stars. A holographic screen appeared in front of Feng Qingyan, and a person wearing a black head covering calmly spoke. His spacecraft hasn't appeared. Feng Qingyan deeply furrowed his brows, speaking in a cold tone. Did you set up your ambush in the wrong place? He might have taken a different route. Impossible. The location we ambushed is the only route leading to 5 burial stars. Other areas are blocked by warriors from 5 burial stars. He can't enter elsewhere, the person in the black hood replied. That means that the other party changed spacecraft. Feng Qingyan immediately thought of this. Exactly. That's our speculation as well. The person in the black hood said, so if you want us to continue the mission, you must pay more. Also, if you decide to cancel the mission, we'll only refund half of the commission. The other half is our service fee. This is the rule, and you should be aware of it. Feng Qingyan felt a pang of annoyance at the mention of more money. Taking a deep breath, he said, Fine, more money it is, but I must see him dead. No problem. Our success rate is 99%, the person in the black had confidently stated. Feng Qingyan said no more, reluctantly paid the additional fee, and then closed the holographic screen. In the next moment, the room was filled with the sound of various objects being smashed. In the universe outside the 5 burial stars, a passenger spacecraft was flying towards the 5 burial stars. This type of passenger spacecraft was designed for short-distance travel, divided into economy class, business class, and luxury class. Naturally, the prices varied, but the services in the luxury class were worth every credit. Inside the luxury class of this passenger spacecraft, a handsome young man with black hair was comfortably sitting in an air-powered recliner. He wore casual and comfortable attire, looking nothing like a warrior. Instead, he seemed like a nobleman traveling the universe. On the side, several charming flight attendants occasionally walked by, sneakily glancing at the young man. The black-haired young man was simply too handsome, and his unique temperament made him stand out. Even though these flight attendants had seen many young talents of various races, they couldn't find anyone comparable to this black-haired young man. Moreover, the fact that he sat in the luxury class meant he wasn't short of money, undoubtedly a young nobleman from some major power. Young, wealthy, and handsome. Chapter 2230. Dangers Everywhere. 3. For these flight attendants, there was undoubtedly a fatal attraction. If they could win the favor of this young nobleman, they could escape the life of the lower class and no longer need to continue wandering. These flight attendants came from various races, and many of them were slaves sold to the passenger transport companies. They yearned to escape their current situations every moment. Sir, may I ask if you would like a drink? A beautiful woman boldly approached, bending down to reveal a deep cleavage as she asked softly. Not for now, thank you. The black-haired young man was about to check the messages from 5 burial stars. Hearing the voice, he slightly paused, raised his head, momentarily dazed, but quickly recovered. He smiled faintly. All right, if you need anything, feel free to call me. I am Nana, flight attendant number 03. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but it quickly vanished. Okay. The black-haired young man nodded. The beautiful woman gracefully stood up, allowing her ample chest to be displayed in front of the black-haired young man for a while, and then she swayed away with a graceful figure. The black-haired young man shook his head and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The wealthy people in the universe were truly fortunate. You seem a bit moved, but why not accept it? With your financial resources, buying such a beauty should be straightforward. Even if you purchase all the crew members on this entire spacecraft, it shouldn't be a problem. A cold, husky voice came from the side. Beautiful things are plentiful, but I don't necessarily have to claim them all for myself. The black-haired young man looked at the woman on his left, smiling faintly. But they are pitiful people, destined to be bought sooner or later, the woman said. Everyone has their destiny. I can't intervene every time I see injustice. The black-haired young man said lightly. You seem quite upset. No. The woman closed her eyes, seeming unwilling to say more. However, the black-haired young man continued, asking, Why did you come out with me? Didn't I ask you to stay on standby at any time? To protect you. If you die, with what you've left in our heads, we probably would die too, the woman said indifferently. Protect me? The black-haired young man laughed. Not one of you is my match. The 5 burial stars are chaotic. The more people, the more assurance. Besides, here, our experience is definitely richer than yours, the woman said without opening her eyes. You're truly an unruly subordinate. The others wouldn't dare to disobey my orders, the black-haired young man said helplessly. If you want to kill me, I have no objections. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him indifferently. No need for that. It's just a small matter. There's no need to kill you over it, the black-haired young man said with a faint smile. Just do your job well. You'll find that following me is at least better than being a universe pirate. The woman kept quiet. Later, she asked, What are you going to do on 5 burial stars? And why did you change your appearance? I'm so handsome, and you're so good-looking. If I didn't change my appearance, it would cause a lot of trouble, the black-haired young man answered casually. Is there a difference now? The woman remained silent for a moment, looking at the black-haired young man, who was still incredibly handsome even after the transformation. Of course, it's much safer now, the black-haired young man replied. Especially for you. If you maintained your original appearance, there would be big trouble. I'm afraid many people know you, right? Few people know my true appearance. Only some universe pirates have seen my real face, the woman said. That's enough. Universe pirates are still quite mysterious. What if someone who knows you happens to pass by? The black-haired young man said. The woman remained silent, closing her eyes again and refusing to speak. She didn't believe a word of what the black-haired young man said. Shrugging, the black-haired young man looked at the information on the screen, browsing the recent events around 5 burial stars. This black-haired young man was none other than Wang Tong, who had changed his appearance. He decided to enter 5 burial stars with an unfamiliar face first, assess the situation, and then decide on the next course of action. As for the woman next to him, she was Tracy, the red cat. When Wang Tong left the pirate ship, she followed him, claiming to be there to protect Wang Tong. Chapter 22:31. You're the counselor they're talking about. 1. On the 5 burial stars, apart from the largest planet, the 5th burial star, the other 4 planets are each occupied by one of the 4 major families, with the planets named after these families. The base of the Hungzong family was located on the 5th burial star, indicating the formidable strength of this family. On the Yunzong planet, in a steep canyon, within a treacherous canyon, a cold and ruthless voice resonated through the void, suddenly reaching within. Yunzong Xiao, a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, is about to arrive. This counselor is a Cosmo-stage martial warrior. Come out of seclusion. Yes. A figure suddenly soared into the sky from the canyon, hovering in the air above the canyon, bowing respectfully toward the distance. You may act freely, just avoid directly killing him. The voice slowly faded away, and the figure in the canyon, Yunzong Xiao, had a glint in his eyes and a sinister smile on his lips. A Cosmo stage counselor? It's finally my turn to take action. I will let everyone know that 1 a.m., the strongest prodigy in the 5 burial stars. In an instant, he transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the sky. Without using a spacecraft, he flew directly towards the fifth burial star. He couldn't wait to meet the counselor. On the Guizhong star, a figure appeared on top of a towering volcano and shouted down below, "Guizhong Yin, get your ass out of here." "I heard it. I heard it." An impatient roar echoed from below the volcano. Boom! The next moment, like a volcanic eruption, numerous magma pillars surged, and within the scorching magma, a robust figure soared into the air. "Old man, what do you want with me?" Guizhong Yin asked arrogantly. "The counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association has arrived. This time, it's a Cosmo Stage warrior. Go meet him and don't disgrace our Guizhong family," said Guizhong Feng, the head of the Guizhong family. He looked at his most outstanding son in satisfaction. This was his 36th son, even more outstanding than several sons and daughters who had already reached the heaven stage. If he becomes a heaven stage martial warrior, he would undoubtedly be a formidable force, and he could send him out for experience. "Cosmo Stage? Counselor? Old man, are you kidding me?" Guizhong Yin asked. "There's no mistake. The other party is a genius from the Stellar Academy, rumored to be incredibly powerful," Guizhong Feng said. At the meeting of the 5 major families, he appeared disdainful of the geniuses from the Stellar Academies. However, in reality, he never underestimated the talents from the Academy. It was merely a facade put on for the other 4 major families. To become the head of a family, one could not be a simple character. While the 5 major families appeared to cooperate on the surface, competition still existed behind closed doors. After all, whoever took control of the helm of the 5 burial stars would greatly benefit their own family. A genius from the Stellar Academies, becoming a counselor at the Cosmos Stage. "Interesting," Guizhong Yin said with a faint smile. "It's time for you to go out and explore. Don't always cultivate here," Guizhong Feng advised. "All right." Guizhong Yin nodded and then asked, "Will Yunzong Xiao and Hengzong Yaokong also come out?" "Of course. How can the other 4 major families give up such a good opportunity? So, you have to make our family proud," Guizhong Feng remarked coldly. "Enough. Stop mentioning the family all the time," Guizhong Yin said impatiently, waving his hand. He transformed into a crimson light and soared into the sky. "You rascal!" Guizhong Feng looked up and couldn't help but curse with a smile before disappearing on the spot. Meanwhile, in the territories of the Shozong family, Yizong family, and Hengzong family, similar scenes were unfolding. Young warriors emerged from their places of cultivation, converging towards the 5th burial star. Wang Tung had not yet arrived, but the 5th burial star was already bustling with anticipation. Everyone was awaiting the arrival of this counselor. A passenger spacecraft descended into the docking port of the 5th burial star, and a black-haired young man emerged, accompanied by a woman with a voluptuous figure and an ordinary face. Many crew members behind them couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression as they looked at the woman. They found it somewhat unfair. Why should that woman be favored by the noble young master? Is it just because of her good figure? One crew member coldly remarked. "Her figure isn't just good. It's outrageously good," another flight attendant sighed. Silence. Several crew members couldn't help but glance at their own figures. Well, although those are also quite good, it seemed a bit lacking in comparison. The other woman had a perfect and well-proportioned figure without an ounce of excess flesh. The difference was immediately apparent. There was no harm if there was no comparison. The difference was obvious. What on earth did she eat to have such a figure? "It's truly breaking the rules," one crew member murmured. "Exactly. The taste of that noble young master seems a bit strange. This woman looks so ordinary. Maybe some men just like this type. Haven't you heard a saying? What saying? Turn off the lights, and they all look the same." Silence. The flight attendants turned eerily silent. "Sisters, that one hit close to home." Someone said wryly, "There are beautiful ladies everywhere, but it's hard to find someone with such a perfect figure." The attendant continued to stab them in the heart. Silence. Chapter 2232. You're the counselor they're talking about. 2. The surrounding crew members couldn't bear to listen any longer and suddenly scattered. The topic had been exhausted for the day. In front, Wang Tung held on tightly to the raging Tracy and said using voice transmission, "Don't act rashly. Don't be impulsive. They're just joking. Ignorance is innocence." Tracy took several deep breaths to gradually calm her anger and coldly said, "Let go. All right, he'll let go immediately. Don't be impulsive." Wang Tung immediately released the hand he had gripped, keeping a close eye on her, afraid that she might impulsively go back and take care of those crew members. However, the anticipated situation did not unfold. Tracy snorted coldly and walked briskly forward. Wang Tung finally breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly complaining about those crew members. How dare they secretly ridicule this fiery lady behind her back? They were asking for trouble. But he also hadn't expected that, even after taming this red cat, it would be so difficult to deal with. It was even throwing a tantrum. Who was the real master here? Wang Tung. Are you sure you didn't bring back an ancestor? Round Bali laughed in his mind. Never mind. I'm a magnanimous person. Wang Tung shook his head and sighed. He walked forward. Tracy stopped in her tracks and waited for a while. Why stop? Wang Tung asked. Where are we going now? Tracy asked impatiently. Let's find a place to stay, preferably the busiest place on the 5 burial stars, where geniuses gather. Let me see how strong the geniuses of the 5 burial stars are, Wang Tung said. Tracy nodded. She stopped a force-ruined flying car at the side of the road and said, "Go to 5 Burial Street." Then she closed her eyes. The force-ruined flying car flew into the sky. Wang Tung sat inside the car, looking out through the window at the scenery outside, his gaze filled with curiosity. While the 5 burial stars was a chaotic place, there was no trace of disorder on the surface. Everywhere seemed orderly, with flying cars navigating the designated air routes in the sky, and martial warriors walking through the air without interfering with each other. The city was bustling, with towering buildings, and below, there was a large flow of people, seemingly busy with their own affairs. Wang Tung's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he asked, "Roundball, is this really a chaotic place?" "Of course. Why will one lie to you?" Roundball replied, "This chaotic place seems a bit calm." Wang Tung hesitated for a moment before finding an appropriate adjective. Calm. Yes, it was too calm, not at all like a chaotic place. Shouldn't there be death everywhere? Shouldn't it be barbaric and lawless? Shouldn't it be a place where violence and plunder were commonplace? Why did it seem more like a civilized planet? Wang Tung didn't understand. Before Round Ball could respond, a voice suddenly entered Wang Tung's ears. "You seem to find all of this very strange." Wang Tung turned to look at Tracy, who was resting with her eyes closed. Wasn't she ignoring him? "Well, a bit," he replied. "What's strange? Strange that this place is so calm and prosperous?" Tracy seemed to have known what Wang Tung was thinking and said casually, "And if not?" Wang Tung asked back, "You're overthinking. All the chaos is invisible. Look at the people below. They seem to be conducting legitimate business, but in reality, they might just be dealing with looted or stolen goods. And some people on the surface seem to be discussing big business, apparently formulating some business plan, but in reality, they might just be planning which wealthy person to rob tonight or whose woman to plunder among the rich young heirs. Look behind us. Several flying cars are following us. They've already marked you as a fat sheep," Tracy said. Wang Tung turned to glance, suddenly feeling the unfriendliness of this planet. He had sensed the flying cars behind him a long time ago, but he didn't expect them to be tailing him, planning to rob him. "Do you still think that the 5 burial stars are peaceful?" Tracy asked. How did the chaos develop on the 5 burial stars? Wang Tung was not concerned at all about the sarcasm in her words. He was curious. It's suppressed by the 5 major families of the 5 burial stars. Everything here is within their rules, Tracy, though indifferent to Wang Tung, explained, and the uniqueness of the 5 burial stars allows many extremely rare treasures from the outside world to circulate in the market. Similarly, it enables things to be done here that cannot be done in the outside world, naturally giving it its value. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. It seems bringing her along has some effect. Round Ball chuckled. Wang Ting nodded silently. Tracy had already demonstrated her usefulness, and he didn't mind having her accompany him. Before long, the flying car descended on a bustling commercial street. Wang Ting and Tracy got off the car, looking around. We've arrived. This Five Burials Hotel is the most luxurious and extravagant gathering place on the Five Burial Stars. All the genius warriors from the Five Burial Stars come here to exchange ideas. As long as you stay here, those who see you as a fat sheep won't dare to touch you. Tracy turned around, gazing at a magnificent golden building ahead. She glanced at Wang Ting and added nonchalantly, "Of course, staying here is very expensive." "Very expensive?" Wang Ting laughed. "Do you think I can't afford it?" Tracy suddenly realized that this guy had robbed 6 universe pirate groups, including their Red Cat pirate group. Money was probably the least of his concerns. Chapter 22:33. You're the counselor they're talking about. 3. She didn't know that even if Wang Ting didn't rob them, his wealth was beyond her imagination. "Let's go." Wang Ting smiled slightly and walked towards the Five Burials Hotel in front. Several stern-faced martial warriors stood in front of the door, blocking the way. Martial warriors below the Cosmos stage are not allowed to enter. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. Was the threshold of the Five Burials Hotel this high? Without wasting words, he directly released his Cosmos stage aura and said, "Can we go in now?" The martial warriors looked at Tracy. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Tracy, causing the martial warriors to take a few steps back, their expressions drastically changing. Heaven's stage. The gazes of the warriors immediately changed. This seemingly ordinary woman turned out to be a Heaven stage martial warrior. What's more, she was silently following behind a Cosmos stage martial warrior like a bodyguard. The identity of this black-haired young man was definitely not simple. "Please come in." The martial warriors on both sides showed a change in their expressions and respectfully made way. Wang Ting passed by them directly, leading Tracy inside. After the two entered, the leader immediately opened his wristwatch and sent out a message. In addition to checking the qualifications of those entering, these martial warriors also observed the identities of the entrants and promptly reported the situation to the hotel back end to avoid offending the wrong people. Wang Ting had a Heaven stage martial warrior as his bodyguard, so his identity wasn't simple. They needed to treat him carefully. In a place as chaotic as the Five Burial Stars, being cautious was crucial, as formidable individuals could emerge at any moment. Of course, the Five Burials Hotel, jointly operated by the 5 major families, was not a place ordinary people could afford to provoke. As Wang Ting entered the lobby of the Five Burials Hotel, he was momentarily stunned by its opulence. Damn, this was too luxurious. Even for someone as well-traveled as Wang Ting, such a magnificent place was a rare sight. The interior was exceptionally unique. In the center was a large arena covered by protective rune arrays, where 2 martial warriors were engaged in combat. The arena was entirely open above, with balconies forming enclosed spaces on all 4 sides, resembling a square. At this moment, many people stood on the balconies, watching the battles in the arena, occasionally cheering. This place is quite interesting. Wang Ting observed the surroundings with a peculiar look and spoke in a low voice. This is the characteristic of the Five Burials building. If you want to witness the geniuses of the Five Burial Stars, this is the best place, Sissy explained. Good. Well done. 111, remember your contribution. Wang Ting chuckled. Tracy remained expressionless, seemingly unresponsive to Wang Ting's praise. At this moment, a maid-like beauty hurried over and said, "Please follow me." Wang Ting nodded and followed her to a counter behind the arena. A middle-aged man with a friendly face greeted them. 1 A.M. Nori, the lobby manager of the Five Burials Hotel. May first know if the 2 of you are here for dining or accommodation? Both dining and accommodation. Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. All right, these are the rooms in our hotel, divided into 5 grades. Please take a look. Nori opened the holographic screen and explained. Wang Tung's gaze fell on the holographic screen, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The highest grade luxury suite costs a whopping 100,000 UC per night. This was outright robbery. Nori maintained a smile on his face and did not rush them. "Give me 2 of the 5th grade luxury suites," Wang Tung said. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money. For an ordinary Cosmo stage warrior, parting with 100,000 UC for just one night might be too extravagant. "All right," Nori nodded. "One room." Suddenly, Tracy beside him spoke. Wang Tung turned to look at her in surprise, a question mark filling his mind. "One room? Sister, are you joking? Just one is enough." Tracy didn't look at Wang Tung and just said indifferently, "All right." Nori nodded immediately. He operated on the screen and said, "It's ready. Your luxurious suite is room 36 on the 5th floor, offering a clear view of the arena below. He'll ask the attendant to bring you up." The attendant, who had been waiting on the side, immediately approached upon hearing this, leading Wang Tung and Tracy towards an elevator. There was a meaningful look in Nora's eyes. That woman had an ordinary appearance, but her figure was quite impressive. This young master had a unique taste. On the other side, the 3 quickly arrived on the 5th floor. The attendant led Wang Tung and Tracy to the door of the luxury suite, used a card to open the door, and said, "Please enter. This is your room." Wang Tung looked into the room, and it indeed matched the hotel style, extremely luxurious, maximizing the enjoyment without feeling excessive. The lighting inside was soft, and all decorations and furnishings were just right, likely designed by a very talented designer. "Each of our luxury suites has a different style," the attendant explained. "Not bad." Wang Tung nodded. The money spent seemed well worth it. Beside him, Tracis' eyes fluctuated slightly. Although she was a heaven-stage martial warrior, she had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel. As a universe pirate, she had always lived a frugal life. Chapter 2234. You're the counselor they're talking about. For, of course, Tracy herself didn't care about these luxuries. However, seeing such a luxurious scene for the first time, she couldn't help but be shaken. "I'm hungry. Where's your restaurant?" Wang Tung said. "Our restaurant is on the 9th floor. If you want to eat, you can go to the restaurant or have the food delivered to your room," the attendant respectfully explained. "Let's go to the restaurant," Wang Tung said directly. "All right, follow me." The attendant led Wang Tung to the 9th floor and arranged a position by the corridor, allowing a clear view of the arena battles below. The seating here was well thought out, mostly along the corridor, seemingly designed for convenient viewing of the arena battles below, a characteristic of the 5 Burials Hotel. Wang Tung ordered some specialties of the 5th burial star along with fine wine, and he and Tracy began to enjoy their meal. The attendant tactfully retreated to a distance, ensuring she could respond promptly to any calls from the guests without disturbing their dining experience. The restaurant was now filled with people representing various races, but mostly dominated by young individuals. They gathered together, eagerly discussing the battles taking place below. "Come on, let's place a bet. Let's see who's stronger." "That goes without saying. It must be Yunzong Jing from the Yunzong family. He's a 3rd-level Cosmo stage martial warrior. Hongzong Pu from the Hongzong Pu family is only at the 2nd level. But you never know. The Hongzong family's techniques have always been powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maintained their position as the leading family among the 5 families for so many years. All right, I bet 500,000 UC on Yunzong Jing. Anyone else joining?" One bet 1 million UC on Hongzong Pu." The discussions reached Wang Tung's ears, catching his attention. Yunzong family, Hongzong family, both are among the 5 major families. He observed the 2 warriors battling in the arena below, contemplating. These 5 families on the 5 burial stars each possess unique talents. Their strengths are formidable and not to be underestimated by ordinary warriors, Roundball commented. Wang Tung nodded. With his discerning eyes, he could easily see that the 2 martial warriors in the arena below had considerable strength. However, compared to some top talents from the Stellar Academies, there was still a noticeable gap. These 2 aren't the strongest. I wonder who are the most outstanding talents among the 5 great families. Round ball continued. Without saying much, Wang Teng focused his gaze on the ongoing battle in the arena. The fight had entered a fierce stage, and attribute bubbles began to emerge. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and his spiritual force silently extended downward like a thread from the 9th floor. If he wanted to understand the 5 great families, what better way than collecting their attributes directly? Just pick them up. Wang Teng's spiritual power was extremely covert, resembling a thread silently hanging down from the 9th floor. He waited patiently for the battle to end and the protective barrier to vanish, so he could promptly snatch the attribute bubbles. On the other hand, Tracy, next to him, was unaware of Wang Teng's actions. She enjoyed the delicacies and wine, appearing quite carefree. As the leader of a universe pirate group, she was not an ordinary woman. However, when she heard the discussions of the aristocratic youths around her, a hint of unusual expression flickered in her eyes. That expression seemed to say robbery. These aristocratic youths were quick to wager, easily bidding hundreds of thousands or even millions of UC. In no time, the total sum of their bets exceeded tens of millions of UC. If the situation allowed, Sissy would have been tempted to directly intervene and snatch the winnings for herself. In her eyes, these aristocratic youths were disappointingly weak, each one a fat lamb ready for the taking. Wang Ting glanced at her and asked using voice transmission with a strange expression, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing," Tracy replied calmly, her eyes returning to a tranquil state. Wang Teng shook his head. This woman was no pushover. If not for his control, he wondered what outrageous action she might have taken. Bang! Below, the battle had reached its conclusion, with one figure crashing heavily against the protective barrier. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the surrounding aristocratic youths. Yunzong Jing lost. Trash. A 3rd-level Cosmos stage martial warrior can't even win a 2nd-level Cosmos stage martial warrior? What a joke. You caused me to lose 500,000 UC. Trash. These people were clearly those who had bet on Yunzong Jing to win, and the result was a thorough loss. Each one couldn't help but burst into curses. On the other hand, some people were ecstatic, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, lost miserably, didn't you? The strength of the Hongzong family is unquestionable. Only fools would bet on Yunzong Jing to win. What did you say? Who are you calling a fool? Someone became displeased, immediately getting angry. I'm calling all of you fools. Say that again. Fools. What are you going to do about it? F***K. Do you dare to fight with me in the arena? Let's fight. Why won't one dare? The two sides immediately started quarreling, and it seemed like they were about to come to blows. Wang Teng watched with interest. These aristocratic disciples were indeed idle, either gambling or fighting. It appeared he had overestimated them. Tracy furrowed her brow, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. However, at that moment, a group of people walked into the restaurant. The leader was a proud-looking youth, dressed in crimson battle armor. Even in this setting, exuding a strong presence. The noise in the restaurant instantly quieted down. Wang Teng looked at the newcomer in surprise. This youth seemed to have decent strength. Trace's eyes also showed a trace of solemnity. The youth gave her the feeling of facing someone of the same realm. Guizong Yin. A cry of astonishment suddenly erupted from someone's mouth, as if they had seen a ghost. Guizong Yin, the strongest Cosmos stage martial warrior among the younger generation of the Guizong family. Someone revealed a shocked expression, looking at the youth in crimson battle armor. Guizong Yin had an immense reputation on the 5 burial stars. Only a few people could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Seeing such a genius appear here, it was no wonder everyone was astonished. Brother Guizong Yin. A charming girl ran out from the crowd, excitedly calling out to the young man. Little Zhu, why are you here? Guizong Yin frowned and asked. Hee, everyone knows the counselor is coming, so I came to join the fun. Guizong Zhu smiled mischievously. Follow me. Don't run around by yourself, Guizong Yin said. Okay. Guizong Zhu nodded her little head and replied hurriedly. Guizhong Yin ignored the others and found a seat in a corner. He ordered some food and wine and then started eating. The young people who came with him didn't dare to sit at the same table. They could only stand obediently, showing great respect towards Guizhong Yin. Guizhong Yin, Wang Tung muttered to himself. Judging by everyone's reactions, this youth seemed to have a considerable reputation among the 5 major families. Guizhong Yin suddenly raised his head, frowning as he looked around. He felt as if a peculiar gaze was focused on him. After scanning the surroundings, he didn't find anything unusual. What is it? Guizhong Zhu asked. Nothing. Guizhong Yin shook his head lightly. He's quite sharp. Wang Tung was surprised. Just a glance in the crowd, and he almost got detected. It was interesting. He withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Guizhong Yin. You must be the counselor they were talking about. At this moment, Tracy suddenly spoke to him using voice transmission. Chapter 2235, The Talents of the 5 Families. 1. You must be the counselor they were talking about. Trass's voice suddenly entered Wang Tung's ears, slightly startling him. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, took a sip of wine with a graceful motion, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the woman in front of him. He asked, "Why would you think that?" "Your behavior is suspicious," Tracy guessed, her gaze probing as she stared into Wang Tung's eyes. She was extremely curious about the identity of the young man in front of her. Mysterious, powerful, and his nonchalant attitude, even when facing the 5 major families. These were not traits an ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior could display. Coupled with the mention of the counselor by Guizhong Yin and the others just now, it made her suspicious of Wang Tung's identity. Wang Tung smiled faintly without explaining anything. He asked, "What do you think of Guizhong Yan's strength?" "Very strong. I even feel a hint of threat from him," Tracy said. "Oh," Wang Tung was surprised. "You're a heaven stage martial warrior. He's just at the Cosmos stage. Aren't you at the Cosmos realm too?" Tracy asked. "I'm different, but if he can make you feel a hint of threat, it seems that Guizhong Yan's strength is indeed quite good," Wang Tung said. "Aristocratic youths like you always produce 1 or 2 individuals who surpass ordinary warriors, whether in talent or background. Normal martial warriors can't be compared to them," Talent coldly snorted. "I am not an aristocratic youth," Wang Tung said indifferently. Tracy was stunned for a moment. Then, she got stimulated and said in a cold voice, "Impossible." "Why not?" Wang Tung asked. He was not an aristocratic youth. His birth was much less prestigious compared to these cosmic martial warriors, but he had a bug. Not being an aristocratic youth, it's absolutely impossible to possess the strength you have, Tracy said. Only those who struggled at the bottom of the universe would understand the importance of heritage and background. Her journey had been incredibly tough, and achieving the rank of a heaven stage martial warrior was already the result of her utmost efforts, surpassing many warriors. In a low-tier civilization, a heaven stage martial warrior could even become the ruler of a country. However, in a powerful force like the 5 burial stars, she was just a universe pirate. Of course, different places meant different platforms. In low-tier civilizations, resources were extremely scarce, and grooming a heaven stage martial warrior was considered a great achievement. Not to mention profound combat techniques and scriptures, which were even rarer in low-tier civilizations. These were the reasons behind the lack of formidable strength. Talent, who had become a heaven stage martial warrior through her own efforts and was still relatively young, showed outstanding talent. However, her combat power was still inferior to that of a bug like Wang Tung. Even compared to aristocratic disciples like Guizhong Yin, she felt a hint of threat. All of this was due to her insufficient background, and her combat power could only reach the level of an ordinary heaven stage martial warrior. For many ordinary martial warriors, this was their helplessness and sorrow. Unless they encounter some extraordinary opportunity to significantly enhance their combat power, they can only become the most ordinary kind of warriors. However, if they can break through to the level of universe stage or eternal stage, That's a completely different story. At the universe stage, one could become a local overlord, while eternal stage powerhouses were at the pinnacle of the cosmic pyramid. Even the most ordinary eternal stage martial warriors were still eternal stage martial warriors, and they must not be underestimated. Who says it's impossible? Wang Ting chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You haven't even stepped out of the Phantom Drift territorial domain. How do you know it's impossible? You. Tracy heard a trace of disdain in Wang Tung's tone and immediately felt furious. In fact, becoming stronger is quite easy, in my opinion, Wang Tung said. Easy? Tracy sneered. Did he think this was as simple as eating and drinking? I have universe stage battle techniques, scriptures, and treasures that can increase one's ability, Wang Tung replied calmly. With his demeanor, he might as well have written wealthy and overbearing on his face. Tracy was momentarily speechless, staring at Wang Tung with a complex expression. Was this guy serious or just bluffing? Universe stage battle techniques and scriptures? Could a Cosmos stage martial warrior have them? She found it hard to believe, but when she thought about the terrifying strength demonstrated by Wang Tung, the scales in her heart involuntarily tilted towards belief. Even if he has them, so what? Will he give them to? Any? Tracy laughed bitterly. I've said it before, one have plenty. Wang Tung seemed to sense what she was thinking and spoke lightly. So, if you can satisfy me, I don't mind helping you improve. Tracy suddenly raised her head, looking at Wang Tung. Her heart could no longer remain calm. Anything else was hard to move her, but enhancing her strength had always been her pursuit. Could this young man really provide it for her? She had never thought that one day, the thing she sought would be so close. Wang Tung smiled faintly, knowing that he had achieved his goal. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it. Talon's talent was quite good, and if he could make use of her, he didn't mind cultivating her. With so many techniques and skills at his disposal, releasing one or two could greatly benefit Tracy. The battle in the arena below had already concluded, and the protective barrier dissipated. Wang Tung's mind stirred. He immediately extended his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles. Chapter 2236, The Talents of the Five Families. 2. Cosmos Realm Spirit * 500 Constellation Force. Water. I go Yunzong Physique * 2000 Yunzong Sword Skill * I500 Yunzong Spiritual Scripture * 2000 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 700 Constellation Earth Force * I300 Hungzong Physique * 300 Hungzong Fist * 2500 Hungzong Spiritual Scripture * 2300. A series of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body. He shuddered. 2 talents. Wang Tung was surprised. He didn't expect to receive 2 talents at once. Yunzong Physique. Hungzong Physique. From the names alone, it could be discerned that these were unique constitutions of the Yunzong and Hungzong families. The fact that the battle between 2 Cosmos Stage warriors dropped these 2 highly special physiques. Wang Tung felt very fortunate. As the attribute bubbles merged, he immediately felt changes in his body. It was as if a peculiar force was flowing within him, ultimately converging towards his kidneys and spleen, causing some form of sublimation and transformation in these 2 organs. What is this? Wang Tung's gaze became peculiar. These 2 physiques seemed to be acting on the internal organs, which was quite unusual. According to the 5 elements theory, the human body's 5 organs correspond to the 5 elemental attributes. The kidneys and spleen were precisely associated with the water and earth attributes. Looking at the attribute talents of the Yunzong and Hungzong families, one had water force, and the other had earth force, which conveniently matched. Could it be that the talents of the 5 major families are related to this? Wang Ting couldn't help but speculate. It wasn't that he was overthinking, but this was just too coincidental. However, to verify the accuracy of this speculation, he could only wait until he extracted the talents of the 5 major families. After obtaining these 2 talents, a hint of enlightenment immediately arose in Wang Tung's mind. These 2 physiques were very suitable for corresponding elemental force cultivation. It was like having an elemental force extractor inside the body, accelerating the cultivation of the corresponding force. Because of this, martial warriors from the 5 major families were stronger than ordinary warriors. Moreover, these physiques could open up a universe stage, small worlds. When they reached the universe stage, they could open up the small worlds within their internal organs, making them much more formidable than ordinary universe stage martial warriors. Wang Tung suddenly thought of the spatial sight he had recently acquired, which could create a space within the eyes. Wasn't it very similar to these two physiques? The human body was indeed a treasure trove, harboring such profound mysteries. Wang Tung couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the human body contained infinite secrets. Just when you thought you had thoroughly explored and understood everything, new mysteries would emerge, making you realize that this was only the beginning. Yunzong Physique, 2000/10,000, first rank. Hungzong Physique, 3000/10,000, first rank. In addition to the talent attributes, there were also some spirit and force attributes, but they were not many and couldn't facilitate Wang Tung's immediate breakthrough, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. However, he was particularly interested in the following techniques and skills. One was the Yunzong family's Yunzong sword skill and the Yunzong spiritual scripture. The other was the Hungzong family's Hungzong fist and the Hungzong spiritual scripture. As the attribute bubbles integrated, for humanoid shadows appeared in Wang Tung's mind. 2 of them were sitting cross-legged, immersed in cultivation, and there were special energy circulation routes visible on their bodies. Wang Tung observed carefully and discovered something interesting. The energy circulation route of Yunzong's spiritual scripture centered around the kidneys, using them as the core and then radiating throughout the body. On the other hand, Hungzong's spiritual scripture used the spleen as its central point, considering it as the core, and then radiated throughout the body. Clearly, both techniques were designed to complement their respective innate talents. If practiced by an outsider, it would be impossible because their internal organs wouldn't be able to support it. The internal organs of ordinary martial warriors did have corresponding attributes, but these techniques entirely relied on internal organs as the core. There was too much force in circulation. If practiced by ordinary martial warriors, problems were likely to occur. In this way, these 2 families didn't need to worry about their techniques being leaked outside, because others simply couldn't practice them. Wang Tung couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he hadn't obtained these 2 physiques, these techniques would have gone to waste. Both of these techniques were of the eternal stage, but they were incomplete. They could only be cultivated up to the cosmos stage, and there were no follow-up cultivation methods. Yunzong's spiritual scripture, eternal stage 2000/5000, foundation, incomplete. Cosmos stage. Hungzong's spiritual scripture, eternal stage 2300/5000, foundation, incomplete. Cosmos stage. In the other 2 streams of light, one was practicing a sword technique, while the other was practicing a fist technique. Waves of insights flowed into Wang Tung's mind, allowing him to quickly grasp a bit of understanding about the 2 martial skills. Yunzong's sword skill, eternal stage 1500/5000, foundation. Hungzong fist, eternal stage 2500/5000, foundation. These 2 battle techniques were at the eternal stage, so they were harder to grasp. However, Wang Tung managed to reach the foundation stage instantly. From the obtained attribute values, Wang Tung immediately understood why Hungzong Pu, despite being only at the 2nd level Cosmos stage, could defeat Yunzong Jing. The battle techniques and scriptures mastered by Hungzong Pu were more proficient than those of Yunzong Jing. Otherwise, he wouldn't drop more attribute bubbles than Yunzong Jing. This was the most intuitive manifestation. The harvest this time was not bad, and Wang Tung was in a great mood. Coming to this 5 Burials hotel was indeed the right decision. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have been able to understand the secrets of the Hungzong family and the Yunzong family so quickly. If he could pick up the attribute bubbles of the other 3 major families, he could easily round them up. Wang Tung stroked his chin, contemplating how to capitalize on this opportunity. Brother Guizong Yin, When will the counselor come? Guizong Zhu couldn't help but ask. Wang Tong snapped back to reality, enjoying his food while perking up his ears. Tracy also became interested, leaning in to eavesdrop. She still suspected that the black-haired young man in front of her might be the counselor. Perhaps she could learn some information from the young warriors of these 5 major families. I don't know. The old man said he'll be here soon, Guizong Yin replied. Maybe he's too scared to come. Someone in the back laughed. Scared? If he's too scared to come, it would be a great disappointment to me. Guizong Yin shook his head. Why is it a Cosmo stage martial warrior this time? Weren't the counselors from the Stellar Academies all powerful? Guizong Zhu asked curiously. I heard that he's an extraordinary genius. That's why the old man asked me to come out, Guizong Yin replied calmly. Cosmo stage martial warrior. Extraordinary genius. Trass's mind stirred. Subconsciously, she glanced at the black-haired youth in front of her. His expression remained unchanged, and a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the occasional discussions around him. But she was increasingly convinced that the person in front of her was the counselor mentioned. Both in strength and stage, he matched the description. A genius from the Stellar Academies. I'm getting more and more curious. I wonder if he is as strong as Brother Guizong Yin? Guizong Zhu's eyes sparkled. Guizong Yin, one didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the restaurant, and several figures walked in. Guizong Yan's expression changed, and he turned to look. Fai squinted his eyes slightly. Yunzong Xiao, you're here too. Since the counselor of the Stellar Academies is coming, I naturally have to come, Yunzong Xiao replied. He was dressed in black and had a cold and indifferent expression, exuding an uncomfortable chill. And me. Another figure appeared from behind Yunzong Xiao. It was a sturdy, short-haired young man. He walked up the stairs with a powerful presence, giving off a full sense of oppression. Hengzong Mo. Many people were surprised to see the arrival of these individuals. Guizong Yin from the Guizong family was here, Yunzong Xiao from the Yunzong family was here, and now Hengzong Mo from the Hengzong family had also arrived. They were all the top Cosmo stage geniuses from the 5 major families. So, would the other 2 major families' prodigies also be coming? The crowd couldn't help but feel excited. It wasn't easy to witness the appearance of the prodigies from all 5 major families at the same time. Please sit. Guizong Yan's expression remained calm as he gestured for them to take a seat. Hengzong Mo and Yunzong Xiao didn't refuse. They walked up the stairs and sat directly across from Guizong Yan. Guizong Zhu spontaneously made way, realizing there was no longer a place for her to sit. Chapter 2237. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? 1. Everyone is here. As Wang Tong was observing Yunzong Xiao and Hengzong Mo, soft laughter suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be slightly startled. He, too, was curious and looked over. A woman appeared in the restaurant, dressed in a green gown, with a charming face and a delicate figure that appeared extremely gentle. However, her pretty face carried a hint of an indifferent smile, displaying an extraordinary temperament that was far from ordinary. Izong Xinhuan. Many people directly called out the woman's name, and some men even looked at her with an intense gaze. Hey, Wang Tong, this girl looks pretty good. Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Tong's mind. What's it got to do with me? Wang Tong rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Now that you are the supervisory counselor for the young generation on the 5 burial stars, you can use your authority to pursue her. Look at the gazes of those toads around you. If you take her down, you will undoubtedly earn their admiration, Round Ball suggested. You're ridiculous. If I take her, I'm afraid it'll become a public enemy, Wang Tong replied. Trass's gaze also fell on Izong Xinhua, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Although this woman's appearance was not of the same style as hers, she was undoubtedly an excellent choice, comparable to her. Women tend to pay more attention to others with a similar level of beauty, and she was no exception. Izong Xinhua seemed to notice her gaze, subconsciously turning her head to look. However, when she saw an ordinary-looking woman, she felt somewhat surprised. The feeling just now shouldn't have been the usual envy and jealousy of an ordinary woman towards a beauty, but rather a sense of encountering a worthy opponent, a mutual understanding. The way a beautiful woman looks at another beauty was different from how an ordinary woman would. Moreover, under Izong Xinuo's gaze, the other woman maintained her composure and confidence, making it even more confusing. Izong Xinuo's gaze landed on Wang Teng's face. She was stunned. He was so handsome. When did the 5 burial stars gain such a handsome young man? Izong Xinuo wasn't someone prone to infatuation. It was because Wang Teng, even after changing his appearance, was excessively handsome. There was no denying that being too handsome could unknowingly enhance one's popularity with women. Wang Teng, noticing Izong Xinuo looking in his direction, couldn't help but be momentarily surprised. He quickly reacted and nodded towards her. Izong Xinuo also inexplicably nodded back at him. Suddenly shocked, she realized she had responded to a stranger. The people around them were also stunned. Izong Xinuo nodded at a stranger. Who was that guy? As this question surfaced, many people, upon seeing Wang Teng's appearance, immediately understood. Damn, he was so handsome. Could it be that Izong Xinuo, the most beautiful prodigy among the young generation of the 5 burial stars, was captivated just like that? No. Many people wailed in their hearts. Xinuo, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for this handsome guy, would you? Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Izong Xinuo's neck, speaking with a teasing tone. Sister Yun, you're teasing me again. Izong Xinuo, without even turning her head, knew who was behind her. She spoke in a helpless tone. Sister Xinuo, that's because you've always been interesting. A head peeked out from behind Izong Xinuo, speaking with a charming smile. It's Shozong Kaiyun. Amazing. All the top talents of the 5 burial families have gathered. What a spectacle. I didn't expect that a counselor from the Stellar Academies would attract so many prodigies. That's a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association. Although we're not interested in this so-called counselor, his identity and status are not to be underestimated. With the arrival of Shozong Kaiyun, the surroundings buzzed with discussions. Sister Xinuo, Sister Kaiyun, stop standing there. Come over and sit. Guizong Zhua ran over with a smile and pulled the 2 women towards the seats on that side. After they sat down, the 5 prodigies began to converse. Xinuo, long time no see. Hengzong Mo looked at Izong Xinuo with some eagerness. It has been a while. Everyone has been busy with cultivation and hasn't had the time to come out. Izong Xinuo smiled lightly. Sister Xinuo has reached the peak of the cosmos stage, right? Shozong Kaiyun chuckled. Yes. Izong Xinuo nodded. There was nothing to hide about her stage, as it didn't necessarily represent her true strength. It's been a long time since we sparred. I wonder how strong you are now. Care to accompany me for a match? Hengzong Mo's eyes lit up as he spoke. The counselor is about to arrive. We'll have our chance sooner or later. Why rush it? Izong Xinuo said casually. You're right. Hengzong Mo nodded and didn't press the matter further. I wonder about the strength of that counselor. Shozong Kaiyun asked. In the past, the counselors from the Academy Arbitration Association were all defeated by our strong warriors, weren't they? I don't think the talents from the Stellar Academies are that impressive. Guizong Yin said. Although that's true, it came at a cost. Izong Xinuo shook her head. The counselor who came this time is just a cosmos stage martial warrior. We'll want to see if he can give me a pleasant surprise. It'll make him understand the strength of the talents from the 5 burial stars. Yunzong Xiao said coldly. Yunzong Xiao, when I fought with you the previous time, your Yunzong sword skill had reached the 5th sword. I wonder how many swords you've mastered now. Hengzong Mo asked. Chapter 2238. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? 2. Do you want to give it a try? Yunzong Xiao glanced at him. Hee, I want to give it a try. Hengzong Mo said unabashedly. That counselor is mine. You guys don't need to think about it. Just enjoy the show. Guizong Yin suddenly said. What a joke. Why will we give you the chance to become famous? Hengzong Mo said. Do you think your strength can compete with me? Have you forgotten how you lost last time? Guizong Yin sneered. It has been several years since our last battle. Do you think we haven't improved at all? Yunzong Shao said coldly. The conversation here wasn't deliberately concealed, and Wang Teng and the others naturally heard everything clearly. Wang Teng, it seems they regard you as a stepping stone to fame. If they defeat you, they might become famous in the stellar academies. They're really calculative. Round Ball chuckled. It depends on whether they have the strength. Wang Teng didn't mind at all, smiling slightly. Oh, you guys are so boring. Every time you meet, it's just fighting. Can't you talk about something interesting? Shozong Kaiyun stretched lazily, stood up, and said, I'm not playing with you guys. I'm going to chat with that handsome guy over there. Yunzong Shao and Hengzong Mo felt the corners of their eyes twitching. Sister Xinhua, do you want to join me? I see that you're also quite interested in that handsome guy. Shozong Kaiyun looked at Yizong Xinhua and asked playfully. He's just a good-looking man. Usually, men like him are only good on the surface but lack substance. Guizong Yin glanced at Wang, tongue disdainfully. Exactly. A man who only looks good won't do. This kid looks like he has no real strength. One could crush him with one hand. Hengzong Mo looked at Yizong Xinhua and quickly added, as if afraid she might agree. Shallow. Yunzong Shao spat out this word to express his disdain for Shozong Saiyu. Wang Teng. Ha. Round Ball burst out laughing. Trass's gaze turned strange. Wang Teng was speechless. He got implicated without doing anything. He never expected that the woman would take the initiative to come and chat with him. What was going on? Was trouble coming to him? However, Yizong Xinhua nodded. Okay, you see, this is how shallow we are. Shozong Kaiyun laughed and said to Yunzong Shao and the others. Subsequently, Shozong Kaiyun and Yizong Xinhua walked hand in hand towards Wang Teng's table, causing Yunzong Shao and the other two young men to fall into a strange silence. Guizong Zhu wanted to cover her face. These three brothers were straightforward. However, that big brother did look quite handsome. Even she felt like going over to chat with him, well, just to chat. But looking at the expressions of Yunzong Shao and the others, she felt that if she went over, she might hurt their feelings. She was in a dilemma. Wang Teng helplessly watched as Shozong Kaiyun and Yizong Xinhua walked straight to his table. He started to feel a bit of a headache. If he had known this would happen, he would have changed to an ordinary appearance. He changed to a handsome appearance because he was used to it. Also, this would make things easier for him. Sometimes, one had to admit that being around a handsome person could be very comfortable. Who could have thought that just being a little more handsome would attract the top talents of two major families? Actually, he didn't know that the reason why Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun came over was not just because of his appearance, but more because of his temperament. Temperament wasn't something that could be changed by altering one's appearance. Wang Teng unconsciously revealed some of it. They were very curious about Wang Teng's identity. It had been a long time since such an outstanding young man appeared on the Five Burial Stars. This encounter at the Five Burials Hotel could be considered fate. Moreover, they suspected that this person might be here for that counselor. Mind if we sit here? Shozong Kaiyun flashed a charming smile at Wang Teng and asked. I mind, Wang Teng replied. Thanks. What did you say? Shozong Kaiyun was about to pull Yizong Xinhua to sit down when she suddenly realized what the young man said. Her whole person froze, and she felt she was hearing things. This guy rejected her. Was he kidding? Was she ugly recently, or was this fellow blind? Yizong Xinhua also looked at Wang Teng in amazement, feeling a little surreal. They had never been rejected before. This was a first. Others around them were full of shock. Was this guy perhaps not interested in women? Boom! After a moment of stunned silence, Hengzong Mo suddenly slapped the table, furious, and said, Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? Wang Teng. This script wasn't right. One rejected them. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you getting angry instead? Tracy looked speechless, but suddenly felt relieved. This straightforward guy was not someone she needed to worry about having any inappropriate thoughts. It was simply impossible. Wang Teng, you're quite something. Roundball said. Shozong Kaiyun stood in front of Hengzong Mo, her chest slightly rising and falling. She took a deep breath and asked with a wry smile, "Why? Are the two of us not qualified to sit in front of you?" "No, it's me who is not qualified to sit in front of you. It's my honor to be favored by two beautiful ladies, but one can't handle it," Wang Tung said. "Don't worry. With us here, they won't dare to do anything to you." Yizong Xinhua looked at Hung Zong Mo and the others and said, "He already wants to hit me," Wang Tung said with a helpless expression. "Hung Zong Mo, you go back and sit down," Yizong Xinhua said. "This person is now my friend. If you dare to touch him, you'll be my enemy." Now she was even more curious. Other men, upon seeing them take the initiative, would have already showered them with compliments. However, this man was going against the norm and very straightforwardly expressed his concerns without any pretense. If it were just that, a man being overly timid and cowardly, it wouldn't be worth their continued attention. But despite looking somewhat aggrieved, he showed no signs of fear. In fact, he even dared to say that Hung Zong Mo wanted to hit him right in front of him. Was this timidity? Clearly not. He wasn't afraid of Hung Zong Mo. Such a person either had considerable personal strength or a complex background, or perhaps both. Of course, she also wanted to see if this guy was playing hard to get with her. If he was, she didn't mind letting him know what the women of her Yizong family were capable of. What Yizong Xinhua could think of, Shozong Kaiyun also thought of. A strange light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Wang Tung with curiosity. Hung Zong Mo felt frustrated, glaring fiercely at Wang Tung, and said, "Xinhua, don't let yourself be deceived. My affairs don't concern you," Yizong Xinhua said indifferently. Hung Zong Mo's expression turned unpleasant. He coldly snorted before finally sitting down. Gui Zong Yin and Yun Zong Xiao didn't make a move. They glanced at Wang Tung and seemed to realize that this black-haired youth was somewhat special. They were also interested in seeing what Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun could find out. "Now, can we sit down?" Shozong Kaiyun smiled. "Beautiful ladies, why bother holding a grudge against me? Look at his face. He probably hates me. Once you leave, he'll surely come looking for trouble," Wang Tung sighed. Hung Zong Mo. This jerk, dissing him at every turn. This was too much. "Don't worry. If I say he won't harm you, he won't," Yizong Xinhua assured, and as she spoke, she gracefully took her seat. "Where did you come from? You don't look familiar," Shozong Kaiyun smiled and asked. "I am a universe explorer, wandering around without a fixed place," Wang Tung said casually, already having thought up a suitable identity for himself. If he said that he was a universe explorer, no one would be able to trace his background. Besides, he had some knowledge about universe explorers. Previously, the mercenary leader Varian, who was captured by him, had handed over the universe explorer's diary. After reading some entries, he was confident that he could fool outsiders. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. Of course, storytelling skills were crucial in maintaining the facade, a skill he happened to be quite good at. Universe explorer, Yizong Xinhua and the others were stunned. Then they were astounded. "Are you really a universe explorer?" Shozong Kaiyun asked in surprise. Chapter 2239. Handsome is a capability, an entertainment. Universe explorer. The revelation of Wang Tung's identity as a universe explorer left everyone around him astonished. Universe explorers were exceptionally rare individuals, known for their extensive knowledge, rich experiences, and often possessing impressive skills. Their presence always attracted attention due to the mysteries they encountered while traveling through the vastness of the cosmos. Thus, the appearance of a universe explorer naturally attracted their attention. In response to the inquiry from Shozong Kaiyun, Wang Tung didn't directly answer, but instead mentioned casually, one happened to pass by the 5 burial stars and heard that a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association was about to arrive. So, one decided to take a look. Shozong Kaiyun and Yizong Xinhua exchanged a glance, smiling as they continued the conversation. "That's quite a coincidence. The counselor should be arriving in the next few days." "Really? It seems like I timed my visit perfectly," Wang Tung replied with a smile. "You should have heard our names just now. May we know what's your name?" Yizong Xinhua asked. "My name is Hanju," Wang Tung smiled and used his senior's name. Hanju. Izong Shinuo repeated his name, nodded slightly, and smiled. We've always been curious about universe explorers. Can you share with us some of the magical places you visited? We'd love to broaden our horizons. If you beautiful ladies are interested, one have no objections. Wang Tung smiled and nodded, beginning to recount stories. He had read about numerous peculiar and fantastical planets in the explorer's diary. Using these stories to captivate the interest of these two women was still possible. The two ladies listened with great interest. Even the young martial warriors around, who were initially impatient, quieted down. Tracy, too, looked at Wang Tung with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Could it be that the young man before her was truly a universe explorer? For a moment, the restaurant was filled only with the unhurried and steady voice of Wang Tung's storytelling. After a considerable amount of time, the delightful feast in front of Wang Tung had been consumed, and he ceased his narration with a smile. Let's stop here for today. As a newcomer, I'm a bit tired and need some rest. Oh, sure. Izong Shinua snapped back to reality. She looked at Wang Tung with a slightly changed gaze, expressing her amazement. I didn't expect Brother Han to be so young and have traveled to so many places. The vastness of the cosmos is truly enchanting. Ironically, we call ourselves the pride of the heavens, yet we haven't even ventured beyond the Phantom Drift territorial domain, Shozong Kaiyun said, putting away her playful smile and shaking her head with emotion. At this moment, their suspicions about Wang Tung had mostly dissipated. It was said that the counselor was a student of stellar academies. How could he be a universe explorer with such profound knowledge? The two were entirely different. You flatter me. The cosmos is vast, and I've merely explored a small fraction of it, Wang Tung said modestly. Brother Han is too modest. Izong Shinua smiled faintly, stood up, and said, Since Brother Han is a newcomer here, we won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here is my contact information. She opened her wristwatch and looked at Wang Tung with a smile. Wang Tung didn't hesitate. He had round ball switched to another hidden identity account in the virtual universe and exchanged contact information with Izong Shinua. Although it was an unregistered account, outsiders wouldn't notice anything unusual and would assume it was his real identity. Izong Shinua glanced at the account, and the last trace of doubt in her heart disappeared. The person in front of her was not the counselor. If it were a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association, the account would display the real name, Wang Tung. They had already obtained Wang Tung's information and were quite familiar with his name. Of course, he could hide his name, but Wang Tung's account was an unregistered resident. He could change his name at any time, so he didn't plan to hide it. If he purposely hid it, it would arouse suspicion. If Brother Han has any matters, feel free to reach out to me. Shozong Kaiyun similarly exchanged contact information with Wang Tung, smiling as she spoke. Thank you both, beautiful ladies. Wang Tung stood up, bid farewell to the two women, and then headed towards the stairs. Tracy stood up as well, silently following behind him. Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun exchanged glances, their gaze lingering on the departing figures, especially pausing on Tracy for a moment. Only after they had walked far away did Izong Shinua speak. That woman seems to be at the heaven stage martial warrior. Yes, Shozong Kaiyun nodded, saying to have a heaven stage martial warrior serve as a bodyguard. It seems that this Brother Han is not an ordinary figure. Didn't you notice? That woman is a bit strange. Izong Shinua frowned and suddenly said, What's strange about her? Shozong Kaiyun asked. The way she looked at us was peculiar, like the way you look at me. Izong Shinua said. Shozong Kaiyun was silent for a moment, not knowing if Izong Shinua was teasing her or speaking seriously. However, she hesitated for only a moment before recalling the woman's gaze and said, It's a bit strange, but perhaps it's because of her strong power. Some people have a strong mentality. It could also be because of her figure. Well, I can't compare to that. Izong Shinua was speechless. Perhaps, she nodded, not delving deeper into the topic, and said, Speaking of which, this Brother Han is indeed an extraordinary person. He has seen many things in the universe. Universe explorers. I've only heard of them in the past. I didn't expect to meet one today, Shozong Kaiyan said. Don't be enchanted by a man who popped out of nowhere. Don't disgrace the talents of the 5 burial stars. The 3 young men walked over. Get lost. Shozong Kaiyan rolled her eyes, bluntly saying, This is none of your business. It's my business whether I'm enchanted or not. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, he's so handsome. What's the harm in being deceived by him? Guizong Yin didn't know what to say. He felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, is being handsome such a big deal? Guizong Yin, I hope you guys don't stir up trouble behind our backs. He has our contact information, and we can rush over at any time. I don't want him to be in trouble because of us. Izong Shi knew all warned. After giving their warning, the 2 women left directly, having nothing more to say to such uninteresting men. The 3 young men stood on the spot, dumbfounded. They were warned by these 2 women for the sake of a man they had just met. Women were indeed complicated beings. The 3 looked at each other, their faces extremely unpleasant. Superficial women. Yunzong Xiao snorted coldly and left directly. Irrational. Guizong Yin left behind a resentful remark and also departed. Hungzong Mol silent for a moment, seemingly trying to find a word to vent his frustration. But alas, with too little ink in his stomach, he could only snort coldly and turn to leave. The onlookers around wore extremely strange expressions, unable to help but feel some sympathy for them. These 3 prodigies, they were quite pitiful. Although their strength is formidable, it seemed in the realm of women, they were a bit lacking. As the prodigies from the 5 major families left unhappily, the surrounding people lost interest and scattered. However, Hungzong Mo and the others did not actually leave the 5 Burials Hotel. They each had their exclusive suites here and could stay directly. After all, their purpose in coming here was to wait for Wang Tong. Since he hadn't arrived yet, they wouldn't leave. These prodigies all wanted to use Wang Tang's reputation to make a name for themselves in the universe, and they didn't want others to steal the spotlight. Waiting here was the best approach. Led by the attendant, Wang Tong returned to his suite and lay comfortably on the bed, sighing contentedly. The cuisine here is excellent. It's probably prepared by a 4th-chef grandmaster. Tracy couldn't help but savor the memories. To be honest, even she had never tasted such delicious food. Life as a universe pirate was too miserable. It was hardly a life for humans. Is it delicious? Wang Tong, seeing her expression, asked with a smile. Tracy glanced at Wang Tong expressionlessly, too lazy to pay him any mind. She simply sat down on the nearby sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Wang Tong shook his head. This woman was too uninteresting. He needed to properly train and educate her. Wang Tong, I see those 2 girls are quite interested in you. Why not get in touch with them more? Maybe you can gain the support of the Izong and Shozong families. Round Ball suggested, You're overthinking it. If they find out I'm that counselor, they'll probably won't be the first to eliminate me. Wang Tong rolled his eyes. To think it wanted him to use charm. Absolutely ridiculous. What if they can't bear to eliminate you? I heard the Izong family is led by women. If you manage to win over the Izong family, you might find a breakthrough. Round Ball grinned. Get lost. If it were that easy, those counselors from before wouldn't have died so tragically, Wang Tong said with frustration. Don't be like that. I'm serious. Those counselors before probably didn't look as handsome as you. Being handsome is a kind of capital, you know? Round Ball persisted, continuing to incite Wang Tong. Wang Tong couldn't help but stroke his chin, seemingly finding some truth in its words. However, such a rotten idea could only be a last resort. Of course, in a situation where the others didn't know his true identity, he could indeed interact more with those 2 girls. There wouldn't be any harm in that. Wang Tong settled into his accommodation at the 5 Burials Hotel. He heard that there were various entertaining programs in the evenings. What were they exactly? Seated cross-legged on the bed, he began his cultivation. A considerable amount of time passed, and soon the star outside the 5 burial stars descended, marking the beginning of the night. Wang Teng was about to head out when he received a message from Yizong Xinhua. Wang Teng, Yizong Xinhua invited you to attend the evening banquet. There are said to be many entertaining programs. Roundball informed him. Banquet? And there are entertaining programs? Wang Teng asked curiously. What kind of entertaining programs are there? There are various auctions, appraisal activities, and even stone gambling, slave competitions, and so on, Roundball explained. So many programs. Wang Teng's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. He remarked, they even have stone gambling and slave competitions. The 5 Burials Hotel really knows how to throw a wild event. Chapter 2240. This is a gourmet. Rock gambling. 1. Indeed, quite a few. It said that some extremely unique treasures and even slaves from special races might appear. People here like to bet on them, Roundball explained. Special treasures. Special races. Let's go, we'll check it out too. A gleam flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he walked towards the door with Tracy. When Tracy heard about the slave competitions, a cold light flashed in her eyes, but quickly disappeared, unnoticed by Wang Teng. She followed him out the door. Outside, an attendant was waiting. As soon as she saw Wang Teng coming out, she immediately greeted him. However, since Wang Teng had made arrangements, he didn't need the attendant. He headed to the restaurant on the 9th floor. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were already waiting there. Even Guizong Yin and the others were present. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised, but he didn't say much. He could tell that Guizong Yin and Hengzong Mo had other thoughts towards these two ladies. This was normal. After all, it was quite common for the 5 major families of the 5 burial stars to form alliances through marriage. Brother Han, you're here. A smile appeared on Yizong Xinhua's pretty face as she welcomed him. Thank you, beautiful ladies, for the invitation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there are so many programs at the 5 Burials Hotel in the evening, Wang Teng said with a smile. No need for our invitation. As a guest in the luxury suite of the 5 Burials Hotel, you naturally have the qualifications to know, Yizong Xinhua said frankly. Wang Teng nodded, realizing that they probably already knew everything about his stay. Let's go to the banquet hall. It's on the 10th floor. Yizong Xinhua smiled and said, Sure. Wang Teng followed them. Soon, they arrived on the 10th floor. The 10th floor was exceptionally spacious, with the entire space opened up and adorned with various gems and jewels embedded in the walls and chandeliers, creating a dazzling spectacle. The hall was filled with a variety of fine wines and exquisite dishes. There were even plates of different exotic fruits emitting a radiant glow scattered throughout. Many of these fine wines, exquisite dishes, and exotic fruits were specialties from various unique planets, extremely rare. Yet, they were all gathered here, creating a breathtaking scene. Beautiful women of different races walked through the hall, offering fine wines and aromatic beverages, creating a delightful sight. Yizong Xinhua and the others were secretly observing Wang Teng's expression. Seeing that he showed no sign of surprise, they were even more impressed. Truly worthy of being a well-traveled star explorer, such a scene couldn't overwhelm him. It was worth noting that even many scions of major families, when encountering such a scene for the first time, would involuntarily reveal a hint of shock. Without sufficient exposure, it was impossible not to be moved. This wasn't something one could fake. Looking at Tracy beside him, the moment she entered the hall, a hint of surprise was clearly visible in her eyes. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior like her felt amazed, not to mention other ordinary cosmos-stage martial warriors. Guizong Yin, Hengzong Mo, and the others wanted to wait for Wang Teng to be surprised before mocking him, but they didn't have a chance. They felt frustrated. Brother Han, what do you think of this place? Yizong Xinhua asked. Not bad. Wang Teng smiled faintly. He glanced around, showing appreciation, and nodded. Here, one can see the architectural styles of at least 23 different races. To be able to blend so harmoniously, it's not something an ordinary designer can achieve. Brother Han also knows architectural design. Shozong Kaiyun asked in surprise. They were well aware that the banquet hall of the Five Burials Hotel indeed incorporated the decoration styles of 23 different races. However, this information was only known to the internal personnel of the Five Burials Hotel, typically limited to members of the five major families, and had not been publicized. This young man, on his first visit, was able to see it at a glance. What kind of insight was this? A little. Wang Tung chuckled. Round Ball was quite impressive. It managed to gather such detailed information about the Five Burials Hotel. Guizong Yin, Hengzong Mo, and the others also showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Even they had to admit that this Han Zhu had exceptional knowledge. However, when they heard Wang Tung's modest words, they immediately felt he was showing off. Yes, he was showing off. They wouldn't be wrong. This fellow wasn't an honest person. He was cunning. He was just putting on an act in front of Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun. Damn it, they couldn't let him succeed. They exchanged a glance, both with a determined gleam in their eyes. They had to stop Han Zhu. Yunzong Xiao felt bored. He had no interest in the two women. He just wanted to defeat Wang Tung and make a name in the universe. The food, drinks, and exotic fruits here are all free to enjoy at your leisure, Yizong Xinhua said. I'm very interested in all kinds of delicacies. Wang Tung smiled. Could it be that Brother Han is also a gourmet? Yizong Xinhua asked with a smile. I don't know about other universe explorers, but I'm definitely a universe explorer with no resistance to delicacies. Every time I visit a place, I make sure to taste the local cuisine, Wang Tung said. Well, Brother Han, you can enjoy yourself tonight. The delicacies here are unique to the Five Burial Stars, and you can't find them elsewhere, Shozong Kaiyun said with a smile. Wang Ting nodded and didn't hesitate. He directly took a plate, selected some delicacies, and began to eat. Guizong Yin, Hengzong Mo, and the others initially didn't think much of it, but soon their faces showed a hint of astonishment. Chapter 2241. This is a gourmet. Rock gambling. 2. In no time, Wang Tung had already eaten 3 large plates of food, but showed no signs of stopping. Was he a gourmet? He was a foodie. Guizong Yin and Hengzong Mo looked at Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun strangely. There was a hint of disdain and mockery on their faces. Is this the man you're looking at? Aren't y'all eating? Wang Tung raised his head and looked at the people standing on the side. Cough, Brother Han. Are you very hungry? Yizong Xinhua cleared her throat and asked. I'm fine. I just have a big appetite, Wang Tung said with an unchanged expression. Well, it's indeed quite big. Guizong Yin sneered. As a martial warrior, isn't it normal to eat more? Wang Tung glanced at him and asked in return. It depends on the occasion. Don't you see where this is? Do you really think this banquet is an invitation for you to eat? Hengzong Mo said speechlessly. I can't eat. Wang Tung blinked innocently. Guizong Yin. Hengzong Mo. Was this a question of whether you can eat? No, it was a matter of dignity. They didn't know how to communicate with the fellow in front of them. They felt as if they had thrown a punch into a pile of cotton, not hurting the other party, but making themselves extremely uncomfortable. Could this guy not hear their mockery? Was he completely indifferent? Shozong Kaiyun suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly. She selected a variety of delicacies and then walked to Wang Tung's side. While eating, she said, Thanks to your antics, I'm actually a bit hungry now. Yizong Xinhua was caught between laughter and tears. She shook his head, took some food, and joined the feast of the two. Guizong Yin. Hengzong Mo. What just happened? What are we doing? Where are we? The two men suddenly felt a bit bewildered, watching the two beautiful women accompany that jerk to feast extravagantly. They felt like their principles and perspectives on life had been overturned. Yunzong Xiao glanced at the two of them, grabbed some food for himself, and began to eat. Honestly, he hadn't properly savored the delicacies of the Five Burial Stars for a long time. Usually immersed in cultivation, he regarded food and such indulgences as extraneous, never giving them much thought. Yet now, upon careful tasting, he surprisingly found a unique flavor. Guizong Yin and Hengzong Mo looked at him in astonishment, feeling even more frustrated. How could even their brother succumb? Yunzong Xiao paid them no mind. He was now immersed in the delights of the cuisine, seemingly having forgotten the purpose of attending the banquet tonight. Guizong Yin and Hungzong Mo stood there in a daze. Neither eating nor not eating seemed appropriate, leaving them in an awkward situation. However, this spectacle attracted quite a few curious glances. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were attention-grabbing beauties, being the pride of the 5 major families. With the addition of Guizong Yin and others, the group became the focal point of the gathering. Only one person, Wang Tung, seemed to be an anomaly among them. Yet precisely because of this, many people noticed him and speculated about his identity. Who could he be? How could he stand with the prodigies of the 5 major families, eating alongside the 2 prestigious ladies from the 2 major families? However, the subsequent scene left the onlookers even more astonished. This guy was a food enthusiast. With beautiful women around, he was actually engrossed in eating. Even the most straightforward guys wouldn't be so direct. Could this guy have been a starving ghost in his past life? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, and others joined in, chuckling secretly. Wang Ting paid no attention to the mockery, continuing to eat without a care. With so much delicious food available for free, he didn't want to miss out. He picked up an exotic fruit, directly stuffed it into his mouth, and with a couple of crunches, swallowed it down. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help bursting into laughter. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun glanced at Wang Tung. Seeing that he didn't care at all, they couldn't help but admire him a bit. If it were them, they might not be able to remain so composed. Tracy wanted to cover her face. This guy was embarrassing. Even as someone who hadn't eaten much of the 5 burial stars cuisine, she wouldn't be so unrestrained in her eating. After all, this guy was a universe explorer. Shouldn't he have more decorum? Bang! Just then, a dull sound echoed in the hall. What's happening? Wang Ting couldn't help but look up. The entertaining performance is about to begin. Yizong Xinhua elegantly handed her plate to an attendant, saying, "Let's go and have a look." "Wait for me." Wang Tung picked up some more food, holding his plate as he walked forward. "Let's go." Silence. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun shook their heads speechlessly. At this point, they also felt that this guy was probably a true food enthusiast. Describing him as a gourmet was an underestimation. He had far surpassed that. "Come on, don't just stand there," Wang Tung urged when he saw them still hesitating. The 2 women exchanged a glance and sighed in exasperation, but didn't say much. They led Wang Tung towards the front. "Brother Han, if you enjoy these delicacies so much, they'll have someone prepare some for you when you leave," Shozong Kaiyun said. "Thank you." Wang Ting nodded. He continued, "It will be better if you can find the recipe. I can make it myself." You can cook too?" Shozong Kaiyun was taken aback. "When you're out and about, you can't let yourself go hungry. So, I'll learn a bit of cooking and am a forced chef," Wang Tung said.